Chapter 974. It was too shocking. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with nothing but shock. That silver radiance was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of a heaven star border realm. There's still an aura stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth in this world. Fang Chen's mind went blank. What he saw today was the most shocking thing he had seen in all these years. After a long time, Fang Chen retracted his gaze. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the outer universe. Anything could happen. Senior, what is that silver radiance? Fang Chen asked curiously. The silver radiance from the sky is the power of the stars. A heaven star border realm martial artist can only break through the bottleneck by absorbing the power of the stars. Thunder Freer said. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. Why did the terrifying Thunder Dragon pay such a huge price to separate the sky and monopolize the power of the stars? It turned out that it wanted to break through the bottleneck. The power of the stars was a terrifying force born from nature. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth. In the vast universe there were countless stars. The power of the stars was formed by these countless stars. The power of the stars was terrifying. Even a mysterious king realm martial artist would die if he touched it. As for heaven star border realm martial artists, only those who stood at the peak dared to absorb it. At this moment, the power of the stars was like a river in the sky above the sky lightning space. It was too vast. Fang Chen had never seen such a vast power of the stars. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth naturally produce the power of the stars. It constantly falls down and blends into the air for heaven star border realm martial artists to absorb. This is also the law of heaven and earth. Thunder Freer said. That terrifying Thunder Dragon was too ambitious. It wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, which caused this place to become the sky-breaking abyss. Thunder Freer continued, When you came in, did you notice that the air in the sky-breaking abyss is very different from the outside world? Hearing Thunder Freer's words, Fang Chen carefully recalled. Suddenly, the scene from before appeared in his mind. No wonder. At the beginning, Fang Chen felt that the air was very strange. He could not understand why. Now, the truth was revealed. The air lacked the power of stars, so it was naturally different from the outside world. Cutting off the sky and absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps only Lei Long would dare to do such a thing. If a normal martial artist uses this kind of method to steal the heavens and change the earth to monopolize the power of the stars, they will definitely be punished by the heavens. However, the Thunder Dragon is different. It was born in thunder and lightning, so even if it is punished by the heavens, it will be able to skillfully avoid it. That's why it wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen looked at Thunder Freer with a burning gaze. Needless to say, one could imagine how horrifying the lightning dragon was. However, Thunder Freer was able to suppress the Thunder Dragon all by himself. With such strength, who in the Heaven Dipper realm could defeat him? Senior, since absorbing astral energy can help you break through your bottleneck, why don't you absorb it? Fang Chen pointed to the river of astral energy above the heavenly lightning space. Hearing this, Thunder Freer's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. Do you think I don't want to absorb it? Thunder Freer said, I am in the heavenly lightning space. There is not a trace of lightning here, and it is all related to the Thunder Dragon. As long as I absorb the power of the stars, the Thunder Dragon will definitely take the opportunity to absorb the power of the stars. At that time, even I will not be able to suppress it. Then, little guy, I know what you are worried about. I want you to help me. Although it will be difficult, it will not be life-threatening. After saying so much, they finally got to the point. Senior, what do you want me to do? Fang Chen asked. The Thunder Dragon has been suppressed by me and entered my body. I used a secret technique to seal myself so that the Thunder Dragon cannot come out. I need you to buy time for me, Thunder Freer said. Buy time? Fang Chen was even more surprised. What time could he buy for him? When I remove the seal, the Thunder Dragon will rush out, and you will be the carrier to guide it into your body, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. Senior, the Thunder Dragon is very terrifying. My body will be instantly blasted into pieces. As a carrier to guide the Thunder Dragon into his body. What a joke. If it was easy to suppress the Thunder Dragon, why would it take Thunder Freer 10,000 years? This was obviously using his life to buy time. Fang Chen would not put himself to death. Why me? Fang Chen asked. For so many years there were many martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss, and there were even Heaven Realm martial artists. Why did it choose him? Do you know how the martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss died in the past 10,000 years? Thunder Freer asked. Before Fang Chen could answer, Thunder Freer continued, some were killed by the golden-winged rocks outside, and the rest were killed by the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer had tried, but those martial artists could not bear the Thunder Dragon at all. The latter exploded as soon as it entered their body. Senior, you are sending me to my death. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face turned pale, and he said unhappily, Little guy, you are the first martial artist I can't see through in the past 10,000 years. Although your strength is a little weak, I feel that you can succeed. Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen shook his head and refused directly. It was too dangerous. If he could not bear it, he would die. I am afraid I can't help you, Fang Chen said respectfully. Boom. At this moment, in the sky thunder space, countless thunderbolts were constantly bombarding. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in confusion. The Thunder Dragon is angry. After 10,000 years, my body is exhausted. I am afraid I can't hold on much longer. Thunder Freer sighed. The sky thunder space was shaking, and the power of thunder was raging. Fang Chen's face changed and he stared at Thunder Freer. Dong. All of a sudden, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Then, Fang Chen found that the golden heart was quietly absorbing the power of thunder in the sky thunder space. What's going on? Fang Chen carefully observed the golden heart and found that it was very happy after absorbing the power of thunder. The power of thunder is helpful to the golden heart. Fang Chen said to himself. Buzz. The essence blood of the ancient divine beast undying bird that had merged with the golden heart also spread. A blood-red light instantly spread out. Around the golden heart, traces of flames appeared. This was the first time he had seen the essence blood of the undying bird and the golden heart move at the same time. Could it be that they want to absorb the power of thunder in the sky thunder space? Little guy, you only need to bear it for 3 seconds. At that time, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer said. 3 seconds. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked. That's right. The reason I am looking for a carrier to bear the Thunder Dragon is to absorb the power of the stars in the River of Stars. With my speed, I can absorb it all in 3 seconds. At that time, even if I can't break through, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. This is the last chance. Once the Thunder Dragon breaks through my body, you and I will both die here. As long as you can agree to my request and help me get out of here, I will agree to all your requests. Thunder Freer said hurriedly. Fang Chen's heart moved a little. If it was before, he would definitely not have any thoughts of helping. However, the golden heart and the essence blood of the undying bird moved him a little. If I don't agree to Thunder Freer's request, I'm afraid I can't leave here. Fang Chen said to himself. If he agreed to Thunder Freer's request, he could still try. Once he won, he would not be afraid of the Sky Sword Mansion Master, let alone Stewardly. Thunder Freer, how can I believe you? Fang Chen looked up and asked. I can make a martial Dao oath. With that, Thunder Freer swore an oath of martial arts. Then, a faint trace of his aura entered Fang Chen's mind. A martial Dao oath was very binding on a martial artist. Once they violated the oath, they would be punished by God. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert would not dare to make a martial Dao oath casually. It was obvious that Thunder Freer had been driven crazy by the Thunder Dragon. After getting Thunder Freer's martial Dao oath, Fang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Thunder Freer was overjoyed. Roar. Chapter 975. What do I need to do? If he succeeded, he would benefit immensely. As for failure, Fang Chun did not think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. When I inject the Thunder Dragon into your body, you just have to resist it with all your might, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chun nodded heavily when he heard this. Then, Fang Chun activated his peak Saint Sword body, and Sword Chi surrounded him. The Sword Will of the 7th grade was also released instantly, and his body's defense reached its strongest state. Are you ready? This was a matter of great importance, and Thunder Freer did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Chun nodded and prepared for the strongest challenge. Seeing this, Thunder Freer suddenly stood up. When he stood up, the power of thunder in the entire sky thunder space was raging. Whoosh! Fang Chun could clearly feel that the power of thunder was becoming more and more terrifying. Come out! Thunder Freer exuded a terrifying aura. 9 strands of vital spirit of heaven and earth appeared from within his body, and then directly surrounded him. Thunder Freer's strength was raised to the peak, and his aura was fierce and overbearing. Along with Thunder Freer's roar, a shocking thunder aura suddenly surged out from his body. Then, a horrifying Thunder Dragon appeared. Roar! The Thunder Dragon was struggling. It also felt that this was an opportunity. Thunder Freer was already prepared. Before the Thunder Dragon completely appeared, it was directly injected into Fang Chun's body by his supreme means. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt the power in his body swell, as if his body was about to explode. Fang Chun let out a cry. He used all his strength to resist the power of the Thunder Dragon. Crash! When Thunder Freer finished the last hand gesture, the Thunder Dragon completely entered Fang Chun's body. Roar! The Thunder Dragon seemed to have found that it was free from Thunder Freer's suppression. It was overjoyed and immediately started to charge crazily. Poochie! Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was dying. At this moment, Thunder Freer could not care less. His body floated above the sky thunder space. Then, with a wave of his hand, a terrifying power instantly shattered the barrier above the sky lightning space. Then, the star power swooped down like a flood. Like a long river, the majestic power of the stars surged down, its aura shaking the sky. While after 10,000 years of baptism, Thunder Freer's comprehension had become stronger and stronger. The power of the stars that swooped down was instantly absorbed into his body. The entire sky thunder space was trembling. The impact of the astral energy was too strong. Thunder Freer bathed in the power of the stars, baptizing his body. At the same time, he was madly absorbing the power of the stars to break through. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Fang Chun could no longer hold on. Senior! Fang Chun screamed as if his life depended on it. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out from the cracks. His forehead was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ah! Fang Chun screamed miserably. The sword body at the peak of the saint level could not resist the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Crack! The power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong. Being able to hold on for 3 seconds was enough to show how powerful Fang Chun was. Oh no! Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, was shocked when he saw the scene below. He had underestimated the power of the stars that had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. He had thought that he could finish absorbing it in 3 seconds. But now, 3 seconds had passed, and he had only absorbed more than half of it. Boy, hold on for 2 more seconds. At this moment, 2 seconds felt like 2 years. It was too long. I can't hold on any longer. After Fang Chen said the last sentence, he fell into a coma. At this time, the Thunder Dragon in his body was even more powerful. Buzz. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to break out of his body, a strange aura suddenly spread out. The golden heart beat at the fastest speed. The golden light shone brightly and covered Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the golden heart was rapidly absorbing the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Not only the golden heart, but also the undying bird's essence blood that had merged with the golden heart. A sea of fire appeared around Fang Chen, and the power of thunder in the sky Thunder Space could not get close. Yes. Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, also saw this scene. He was overjoyed and accelerated the speed of absorbing the power of the stars. The undying bird's essence blood burst out, and the golden heart's strange movement actually stopped the attack of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. What is this? In Fang Chen's body, the terrifying Thunder Dragon's attack weakened a lot. Its consciousness was constantly shouting, as if it was a little afraid of the undying bird's essence blood. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. The essence blood left by it contained its life's work, and was extremely powerful. The undying bird's essence blood automatically protected his body, and the golden heart. Fang Chen's body, which was cracking apart, immediately stopped cracking, after which it gradually healed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 long seconds finally passed. At this time, Fang Chen had already fallen into a coma. After a short period of fear, the terrifying Thunder Dragon launched an even fiercer attack. Boom! Fang Chen's body could not bear the power of the Thunder Dragon, and was about to collapse. Roar! The Thunder Dragon let out a long roar, and was very happy that it could finally escape. However, just when the undying bird's essence blood and the golden heart could not bear it, Thunder Freer finished absorbing the power of the stars. Come out! Thunder Freer's body was surrounded by the power of the stars, and bits of starlight surrounded his body. In just 5 seconds, Thunder Freer's body had undergone a tremendous change. At this time, Thunder Freer was like a star in the vast universe, vast and boundless. Crash! Thunder Freer directly pulled the Thunder Dragon out of Fang Chen's body with his bare hands. The terrifying Thunder Dragon faced Thunder Freer, opened its bloody mouth, and was ready to fight. Bastard, die! Thunder Freer raised his palm, and the light formed by the power of the stars shot directly at the Thunder Dragon. Roar! Lei Long, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he attempted to flee. However, the light formed by the stars was too powerful. Puff! Without any resistance, it directly penetrated the Thunder Dragon's neck. Then, the light merged into the Thunder Dragon's body, and finally, the Thunder Dragon's body exploded. Dong! If it was not for the Thunder Space, the power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion was enough to destroy the entire sky-breaking abyss. In the Thunder Space, the thunder rolled, and the power of the Thunder Dragon's explosion shook for a long time before it gradually dissipated. When the last trace of the power of the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the entire Thunder Space was in a mess and turned into ruins. Whoosh! Above the sky, a ray of silver light passed through the ruins of the Thunder Space and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the desert-like ground was restored to life. Weeds broke out of the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the place was full of life. Crash! Thunder Freer dragged Fang Chen's body and landed on the ground. Looking at the Thunder Space that was gradually dissipating, Thunder Freer's face was full of excitement. After being trapped for 10,000 years, I, Thunder Freer, have finally appeared. Ha! Thunder Freer laughed wildly. After a moment of excitement, Thunder Freer looked at Fang Chen. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. There is a mysterious power in this boy's body that saved him and me, Thunder Freer said in a low voice. The original plan was 3 seconds, but it took 5 seconds. If Fang Chen had not successfully resisted the power of the Thunder Dragon, the 2 seconds would have been enough for the Thunder Dragon to kill him. Fortunately, he succeeded. Thunder Freer's heart was filled with joy. After checking, he found that Fong Chen's life was not in danger. It was just that his body was seriously damaged because of the incredible power. Boy, it's all thanks to you this time. Thunder Freer put Fong Chen on the ground and grinned. Then, he took out a small bottle, opened the cap, and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Fong Chen. A trace of liquid flowed into Fong Chen's mouth. Thunder Freer made the right bet, and so did Fong Chen. Chapter 976. The outside world had no idea what happened in Broken Sky Abyss. They didn't even know that the most dangerous and terrifying lightning dragon in Broken Sky Abyss had been destroyed by Thunder Freer. Broken Sky Abyss, as usual. Thunder Freer sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Fong Chen to wake up. Bearing the terrifying lightning dragon this time, Fong Chen's body was severely damaged and couldn't be healed in a short time. 3 months later, Thunder Freer found that Fong Chen's soul had completely healed and could move on its own. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Fong Chen's recovery was coming soon. Originally, he thought that Fong Chen would definitely wake up in 1 or 2 months. However, he waited for a year. For a whole year, Thunder Freer kept waiting. However, compared to being trapped in the heaven thunder space for 10,000 years, this was nothing at all. After a year, Fong Chen finally woke up. His body had completely recovered, and was even stronger than before. "Kid, you're awake." Thunder Freer saw Fong Chen open his eyes and grinned. Having just woken up, Fong Chen was still a little weak and couldn't stand up. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "Broken Sky Abyss," Thunder Freer said. Broken Sky Abyss." Fong Chen was a little surprised that there was such a peaceful place in Broken Sky Abyss. After listening to Thunder Freer's explanation, Fong Chen finally understood what was going on. He looked at the sky in the distance. Streaks of silver light scattered on the ground. The heaven thunder space had long disappeared. "Senior, you killed the lightning dragon?" Fong Chen asked. Thunder Freer nodded and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the lightning dragon." No matter how dangerous the process was, it was fine as long as the result was not dangerous. After resting for a long time, Fong Chen stretched his body and then stood up. "Senior, you," at this time, Fong Chen found that Thunder Freer's aura was stronger, and the power of stars surrounded him. "Little guy, after cultivating for 10,000 years, I've absorbed the power of the stars and broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the level that cultivators yearn for even in their dreams, the heavenly body tier." Thunder Freer chuckled. The heavenly body tier was the cultivation level above the heaven dipper tier. Fong Chen didn't know much about the heavenly body tier, but he knew that the heavenly body tier was many times more powerful than the heavenly dipper tier. "Congratulations, Senior, for reaching the heavenly body tier." Fong Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, "I still don't know your name." "Junior is Fong Chen," said Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, the reason why I was able to leave the heavenly lightning space and reach the heavenly body tier was all because of you. I, Thunder Freer, am a man of my words. If you need anything in the future, just come to me." As he spoke, Thunder Freer took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fong Chen. "This jade pendant contains my will," Thunder Freer said. "If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant, and I will rush over as soon as possible." "Thank you very much, Senior," Fong Chen said. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly paused and let out a soft cry of surprise. "Huh, my physical body?" Fong Chen discovered in surprise that his physical body had actually broken through the Saint tier and reached the higher level of the Immortal tier. "You brat, you can be considered to have profited from a disaster. The terrifying lightning dragon attacked your physical body, and it can also be considered to have tempered your body," Thunder Freer said. "Of course, the bone demon liquid I gave you also played a big role." Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with surprise. Then, he hurriedly asked, Senior Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid you mentioned, could it be the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite? Thunder Freer nodded. Bone demon liquid was the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite. This spiritual liquid was very precious, and was an excellent material for tempering one's body. Thunder Freer actually gave him the bone demon liquid. Fang Chen felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. Fang Chen, you've helped me so much. A mere bone demon liquid is nothing. Thunder Freer waved his hand and grinned. To Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid was completely incomparable to him, stepping into the heavenly body tier. One had to know that in the vast universe, countless cultivators were trapped in the heavenly dipper tier for their entire lives, unable to step into the heavenly body tier. Although he was trapped for 10,000 years, it was a blessing in disguise, and he stepped into the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier, on Scar Island, was considered an elite. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fang Chen clasped his hands in Thunder Freer's direction. All right, you've also woken up. We should also go, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen nodded, and Thunder Freer grabbed Fang Chen and quickly left the heaven-breaking abyss. Senior Thunder Freer. Fang Chen hurriedly stopped him. What's the matter? Thunder Freer asked. I've come to the heaven-breaking abyss this time to search for bolted dragon vines, Fang Chen said. Oh, I see. After saying that, Thunder Freer took Fang Chen and changed their direction, leaping continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a mysterious place in the heaven-breaking abyss. The bolted dragon vines are here, Thunder Freer said as he stood in the air. Fang Chen looked over, and shockingly discovered that there were 2 bolted dragon vines under his feet. The vine leaves wrapped around the main body, almost as tall as a cliff. 2, Fang Chen said. Bolted dragon vines are very precious, and not common in the universe. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. How many do you need? Go get them yourself, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen nodded and then landed on the ground. Whoosh whoosh. The bolted dragon vines seemed to have discovered that someone was approaching, and the vine leaves wrapped around the main body began to stir, ready to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of stars instantly enveloped the bolted dragon vines. In an instant, the bolted dragon vines stopped moving. Fang Chen looked up and found that Thunder Freer had released the power of stars to suppress the bolted dragon vines. He cupped his hands at Thunder Freer, and then activated his immortal level body to forcibly uproot one of the bolted dragon vines. After putting it into the infinite space ring, Fang Chen returned to Thunder Freer's side. Thunder Freer nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction and said, Fang Chen, I like your character more and more. It's very difficult to survive in this world. There are 2 bolted dragon vines here, and you only took one. Ordinary people can't do that, Thunder Freer said. Fang Chen smiled honestly and didn't say anything. When Thunder Freer took Fang Chen to the periphery of the heaven-breaking abyss, the golden-winged rock instantly swooped down, trying to attack Fang Chen and Thunder Freer. I'm just missing a mount. Thunder Freer waved his hand, and the power of stars emerged, enveloping the golden-winged rock. Instantly, the golden-winged rock felt panic and wanted to break free, but couldn't. In the end, the golden-winged rock obediently came to Thunder Freer's side, and was put into the infinite space ring by him. At the side, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Heavenly body tier elites were too powerful. Their every move exuded an indescribable pressure. The 2 of them quickly came out of the heaven-breaking abyss. At this moment, on the cliff outside the heaven-breaking abyss, the 2 brothers were chatting. Big brother, the culprit is definitely dead. Why are we still waiting here? The second brother asked, puzzled. This matter concerns whether we can get the position of young clan leader, so we can't lose it. If he's alive, I want to see him, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse, the eldest brother said solemnly. We've already waited for a year, how long more do we have to wait? The second brother said impatiently. Let's go in and take a look. If we still don't find anything, we'll go back and report, the eldest brother said. However, just as the two brothers were about to enter the heaven-breaking abyss, they suddenly saw two figures walking out calmly. This is the culprit. In an instant, the Icefire dual martial brothers discovered Fong Chen. Brat, you're actually not dead, the eldest brother said coldly. Since you're not dead, then let us kill you, the second brother said. Thunder Freer and Fong Chen had just come out when they heard the shout. Hearing this, Thunder Freer frowned slightly and said, You have a grudge with them? Fong Chen nodded and looked at the two brothers. Ice and fire duo, noisy. Thunder Freer turned to look at the two brothers and sneered. Suddenly, a burst of star power shot out, and the two brothers were instantly turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. This was the ability of Heavenly Body Tier Elite. Thank you, Senior, Fong Chen said. Fong Chen, I've just regained my freedom, and there are some things I need to take care of. We'll part here. If you need anything, just crush the jade pendant, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen nodded, and the two of them separated. Chapter 977. A few days later, Fong Chen returned to the Sky Sword Mansion. From the time Fong Chen accepted the mission to his successful return, it had taken him 1.5 years. It had already exceeded the 3 hell-level missions that Butler Lee said he could complete in 1 year. When Fong Chen returned to the First Army, Hu Ming came immediately. Fong Chen, you're back. After not hearing from him for more than a year, Hu Ming thought that Vice Captain Fong Chen had died. Who would have thought that Fong Chen would return? After careful observation, Hu Ming was overjoyed to find that Fong Chen was fine. I didn't expect you to come out of the broken sky abyss alive. Hu Ming laughed. Fong Chen nodded his head when he saw Hu Ming. By the way, have you completed your mission? Hu Ming suddenly asked. Yes. As he spoke, Fong Chen took out the bolong vine. This is the bolong vine. Hu Ming stared at the bolong vine with burning eyes. His face was filled with excitement. It was his first time seeing the bolong vine. Legend had it that the bolong vine was a very precious treasure. It was very tempting even to Heaven Star Border Realm expert. On the contrary, it was much less tempting to Mysterious King Realm expert. Let's go and submit the mission, Hu Ming said. Then, Fong Chen and Hu Ming quickly went to the mission hall to submit the mission. The reward for completing the hell-level mission was very generous. Just the purple crystal alone was 1,000,000 pieces. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The bolong vine was too valuable. City Lord Mansion, in the garden. The City Lord sat cross-legged, as if he was sensing the power of the stars. However, right at this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the garden. City Lord. The servant cupped his hands and greeted. Hearing this, the City Lord slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. The servant noticed the City Lord's displeasure and hurriedly said, City Lord, Vice Captain Fong Chen of the First Army's 3rd Guardian Team has completed the mission to find the bolong vine. Completed? Quickly bring the bolong vine to me. The City Lord's eyes lit up and he said directly. Not long after, the servant brought the bolong vine and handed it to the City Lord. The bolong vine had shrunk to the size of a palm. Holding it in his hand, the City Lord smiled. I really didn't expect that this brat actually came out of Duan Heaven Abyss alive, and even brought out the bolong dragon vine, City Lord His Excellency said with a grin. City Lord, Housekeeper Lee received news that Fong Chen had returned and went to the First Army, the servant said cautiously. When the City Lord heard this, he nodded and said, I understand. The first troop, the third troop. Fong Chen's return also caused a sensation. All the martialists walked out of the courtyard and surrounded Fong Chen. Vice Captain, I knew you would come back. Hu Yanlong laughed. Ever since he had experienced that mission with Fong Chen, Hu Yanlong's attitude towards Fong Chen had changed greatly. This time, he was also very excited to see Fong Chen return. Genie Dao, Fairy Chi Yu, and the others also nodded slightly. Everyone, Fang Chun has just returned and is a little tired. Let him rest, Hu Ming said. However, at that instant, a strong aura suddenly spread across the place. Then, everyone felt a burst of pressure. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone kept retreating, but Fang Chen stood still on the ground. Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. Not good. Hu Ming knew that Housekeeper Li had come. Brat, you're finally back? For more than a year, Housekeeper Li thought that Fang Chen did not dare to come back and escape. But he still said that he was back. As long as he was still in Sky Sword Mansion, he would definitely die, and no one could stop him. Whoosh! The vital essence of heaven and earth around Housekeeper Li rotated, and Fang Chen felt great pressure. Housekeeper Li had always wanted to kill him, and now that the 1-year deadline had passed, Housekeeper Li would not let go of this opportunity. Housekeeper Li, stop! The 2 commanders of the First Army appeared. They scolded loudly. They also knew that Fang Chen had completed the mission and brought back the news of the Bull and Dragon Vine. A Mystic King Realm martial artist could safely return from the sky-breaking abyss and bring back the Bull and Dragon Vine. It was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was outstanding. They would not allow Fang Chen to be killed by Housekeeper Li. He did not fulfill the original agreement, and you still want to stop him. As he spoke, the aura around Housekeeper Li surged again. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! Housekeeper Li attacked, and the vital essence of heaven and earth gathered on his palm, and suddenly blasted towards the 2 commanders. Bang! 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 The battle between Heaven Star Realm martial artists was terrifying. Every move of the 3 Heaven Dipper Realm Masters would suffocate the many martial artists below. Is this the power of a Heaven Star Realm martial artist? It's too powerful. Even a 9th-level Mystic King Realm martial artist would not be able to resist it. Heaven and earth vital essence at his fingertips. Many martial artists were shocked. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with hatred for Housekeeper Li. Crash! Unknowingly, a jade pendant appeared in his palm, and he used a little strength to crush it. Senior Tianlei, I've encountered danger in the Sky Sword Mansion. The moment the jade pendant was crushed, this sentence was transmitted out. Then, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he looked at the sky. At this moment, the 3 Heaven Star Realm martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky. Fortunately, the 3 of them had used a secret technique to conceal their strength. Otherwise, the aura that leaked out would be enough to destroy the entire First Army. Bang! After fighting for about 15 minutes, Housekeeper Li finally revealed his trump card. When Housekeeper Li stretched out his palm, a blood-red maple leaf suddenly appeared. This maple leaf shot towards one of the commanders at lightning speed. Then, the majestic vital essence exploded. The commander could not dodge in time, and his body was directly overturned and sent flying. The other commander could not withstand Housekeeper Li's attack alone, and was suppressed by Housekeeper Li. You! The commander who was sent flying landed on the ground, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a hoarse voice. Are you all right? Another commander hurried to his side and asked worriedly. They had originally thought that the 2 of them would be able to block Housekeeper Li's attack. But now it seemed that the 2 of them had failed. Housekeeper Li, you've really put in a lot of effort, said one of the commanders. Humph, as long as I can kill this brat, a mere scarlet maple leaf is nothing, sneered Housekeeper Li. The scarlet maple leaf was a spatial container that could store energy. Of course, if it were a simple container, the 2 commanders wouldn't be so shocked. That was because this scarlet maple leaf could store vital essence. When a martial artist cultivated to the Heaven Star Realm, they would be able to condense vital essence and absorb vital essence. But some martial artists would store their vital essence within the scarlet maple leaf. When the battle reached the most critical moment, they would directly detonate the scarlet maple leaf. That kind of destructive power was extremely great. The reason Housekeeper Li was able to defeat the 2 commanders was because of the scarlet maple leaf. Crash! Housekeeper Li walked step by step towards Fong Chen. His pitch-black eyes looked down on Fong Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. "You killed my son. Today I'll definitely kill you," said Housekeeper Li. Whoosh! Housekeeper Li waved his hand, and a stream of vital essence instantly shot towards Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. He used the space-time true meaning and hid his body in the void. Insignificant skill. In the eyes of a Heaven Star Realm expert, Fong Chen's action was too stupid. Sure enough, when this stream of vital essence approached Fong Chen, it instantly turned into countless vital essence and blasted towards this space. Puff, puff. The dense bombardment made it impossible for Fong Chen to dodge. With a bang, Fong Chen's body was hit by one of the vital essence. He spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed his true body. Landing on the ground, Fong Chen's expression was grave. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Too strong. I can't resist at all. I hope Senior Thunder Freer can come soon, said Fong Chen to himself. Right now, he needed to stall for time. As long as Thunder Freer came, he would be safe. But would Housekeeper Li give him time? Just as Housekeeper Li was about to attack a second time, Fong Chen spoke. Chapter 978. Steward Li's hand froze in the air as he stared at Fong Chen. Your son, young Master Jianhen, was killed by Dai Hongxian. I saw it with my own eyes, said Fong Chen. This was the only way to stall for time. Do you think I'll believe you? Sneered Steward Li. He was laughing at Fong Chen's stupidity for trying to use such a method to deceive him. How laughable. No matter what, you'll definitely die, said Steward Li. In the next moment, Steward Li attacked. The vital energy of heaven and earth raged in the void as the faces of the two commanders turned gloomy. They had finally found such a good seedling, but Steward Li had killed him. Enough. However, just when everyone thought that Fong Chen was dead for sure, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the City Lord's mansion. City Lord. Then the air rippled and an illusory figure appeared. This was the City Lord's will. This matter ends here, said the City Lord. City Lord, this person killed my son. I want revenge, roared Steward Li. He had fallen into madness. The City Lord had appeared at this critical juncture, and even sided with Fong Chen. He was unwilling to accept this. Your son wasn't killed by Fong Chen, said the City Lord. This, the City Lord, was the strongest and most authoritative figure in the Sky Sword Mansion. No one dared to go against the words of the City Lord. But now, the City Lord was saying that his son wasn't killed by Fong Chen. The City Lord's illusory figure looked thoughtfully at Steward Li, and then dissipated. The crowd below was silent. The angriest one was Steward Li. He had thought that he could kill Fong Chen, but the City Lord had interfered. Damn it, not only did I not kill him, but I also wasted a scarlet maple leaf. Steward Li was furious. However, this was the City Lord's order, and he didn't dare to go against it. Steward Li, the City Lord said that Fong Chen isn't the murderer, said one of the captains. Humph. Steward Li coldly snorted and left. After Butler Li left, everyone cheered. Hu Yanlong and the others were especially excited. Fong Chen, you're really something. Even the City Lord has personally stepped forward for you. You sure have a lot of face. The entire 3rd Protector squad cheered, and Hu Ming was also very excited. And in the City Lord's mansion, after the City Lord's consciousness returned, he immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. With the Bolong Vine, he might be able to take that step. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Only Housekeeper Li knew that the City Lord was in seclusion. That day, Steward Li's heart was once again filled with killing intent towards Fong Chen. The City Lord is in closed-door training and will not come out for a while. This is the best opportunity to kill Fong Chen, Butler Li said to himself. However, he could not openly kill Fong Chen. In the end, Butler Li thought of a way to disguise himself. Crash dark clouds covered the sky above the First Army, and the astral essence of heaven and earth was in chaos. The majestic power instantly swept down and engulfed the entire third Guardian squad. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a fierce and domineering astral essence shot towards the third Guardian squad. The terrifying explosive power instantly overturned the third Guardian squad. Miserable screams came from the third Guardian squad's courtyard. The astral essence explosion injured countless people. All the martial artists hurriedly left their rooms and appeared in the courtyard. Hu Ming was the first to rush over. When he saw the terrifying figure in the sky, his face turned pale. What's going on? Besides Hu Ming, the two captains also appeared. Thief, you dare to cause trouble in my Sky Sword Mansion? The two captains joined hands, preparing to capture this person. However, when they saw a scarlet maple leaf appear in this person's hand, they instantly stopped. I only came here to kill one person. It has nothing to do with you, the person said coldly. What do we do? One of the captain's face was gloomy. This is the Sky Sword Mansion. If you kill the innocent, the city lord will definitely not let you off. The two captains were intimidated by the scarlet maple leaf, and did not dare to act rashly. However, this person found Fang Chen in the crowd, and a fierce astral essence instantly swooped down. Not good, run! When the crowd saw this, they all shouted and scattered in all directions. However, when Fang Chen wanted to escape, he suddenly found that he was locked on by this expert and could not escape. Why did he lock on to me? Could it be, in an instant, Fang Chen guessed the identity of this person? Stewardly. Since he came to the Sky Sword Mansion, only Stewardly had the intention to kill him. This person must be Stewardly. Could it be that he even dared to go against the City Lord's words? Activating the divine level sword body, Fang Chen swung the hidden star sword in his hand. The strongest attack, Void Meteor Annihilation, and the secret ice sword were all used. Crack. However, in front of a Heaven Star Border expert, it was not worth mentioning. After coming into contact with the astral essence, the secret ice sword and Void Meteor Annihilation were instantly shattered. Then, the astral essence locked on to Fang Chen and swooped down. Not good, his target is Fang Chen. Seeing this, the two commanders' faces changed and they immediately attacked. Stewardly had already thought of a countermeasure. In order to kill Fang Chen, he did not hesitate to waste another scarlet maple leaf. Crash! The scarlet maple leaf exploded and forced the two commanders to retreat. At the same time, the two commanders were injured. Die. Stewardly stared at Fang Chen and laughed eerily. The terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen's body. As long as the astral essence hit Fang Chen, he would die without a doubt. At this time, in the sky outside the prefecture city, a figure was flying rapidly. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet that old monster. Thunder Freer's face was full of helplessness. After Fang Chen crushed the jade pendant to ask for help, he rushed here at full speed. He did not expect to meet that old monster on the way and fight with him for a long time before letting him go. I hope I'm not too late. As he spoke, Thunder Freer entered the prefecture city. He spread out his soul and instantly discovered what was happening above the First Army. Seeing that Fang Chen was in danger, Thunder Freer was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Crash. In the next moment, Thunder Freer appeared above Fang Chen out of thin air. At this time, the terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen. Am I going to die? Fang Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness. Break. While everyone was still in shock, the vital spirit of heaven and earth that came into contact with Fang Chen's body shattered and disappeared into the void without even causing a ripple. How is this possible? Stewardly was shocked and cried out. How dare you attack my brother? Do you want to die? Thunder Freer landed beside Fang Chen. After confirming that Fang Chen was fine, he turned to stare at Stewardly and said coldly, Buzz. Around Thunder Freer, the power of the stars surged. The wild aura enveloped the first army, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The two commanders were the most shocked. That's a heavenly body tier elite. How does Fang Chen know a heavenly body tier elite? The appearance of a mysterious heavenly body tier elite made Steward Li's heart tremble. Heavenly body tier. Steward Li's heart was filled with fear. A single look from a heavenly body tier elite was enough to make him extremely terrified. He also didn't expect that there would be a heavenly body tier elite behind Fang Chen. Senior, this is my fault. I'm willing to bear all the consequences, Steward Li said hurriedly. What a joke. Heaven Dipper tier elites were like ants in front of heavenly body tier elite. Bear all the consequences, Thunder Freer said with a sneer. If he had come a little later, Fang Chen would probably have died at his hands. Without Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm willing to give Fang Chen a scarlet maple leaf as an apology, Steward Li said. 1. Thunder Freer glared at Steward Li. No, 10. This is all the wealth I've accumulated over these years. I'll give it all to Fang Chen. I hope this matter will end here, Steward Li begged in fear. Give it to me. Thunder Freer waved his hand, and 10 scarlet maple leaves flew out from Steward Li's body. Then, Thunder Freer handed them to Fang Chen and said, Keep these. Steward Li was overjoyed, thinking that Thunder Freer would let him go. However, Thunder Freer's next words made him despair. Chapter 979. These aren't enough to exchange for your life. Thunder Freer's words made Steward Li's face turn ashen. 10 scarlet maple leaves. These were all the wealth he had accumulated as a steward of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. However, 10 scarlet maple leaves were still not enough to satisfy a heavenly body tier elite. His body was trembling. A heavenly body tier elite could kill him with a flip of the hand. In front of Thunder Freer, he didn't dare to act rashly. The hearts of the two commanders were also filled with astonishment. Heavenly body tier. That was a heavenly body tier elite. Even the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly body tier elite. I didn't expect Fang Chen to have the support of a heavenly body tier elite. Yes, looks like this steward will be skinned alive even if he doesn't die this time. The two commanders sighed. The other cultivators were even more stunned. This was the first time they had seen a heavenly body tier elite. Killing you will dirty my hands. I'll leave your worthless life to my brother. As he spoke, Thunder Freer stretched out his hand and directly pressed down. No. Steward Li screamed in horror. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Thunder Freer's suppression. Gotcha. Thunder Freer's hand pressed down, and Steward Li instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. This, everyone was shocked. Housekeeper Li's aura was rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth around Steward Li gradually dissipated. In the end, the heaven and earth in Steward Li's chi were all shattered. I'll spare your life and let my brother kill you personally. However, you're not allowed to attack my brother for 3 years. Otherwise, who couldn't deal with the threat of a heavenly body tier elite? Steward Li's body trembled. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't dare to speak. A heavenly body tier elite was too powerful. Just a casual strike had shattered the heaven and earth in his chi, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the Heaven Dipper tier. It was extremely difficult for Heaven Dipper tier elites to condense even one strand of heaven and earth. After suffering such a setback, he probably wouldn't be able to condense another strand of vital essence for the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, within 3 to 5 years, his cultivation base will stay in the Heavenly Dipper realm initial stage. Thank you for your mercy, Senior, Butler Li said in a deep voice. Thunder Freer snorted coldly. He then turned to Fang Chen and said, I will leave him to you. You better train hard. After that, Thunder Freer took Fang Chen and left the residence of the First Army. in a certain restaurant in the Sky Sword Prefecture's capital city. Thunder Freer restrained his aura and sat down with Fong Chen in the restaurant, drinking. Senior Tianlei, thank you so much. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked. If it were not for Thunder Freer showing up in time, he would not have been able to make it out alive. If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped in the heavenly lightning space. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Compared to stepping into the heavenly body tier, this was nothing. Moreover, the more he interacted with Fong Chen, the more Thunder Freer realized that Fong Chen's personality was very suitable for him. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother. Thunder Freer laughed loudly. Fong Chen was stunned. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Big Brother? How could he not hug such a thick thigh? A heavenly body tier elite was considered an elite on Scar Island. Even the master of a province on Scar Island would not be able to compete with him. After drinking for a while, Fong Chen asked, Big Brother Thunder Freer, where did you go before? To tell you the truth, I am the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. I returned this time to deal with the matters of the Sky Thunder Prefecture, Thunder Freer said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. He did not expect Thunder Freer to be the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. The Lord of a prefecture, that was the master of a prefecture. He had great power. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was adjacent to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Fong Chen did not know how big the Demon Cloud Prefecture was. The Sky Sword Prefecture was so vast, and there were 8 prefectures in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was almost the same as the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The master of a province had a lot of authority on Scar Island. So Big Brother is the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture, Fong Chen said with a smile. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, That was a long time ago. I disappeared for 10,000 years, and the Sky Thunder Prefecture has changed hands. However, the current Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture is my disciple. What do you plan to do next? Thunder Freer asked. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I plan to continue cultivating in the Sky Sword Prefecture. When my cultivation increases, I will go to other places. The outerverse was too big and there were many elite. With Fong Chen's strength, he could only be cannon fodder if he went to other places. It was better to cultivate in the Sky Sword Prefecture. After joining the First Army, there would be no danger for the time being, and other cultivators would not dare to act against him. This was a good time to cultivate. Your potential is very high. Within 3 years, you will definitely be able to rival Heaven Dipper tier elites, Thunder Freer said. Big Brother, what are you going to do next? Fong Chen asked. I have already stepped into the heavenly body tier. This small Sky Thunder Prefecture has no more attachments. I plan to go to the center of Scar Island to temper myself, Thunder Freer said. After stepping into the heavenly body tier, it was too difficult to increase one's cultivation level. Brat, if you have time, go to the Sky Thunder Prefecture and mention my name, Thunder Freer said. In the end, Thunder Freer chatted with Fong Chen for a long time, and then quietly disappeared. When Fong Chen returned to the First Army, the whole place was in an uproar. All the cultivators looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of fear. If it was only Fong Chen, they would not be afraid at all. However, there was a heavenly body tier elite behind him. Captain Fong. On the square, cultivators greeted Fong Chen wherever he went. Fong Chen nodded and then returned to his room. After the appearance of the heavenly body tier Thunder Freer, the storm of housekeeperly gradually died down. Now, Fong Chen had become famous in the First Army. All the cultivators would unconsciously think of that heavenly body tier elite when they mentioned Fong Chen. And time also slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Fong Chen had been cultivating in seclusion. Although there were occasional missions, most of them were simple. One day, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by aura. The spiritual qi was very dense, and there were ripples in the air. 5th level of the mysterious king tier? In half a year, Fang Chun had broken through from the 3rd level of the mysterious king tier to the 5th level of the mysterious king tier. This kind of cultivation speed made people despair. I've already cultivated the void meteor annihilation to the transformation level. It's time to go to the heaven connecting peak. Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Then, his figure flashed, and instantly entered the heaven connecting peak. Master! Seeing Fang Chen, the tool spirit and half-beast clasped their hands and called out. I've already cultivated the void meteor annihilation to the peak. I want to cultivate the heavenly star technique. Fang Chen directly stated his purpose. Congratulations, Master! The tool spirit and half-beast grinned. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at this mysterious place. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and instantly grabbed a ball of light, and then took it away. Voila! All the information of the heavenly star technique entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the heavenly star technique. However, after about 3 minutes, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was a bit of displeasure on his face. What's going on? Fang Chen was very confused. Master, it's very difficult to cultivate the heavenly star technique. Your current cultivation is only at the mysterious king tier. If you reach the heaven dipper tier, it'll be much easier to cultivate, the tool spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. No wonder he felt that the heavenly star technique was very obscure and difficult to understand. So it was because his cultivation level was too low. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. He said a few words to the tool spirit and half-beast, and then turned to leave. When he left, Fang Chen's soul scanned and found that his disciple, Tian Xian, was still wandering in the heaven connecting peak. Now, his cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. Not bad. Fang Chen was very satisfied with his disciple. Tian Xian had the sky desolate sword body, which was stronger than his sword body. He was born to be a sword cultivation genius. Chapter 980. At Fang Chen's level, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. When the time was right, he had to guide his disciple. After doing all this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he left the heaven-piercing peak. Although the heaven-piercing peak world was very small, it was a world of its own. There were many martial artists living here. Some were the disciples of the heaven-piercing island lord, and some were from the heaven-piercing island. They lived carefree lives in the heaven-piercing peak world. On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, Tian Xian sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Suddenly, the void tore and a light flashed. Seeing this, Tian Xian's face turned serious as he stared at the light. Whoosh! Tian Xian was actually unable to block this beam of light and it instantly entered his body. Immediately, Tian Xian's mind was filled with the aura of the sword principle. This, Tian Xian was shocked. In the blink of an eye, his understanding of the sword principle had increased greatly. Master's guidance. Instantly, Tian Xian understood that the light just now must have been left by his master. Back then, after the ancient sword continent was unified, Tian Xian chose to enter the heaven-piercing peak to cultivate. Now, his cultivation was too weak, and he could not go out to explore. Once his cultivation reached the mystic king realm, he would go out to explore. As soon as Fang Chen appeared in the heaven-piercing peak, Hu Ming came looking for him. Fang Chen, you broke through. Seeing Fang Chen's aura, Hu Ming grinned and said, Captain Hu, why are you looking for me? Fang Chen knew that Hu Ming must be looking for him for something. Fang Chen, in 7 days, the First Army's 4 Guardian teams will hold a competition that is held once every 3 years, said Hu Ming. Competition? Fang Chen was a little confused. Actually, it's just a competition between the Guardian teams. Of course, there's also a competition between the Guardian captains, said Hu Ming. After listening to Hu Ming's explanation, Fang Chen understood. Fang Chen, this is the information of the other 6 guardian captains. Take a look carefully. Hu Ming put down the information and left. Fang Chen casually flipped through the list. The 6 captains of the other 3 escort groups were basically martial artists at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Among them, the captain of the first guard team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was only 1 step away from the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. He was also the champion of the First Army's chief guard captain in the previous captain competition. If I don't use the secret soul technique, it shouldn't be hard for me to deal with an early 9th level martial artist. If I use the secret ice sword, I should be able to fight a late 9th level Profound King realm martial artist. Fang Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the head guard captain. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was the improvement of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Today, the residence of the first troop was extremely lively. The members of the 4 great guardian teams were all gathered in the square. Captain Fang, you've come. In the 3rd guardian team area, many members nodded and greeted Fang Chen when they saw him arrive. Fang Chen nodded in response and sat in the front row of the 3rd guardian team area. The 4 great guardian teams were in 4 different directions. At the front, there was a rostrum where 2 commanders sat side by side. Everyone, today is the triennial competition of the First Army. The 2 commanders stood up and introduced the rules of the competition in detail. Then, the competition officially began. First, the members of the 4 great guardian teams took turns to compete. I am Hu Yanlong of the 3rd guardian team. Who wants to fight with me? At a certain moment, Hu Yanlong stepped onto the martial stage. His aura surged as he looked around and shouted, "Let me!" A voice came from the 1st guardian team. A person leaped onto the martial stage and fought with Hu Yanlong. Bang bang bang, the battle between the 2 was very intense. However, Hu Yanlong had been suppressing his opponent from the start. Finally, after fighting for more than 30 rounds, Hu Yanlong found an opportunity to send his opponent flying with a punch. Hu Yanlong won. In the following battle, Hu Yanlong defeated dozens of martial artists with lightning speed. After that, no one from the 4 great guardian teams dared to challenge Hu Yanlong. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong felt bored and walked off the martial stage. After Hu Yanlong left, the other members all went onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, it was already late. For the entire day, the 4 great guardian teams competed with each other. Generally speaking, the members of the 3rd guardian team were on the weaker side. The strongest was the 1st guardian team. Bang bang bang, after a series of fierce battles, a victor was finally decided between the 2 people on the martial stage. This also indicated that this year's competition had come to an end. One of the commanders stood up and looked around. Then, he grinned and laughed. This year's competition has come to an end. Everyone's performance was very good. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. The 3rd guardian team's Hu Yanlong has obtained first place in this year's competition. He is rewarded with 3 astral essence pills. Hearing that Hu Yanlong had been rewarded with 3 astral essence pills, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. In the 3rd guardian team area, everyone cupped their hands and congratulated him. Hu Yanlong, congratulations. Haha, Hu Yanlong, you've brought honor to our 3rd guardian team. The reward is too generous. It's actually 3 astral essence pills at once. What a generous reward. Fang Chen, who was sitting in the front row, revealed a smile on his face. The astral essence pill was a fatal temptation to 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists. Ordinary 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists couldn't absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. However, after consuming the astral essence pill, they could absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. This way, it would be beneficial for martial artists to enter the Heaven Star realm. Thank you, commanders. Hu Yanlong cupped his hands and thanked them. The first Guardian team's overall strength is ranked first. He is rewarded with 5 Astral Essence pills and a special pardon for a Hell-level mission. Crash. The square was in an uproar. The first Guardian team was excited. The 5 Astral Essence pills were already shocking enough. They didn't expect to be rewarded with a special pardon for a Hell-level mission. As everyone knew, Hell-level missions were extremely dangerous and had a high mortality rate. Every time the Guardian team was forcefully assigned to a Hell-level mission, everyone would be terrified. As for the special amnesty reward, he would be able to reject a Hell-rank mission at a critical moment without any punishment. Congratulations, Captain Niehu. Several captains congratulated him. Niehu was the first Guardian team's captain and also the first Guardian team's captain. Niehu's face was full of smiles. After the rewards were distributed, one of the commanders said, "It's already late today. The competition between the captains will continue tomorrow." After speaking, everyone dispersed. Fang Chen bid farewell to Hu Ming and returned to the third Guardian team. Late at night, an unexpected martial artist appeared in Fang Chen's room. "Captain Fang Chen, you're still awake." "Yes, Captain Niehu. Why are you here?" Although Fang Chen had met Niehu before, he wasn't familiar with him. He didn't understand why Niehu would look for him so late at night. "Captain Fang Chen, I have indeed come to find you because I have a favor to ask of you," Niehu said with a smile. "Please speak, Captain Niehu," Fang Chen said. "Captain Fang Chen, I also know that there's a heavenly body tier elite behind you." Niehu paused and then said, "If Captain Fang Chen can introduce him to me, I'm willing to give up the position of head captain to you tomorrow, Captain Fang Chen." Fang Chen frowned slightly, and didn't say anything. "Captain Fang Chen," Niehu said, "the rewards for becoming head captain in every competition are very generous. Your cultivation level is too low now, and you need a large amount of resources. This position of head captain is very important to you." "Captain Niehu, I'm afraid I can't help you." Fang Chen spread his hands. How could he not know that Niehu wanted him to act as a go-between, get to know a heavenly body tier elite, and then become his disciple? Not to mention that Big Brother Tianlei had already left. Even if he was here, Fang Chen wouldn't do this. This Niehu was very scheming. In order to get to know a heavenly body tier elite, he didn't hesitate to give up the position of head captain. "Captain Fang Chen, such a small matter shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Niehu looked a little displeased. He thought that Fang Chen was deliberately declining. "It's not that I don't want to, but that heavenly body tier elite has already left," Fang Chen said. "Captain Fang Chen, are you really not going to help?" Captain Niehu asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 981. Fang Chen shrugged and stood up. It was obvious that he was going to send him off. However, Fang Chen's actions angered Niehu. "It seems that Captain Fang is unwilling to help," Niehu said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fang Chen did not say anything else and turned to look out of the window. Seeing this, Niehu nodded and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Goodbye, Captain Fang." Niehu turned and left in a huff. "This Niehu actually wants me to build a bridge for him," Fang Chen muttered to himself with a smirk. The next day, the captain competition was the highlight of the day. In the entire square, all the team members had arrived early and were waiting for the exciting battle. Not long after, the 2 commanders arrived. The 4 escort teams and 8 captains had all arrived. Today there will be a competition between captains. First, there will be a competition between captains, and then there will be a competition between vice-captains, said the commander. The 8 captains were eager to have a go. After the announcement of the rules, the 2 commanders sat on the rostrum. The battle between the captains had begun. The first to go up was the captain of the first escort team, Niehu, and the captain of the second escort team. Damn it! The captain of the second escort team was a little helpless when he saw Niehu. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not give up directly, so he could only bite the bullet. Bang bang bang! Before the second captain could make a move, Niehu had already made his move. Go! Niehu growled and clenched his fist. Spiritual energy surrounded his body. The majestic aura made Niehu's fists full of lethality. As everyone expected, Niehu's fist landed on the captain of the second escort team. Immediately, the captain of the second escort team was sent flying. Niehu wins, the commander announced. A smile appeared on Niehu's face. When he left the martial arts arena, he looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Fang Chen, I'll go first. Hu Ming patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said. On the martial arts arena, Hu Ming and the captain of the fourth escort team were fighting. The two of them were evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he watched the fierce battle on the martial arts stage. Captain Fang, do you think Captain Hu Ming can win? Asked Hu Yanlong. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, The fourth guard captain's fist strength is very fierce, but he can't maintain it for too long. Captain Hu Ming's palm technique is very tricky. If nothing goes wrong, Captain Hu Ming will win. After listening to Fang Chen's words, Hu Yanlong laughed heartily and no longer spoke. On the martial arts stage, Hu Ming suddenly stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a huge handprint appeared in the sky. It contained an extremely majestic aura. So strong. Everyone in the square was shocked. Even the fourth guard captain's expression changed greatly. He let out a low roar and punched out with all his might. Bunga deafening sound rang out as palm techniques clashed against fist technique. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena began to shake. When the chaotic spiritual energy dissipated, two figures stood facing each other on the martial arts stage. There was a smile on Hu Ming's face. Opposite him, the fourth guard captain's expression was extremely gloomy. In the end, after his expression changed several times, he clasped his hands and said, I admit defeat. Since the fourth guard captain had said this, it meant that Hu Ming had defeated him. In the battle of the four captains, Hu Ming and Niehu had won. Next was the battle of vice-captains. The battle between the first and second vice-captains was within everyone's expectations. After a fierce battle, the first vice-captains defeated the second vice-captains. Fang Chen, it's your turn. I have high hopes for you, Hu Ming said excitedly. Fang Chen leaped onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, I've heard of your great name long ago. Although you have a great elite of the heavenly body tier behind you, we're competing in personal battle prowess, not background. The fourth vice-captain said in a low voice. In his opinion, Fang Chen's strength was only SOSO. Then let's battle, Fang Chen said. Voila! Extremely majestic spiritual energy surged out of the fourth vice-captain's body. Then, spiritual energy surged in his chi-si. A battle saber appeared in the fourth vice-captain's hand. Sky extinguishing saber. The fourth vice-captain shouted in a low voice, and the battle saber in his hand spun violently. In an instant, saber chi filled the martial arts stage. It could be seen that the fourth vice-captain was an expert of the saber Dao. His saber techniques were superb. Xiao. The true intent of saber swept across the entire martial arts stage, and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. 5th grade. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled. The fourth vice-captain's saber intent had reached the 5th grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already very terrifying. On the rostrum, one of the captains said, 5th grade saber intent. He can be considered a genius of the saber Dao. Yes, this person needs to be nurtured well. The two captains were curious about how Fang Chen would deal with this 5th grade saber intent. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood quietly, not saying a word. Some people even thought that Fang Chen was scared silly. Boom! The majestic saber intent all gathered in front of Fang Chen, squeezing Fang Chen. Get lost! Fang Chen reprimanded softly. In the next moment, the sword will of the 7th grade realm instantly spread out. Hiss! Visible to the naked eye, the saber intent was swallowed by the sword intent. In the square below there were exclamations. Fang Chen's sword intent actually swallowed the saber intent. How is it possible? Is his sword intent stronger than the fourth vice-captain's saber intent? What a tyrannical sword intent! Not only the crowd exclaimed, but even the two captains were slightly shocked. 7th grade, at such a young age, his sword intent has reached the 7th grade. It's really rare. Yes, this kind of sword Dao talent, in the entire Demon Cloud state, I'm afraid no one can match him. The more they came into contact with Fang Chen, the more shocked the two captains were. Fang Chen's sword Dao talent was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the menacing saber intent was completely swallowed by the sword intent. Now, on the martial arts stage, the sword intent permeated and shrouded the fourth vice-captain. How is it possible? The fourth vice-captain's face changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. Then, the saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world. The fourth vice-captain's saber slashed out, and its power was tyrannical to the extreme. Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the Third Revolution Radiant Sword Technique. Whoosh! The radiant sword light suddenly suspended above his head, and then collided with the fourth vice-captain's saber. Bang! A deafening sound spread out in an instant. With a bang, the two men separated in an instant after a brief contact. No, I must defeat you. The fourth vice-captain was aware of Fang Chen's strength, and he fell into a frenzy. The Sky Extinction Saber was urged to the extreme, constantly slashing out a powerful saber light. However, no matter how the fourth vice-captain attacked, Fang Chen could easily deal with it. In the end, Fang Chen defeated the fourth vice-captain with the spacetime meteorite strike. Fang Chen wins. When the commander announced the result, there was a burst of cheers in the third guard group area. Congratulations, Captain Fang. Everyone laughed. You're getting stronger and stronger, Hu Ming said. Fang Chen just smiled and said nothing. The two commanders looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully, then stood up and said, "The battle continues." First, the first vice-captain and Fang Chen's battle. Fist shaking heaven and earth. The first vice-captain displayed his most powerful attack as soon as he came up. However, Fang Chen was still able to face it calmly. The first vice-captain's cultivation was at the middle stage 9th level Profound King Realm. Fang Chen could easily crush him with the space-time meteorite strike. Boom! Fang Chen defeated the first vice-captain. Suddenly, Fang Chen became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In the first guard group area, a trace of killing intent flashed in Ye Hu's eyes. He was very unhappy. The two commanders were also very happy. A peerless genius. This was the two commanders' evaluation of Fang Chen. To be able to defeat a 9th-level Profound King Realm martial artist as a 5th-level Profound King Realm martial artist, it was enough to show how heaven-defying Fang Chen's strength was. Big brother, I've heard that in the vast universe, there are some heaven-defying geniuses who are strong enough to fight across a realm, the second commander said. Hearing this, the first commander nodded solemnly and said, although fighting across a realm sounds shocking, there really are such existences. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. However, there were very few geniuses who could fight across a realm. At least, there were none in the Sky Sword Mansion. Chapter 982. The last battle of the captains was between Ye Hu and Hu Ming. Although both of them were at the peak of LV9 Profound King Realm, the gap between them was obvious. Many people did not think that Hu Ming would win. Even the members of the third team did not think that Hu Ming would be Ye Hu's opponent. On the martial arts practice platform, Ye Hu's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Hu Ming. Ye Hu, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. Today, I finally get my wish. Hu Ming smiled. You'll regret it, Ye Hu said eerily. The aura around him was terrifying. Hu Ming was full of fighting spirit and his aura increased. Then let's fight. Hu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The wild spiritual energy turned into a terrifying palm print in the sky and rushed towards Nie Hu. Insignificant skill. Nie Hu sneered and suddenly punched out. Crack! Nie Hu's fist looked simple, but it shattered Hu Ming's palm print attack. Seeing this, Hu Ming's fighting spirit became stronger. Heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming used his unique skill, heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming was famous in the First Army because of his unique skill, heaven and earth in the palm. Hu Ming did not use it in the battle with the fourth team leader. Now, he was fully aware of Nie Hu's strength, so he did not hesitate to use the heaven and earth in the palm. Woo! Hu Ming's palm suddenly enlarged countless times. Then, it shrunk rapidly. After 10 breaths, Hu Ming's palm expanded to its maximum size. His palm was as big as the martial arts stage. His palm was like a small world. There was a vast amount of spiritual energy and the extremely sharp power of heaven and earth. Is this the heaven and earth in the palm that you're so proud of? Nie Hu sneered. Let's see what you're going to do after I break your heaven and earth. As soon as Nie Hu finished speaking, he clenched his fist. The aura around him gathered on his fist and he punched out. This punch had reached the limit of the profound king realm and was comparable to the strength of a half-step to the heaven's star border realm. Dong! Nie Hu's fist heavily hit the heaven and earth in the palm. Crack! A crack appeared in the heaven and earth in the palm. However, after a short confrontation, Nie Hu's fist radiance dissipated and he was forced to retreat. However, Hu Ming was in an even more sorry state. Cracks appeared in the world within his palm, and it was difficult for him to maintain it. He kept retreating and stabilized himself with great difficulty. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. Not yet. Seeing this, Nie Hu's expression turned completely gloomy. He was the First Army's chief guard captain, yet he was unable to shatter Hu Ming's heaven and earth in the palm in front of so many people. To him, this was intolerable. Since that's the case, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to use the heaven and earth within a palm again. Nie Hu roared crazily. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Hu Ming. Before Han Ming could react, a scarlet maple leaf appeared in Nie Hu's hand. Then, he placed it into Han Ming's world in the palm. Boom! A violent aura instantly spread out, and the vital spirit within the scarlet maple leaf exploded. Pucci, the heaven and earth in the palm was smashed into pieces without any resistance. Then, a figure instantly flew out from the chaotic spiritual chi. When the crowd looked over, they were shocked. At this moment, Hu Ming was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood, and his palm was torn apart. Captain Hu! The members of the Third Guardian team roared as they rushed to the bottom of the stage and surrounded Hu Ming. Fang Chen hurried over with an ugly expression. He tapped a few times on Hu Ming's body and sealed his acupuncture point. Send the captain back, Fang Chen said. Hu Yanlong and the others hurriedly sent Hu Ming away. Nie Hu, you're too ruthless. Nie Hu, you bastard. How dare you use the scarlet maple leaf? You crippled our captain. I'm going to kill you. Nie Hu's actions angered the entire Third Army. There's no rule in the competition that forbids me from using the scarlet maple leaf, Nie Hu sneered. If it weren't for Fang Chen stopping them, the members of the Third Army would have rushed to the martial arts arena and fought Nie Hu. On the main stage, the first commander said with a gloomy expression, Nie Hu, you've gone too far. First commander, Hu Ming is no match for me, but he refuses to admit defeat. I can't do anything about it, Nie Hu said as he shrugged. Since you used the scarlet maple leaf, Hu Ming is half crippled, the second commander said. Although they were unhappy with Nie Hu's actions, they couldn't say anything since he didn't violate the rules. However, it was a pity for Hu Ming. All right, the competition ends here, the two commanders said with a gloomy expression. The crowd was about to leave. However, at this moment, Nie Hu suddenly said, "Commanders, I've long heard of Captain Fang's extraordinary talent. I've always admired him for being able to fight a 9th-level Mystic King martial artist when he's only at the 5th-level Mystic King stage. I wonder if you can give me a chance to fight with Captain Fang and let me see what a genius is like." The crowd that was about to leave suddenly stopped when they heard this. Even Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Nie Hu. This, the two commanders pondered and seemed to be discussing. "Commanders, I would also like to seek advice from Captain Nie Hu." Fang Chen took the initiative to speak. Originally, the two commanders wanted to refuse, but since Fang Chen himself agreed, they directly nodded. "All right, the two of you fight. Be careful and don't overdo it." Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts practice stage and stared at Nie Hu. "Captain Fang, I won't hold back in the battle later," Nie Hu said with a smile. "Captain Nie Hu, please don't be angry if I'm too heavy-handed," Fang Chen said calmly. "Why would I?" Killing intent flashed through Nie Hu's eyes. With the two commanders present, he couldn't kill Fang Chen in front of everyone, but he could use this opportunity to cripple Fang Chen. "Captain Fang, take this," Nie Hu shouted in a low voice as the aura around him surged. Specks of light flickered on his body and moved continuously before finally converging on his fist. Starburst Fist. Nie Hu performed the Starburst Fist, and the void shook as he punched out. "Ignorant!" Fang Chen stood motionless on the martial arts practice stage. Looking at Nie Hu's attack, he felt that the latter was an idiot. Nie Hu was thoroughly enraged by Fang Chen's actions. With a roar, the Starburst Fist increased the speed of his attack. Just as Nie Hu's attack was about to reach Fang Chen, two scarlet maple leaves suddenly appeared in the latter's hand. "Are you the only one who knows how to use it?" Fang Chen didn't give Nie Hu any chance and threw out the two scarlet maple leaves. Rumble! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The martial arts practice stage was shaking. The vital essence contained in the two scarlet maple leaves was too fierce. Even a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist couldn't resist it, let alone Nie Hu. Nie Hu screamed miserably in the horrifying vital essence. When he rushed out, he was in a sorry state. One of his arms was directly blown off. The wound on his back was horrifying. His flesh was gone, and only his bones were left. "Commander, please help me." Nie Hu was in pain all over, but his body was still dazzled by the vital essence. He begged the commander to save him. The two commanders didn't expect things to turn out like this. In fact, they had forgotten that Fang Chen had obtained 10 scarlet maple leaves from Stewardly. The two commanders looked at each other and then took action together, suppressing the horrifying vital essence in an instant. Poochie! The invading vital essence was forced out of his body. At this time, Nie Hu was no longer popular. It wasn't easy to keep his life. The huge square was dead silent. A moment ago, he was so glorious. The next moment, he was in such a miserable state. At the same time, everyone looked at Fang Chen with horror in their eyes. Fang Chen was too crazy. He actually used 2 scarlet maple leaves at once. "Take him down to heal." Seeing that Nie Hu was no longer popular, the commander said in a deep voice. "Okay, let's disperse." The two captains glanced at Fang Chen but did not say anything in the end. The members of the 3rd Guard team were extremely excited. Hu Ming was seriously injured by Nie Hu, and now Fang Chen seriously injured Nie Hu. It was also a sign-up. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen in this year's competition for captains. Chapter 983. In the competition between captains, Fang Chen unexpectedly won the position of Chief Guard Captain. This was an unparalleled honor that represented strength and power. Although it pained him to waste 2 scarlet maple leaves and cripple Nie Hu. However, Fang Chen didn't care too much about it. After this battle, all the martialists in the First Army looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of reverence. Fang Chen's scarlet maple leaves were intimidating, but he was also very strong. As for the two commanders, they looked at Fang Chen in a new light. Fang Chen's potential was very strong in the entire Sky Sword Mansion. Nie who couldn't compare to Fang Chen at all. After the competition ended, the two commanders decided to give Fang Chen a reward as the head guard captain. The first reward was a generous 1,000,000 purple crystals. The second reward was amnesty for a hell-level mission. The third reward was an advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. When Fang Chen saw the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll, his eyes lit up. As a sword cultivator, he naturally knew how powerful the Sword Truth Scroll was. When he was in the ancient Sword Continent, he was lucky enough to obtain the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. After that, he successfully took the 5 steps and condensed the Sword Heart. After condensing the Sword Heart, his sword cultivation speed became faster. And now, the two commanders actually rewarded him with the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll. This, Fang Chen held the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll with a smile on his face. Fang Chen, you have great potential in the Sword Truth Scroll. Cultivate well and strive to step into the Heaven Star Border realm one day, the commander said. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, commanders." Compared to the Hell-level mission and the 1,000,000 purple crystals, Fang Chen liked the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll the most. After returning to the third troop, Fang Chen immediately took out the advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll and read it. The advanced-level Sword Truth Scroll included the 5 steps of the Sword Truth: Sword Momentum, Sword Intent, Sword Soul, and Sword Heart. Each of these 5 steps was incomparably profound. On the other hand, the Advanced Sword Quintessence Scroll also had 5 steps. As for the 5 steps, they were divided according to their titles. They were Sword Hero, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Spirit, and Sword God. Sword Hero, a hero of the sword. Sword King, the king of swords. Sword Emperor, the emperor of swords. Sword Spirit. Sword Tao was connected to the spirit. The Sword God's Sword Tao had reached divinity. Although these 5 steps seemed to be a title, they were actually the last 5 steps of Sword Tao. If he could successfully cultivate it, his Sword Tao would reach divinity and reach the true pinnacle of Sword Tao. As expected of Sword Quintessence, Fang Chen's eyes glowed as he couldn't help but sigh. The first step was Sword Hero. If one wanted to succeed in cultivating Sword Hero, one had to have a perfect sword heart. Then, one had to use the power of heaven and earth to fuse the sword heart into one's comprehension of Sword Tao. At this moment, he could be considered to have reached the initial stage of the Sword Grandmaster realm. After reaching the Sword Hero realm, one's comprehension of the Sword Tao would be even deeper. Practicing swordsmanship would yield twice the result with half the effort. After careful observation, Fang Chen prepared to start cultivating the Advanced Sword Truth Comprehension Scroll. His sword chi circled around his body, and the 7th grade Sword Quintessence instantly spread out. In Fang Chen's body, the sword heart floated up and constantly wandered around in Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Waves of Sword Tao aura ran through his entire body. Fang Chen continued to comprehend the contents of the Advanced Sword Truth Comprehension Scroll. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Fang Chen had been working hard to cultivate repeatedly. However, it was very difficult to take the step to become a sword hero. He was still a little lacking in maturity, and he couldn't integrate the sword heart into his comprehension of Sword Tao. However, Fang Chen didn't give up. After trying for half a month, he finally found a trick. Today, he continued to break through to the Sword Hero realm. At a certain moment in the territory of Sky Sword Mansion, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Immediately after, in a certain part of the sky, the void was torn apart, and spatial turbulence appeared. It was very terrifying. Then, a void stone gate suddenly appeared, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Around this void stone gate, there was an extremely powerful spatial turbulence. Even if a Heaven Star Realm expert got close, he or she would be torn to pieces. On this day, the entire Demon Cloud state was shaken. In Sky Sword Mansion. What happened? Why is there such a big commotion? The Sky Sword Mansion Master had just come out of seclusion. He instantly felt the majestic aura and asked directly. Mansion Master, in our Sky Sword Mansion, the space was torn apart, and spatial turbulence appeared. It seems that a relic has appeared. A relic has appeared. The Mansion Master's face changed slightly. Immediately, the Mansion Master's figure flashed and disappeared from the mansion. At the same time, the other 7 mansions were also alarmed. The Mansion Masters of the 7 mansions rushed to the spatial turbulence. Even the Demon Cloud family in the prefecture city was alarmed. In a dangerous place in Sky Sword Mansion. In the sky there was a star-like void stone gate, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Wisps of star power shot out from the void stone gate and sprinkled on the ground. Around the void stone gate, there was extremely terrifying spatial turbulence. These spatial turbulence were forcefully brought out by the void stone gate. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. After some time, the Sky Sword Mansion Master was the first to arrive. He stood in the air and looked at the void stone gate from afar. What a powerful spatial turbulence! The Sky Sword Mansion Master's face was extremely solemn. He did not dare to get close to the void stone gate. The spatial turbulence was very chaotic, and the surrounding air was shattered. Could it really be a relic? The Sky Sword Mansion Master muttered to himself. In the vast universe, there were countless ancient relics hidden. These ancient relics were hidden in every corner of the universe. In the universe, some inexplicable relics would appear from time to time. The relic's appearance this time was too big, and it alarmed the 8 mansions of the Demon Cloud state. Crash! After a while, the martial artists of the other 7 mansions also arrived. Sky Sword, you were the first to arrive. Did you find anything? A Mansion Master asked. The Sky Sword Mansion Master shook his head and said, "The spatial turbulence is too strong. I can't get close. This is clearly an ancient relic. I just don't know what's inside." Another Mansion Master said. The 8 Mansion Masters stood side by side and discussed with each other. Just as the 8 Mansion Masters were discussing, the Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family arrived. Grand Elder. The 8 Mansion Masters cupped their hands and called out. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family was second only to the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud state. So even the 8 Mansion Masters were very respectful when they saw him. Grand Elder, do you know what kind of relic this is? The Sky Sword Mansion Master asked. If my guess is correct, this should be the seclusion place of the Demon Cloud state's Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said slowly with a solemn expression. Hearing this, the 8 Mansion Masters cried out at the same time. No one was more shocked than the Sky Sword Mansion Master. Among the 8, he was the one who knew the Sky Devil Sword Emperor the most, because the Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Sky Sword Mansion. In the historical records of the Sky Sword Mansion, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had once read about the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor rose 100,000 years ago. At that time, he was very famous. The Sky Devil Sword art shocked everyone. But later, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor mysteriously disappeared. Everyone guessed that he should have died. But now, the seclusion place of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor appeared in the Sky Sword Mansion. Could it be that this was the blessing of fate? As long as we have the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, our Sky Sword Mansion will definitely stand out among the 8 Mansion Masters. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was very excited. The other 7 Mansion Masters' eyes were shining. Grand Elder, there is a strong spatial turbulence at the Void Stone Gate. How do we go in? A Mansion Master asked hurriedly. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said, I just checked. Heaven Star Border Realm powerhouses can't enter the seclusion place of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Hearing this, the 8 mansion masters' faces changed slightly. Heaven Star Border Realm powerhouses couldn't enter. Didn't that mean they were going to miss the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor? This matter needs to be discussed at length. Go back immediately and block the news and wait for the Patriarch's news. The Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud family said in a deep voice. This time, the appearance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's seclusion place caused a huge commotion. The other mansion masters that were adjacent to the Demon Cloud mansion might also be alarmed. Therefore, they must block the news. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Demon Cloud mansion. The inheritance he left behind should be inherited by the Demon Cloud mansion. Okay, we will go back and make arrangements. The 8 mansion masters nodded at the same time and quickly returned. Chapter 984. The 8 prefectures of the Demon Cloud state jointly blocked the news. Except for the people of the 8 prefectures, no one else knew about this news. The official explanation was that there was a Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse fighting in the Sky Sword Prefecture. Many people didn't believe it, but they couldn't go to the source of the movement, so the matter was left unsettled. In the Sky Sword Prefecture, Fong Chen was still cultivating. He didn't know that the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion had appeared in the Sky Sword Prefecture. Many people went crazy over it. How can I integrate the Sword Heart into the comprehension of Sword Dao? Fong Chen was still troubled by this question, and his head was about to explode. However, he couldn't figure it out at all. Sword Dao, Sword Dao. Fong Chen comprehended the advanced Sword Dao Truth Scroll over and over again, demonstrating his comprehension of Sword Dao over and over again. Finally, after another half a month, there was finally a little progress. At a certain moment, the 7th grade sword intent instantly spread out around Fong Chen's body and swept through the room. Then, the sword chi on Fong Chen's body was changing a little bit. In his body, the sword heart was no longer rotating and stayed in a certain part of his body, waiting to merge. Decompose. Suddenly, Fong Chen shouted in a low voice, and the sword intent crazily gathered together, and then directly wrapped the sword heart, trying to decompose it. This was also the method that Fong Chen thought of. Decompose it first, and then try to integrate it into the comprehension of Sword Dao. Crack. There was a crack in the sword heart, and the decomposition seemed to have taken a successful step. It works. Fong Chen was overjoyed, and then continued to decompose the sword heart. Half an hour later, the sword heart was decomposed to the last moment, but it suddenly got stuck. No matter how Fong Chen decomposed it, the sword heart remained motionless. It seemed to be competing with Fong Chen, which made Fong Chen speechless. Crash. After some attempts, it still ended in failure. I failed. A touch of helplessness flashed across Fong Chen's face as he said. However, after thinking for a moment, he calmed down. Although the fusion had failed this time, he had found the right direction. I'll definitely succeed, Fong Chen thought to himself. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, someone suddenly called his name. Fong Chen walked out to take a look and was surprised to find that it was Captain Hu Ming. Captain Hu, what's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Fong Chen asked. Fong Chen, the mansion master has come out of seclusion. He wants you to go over. Hu Ming had a worried look on his face. While the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was in seclusion, the Heavenly Body Tier Elite behind Fong Chen had crippled Butler Li's cultivation. After that, Fong Chen used 2 scarlet maple leaves to cripple Nie Hu, the captain of the guard. Hu Ming was worried that the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master would punish Fong Chen. The Sky Sword Prefecture Master is looking for me? Fong Chen asked. Fong Chen you, Hu Ming said. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I'll go take a look. Hu Ming accompanied Fong Chen to the gate of the City Lord's mansion, and then watched as Fong Chen entered. In the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion, Apart from the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master, who was sitting on the throne, there was no one else. Mansion Master, Fang Chen requests an audience, Fang Chen said outside the door. Come in. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's voice was light. After entering the meeting hall, Fang Chen realized that there was only him and the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master. He raised his head to look at the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master, and then asked, Mansion Master, why have you called me here? Fang Chen couldn't guess why the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master had called him here. You've broken through? The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master asked instead of answering. Fang Chen nodded. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master smiled in satisfaction. Fang Chen, I already know what happened after I went into seclusion, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. I truly didn't think that there would actually be a Heavenly Body Tier elite behind you, the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master said. Mansion Master. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master waved his hand to stop Fang Chen from speaking. Then, he said, the fault of the whole matter lies with Butler Li, and he has also been punished. As for Nye Hu, you two can fight normally and I won't interfere. Hearing the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's words, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master had called him here not to condemn him, but for something else. Sure enough, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master spoke slowly. Fang Chen, the reason I called you here is because there's something I need you to do, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. Mansion Master, please speak, Fang Chen said. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master was very satisfied with Fang Chen's attitude. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of you. It depends on whether you cherish it or not, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said with a slightly serious expression. Great opportunity? Fang Chen was slightly puzzled. Mansion Master, please enlighten me. Half a month ago, the void in my Heavenly Sword Prefecture tore apart, and spatial turbulence appeared. Along with the spatial turbulence, an ancient ruin appeared, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. This ancient ruin belonged to an elite of my Heavenly Sword Prefecture 100,000 years ago, the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor. Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor! Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He had also read the history books of the Heavenly Sword Prefecture, and knew about the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion would appear in the Heavenly Sword Prefecture. This, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Previously, the 8 Mansion Masters went to investigate, but the spatial turbulence was too strong, and we couldn't get close. Just 3 days ago, the Demon Cloud Clan sent news that after the Demon Cloud Clan's investigation, that ancient ruin could only be entered by martial artists below the Heaven Dipper tier, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. In the past 3 days, the 8 Mansion Masters have been gathering martial artists, preparing to let them enter the ancient ruin. Mansion Master, you mean to let me in? Fang Chen asked. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master nodded and said, Fang Chen, this time, 400 people from our Heavenly Sword Prefecture will enter, and you will be their leader. Mansion Master, since this ancient ruin will affect the entire Demon Cloud state, the other 7 Mansion Masters will definitely send their elites in, Fang Chen said. The other 7 Mansion Masters are nothing to be afraid of, but the Demon Cloud Clan is the most dangerous. There will definitely be half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists in their team, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. Fang Chen fell into silence. Opportunities were often accompanied by danger. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, Mansion Master, I'm willing to enter. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master smiled. The choice of Fang Chen as the leader was made after careful consideration. Moreover, there was another purpose, which was to train Fang Chen. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor's unique skill is the Sky Devil Sword technique. This time, your first task is to get the Sky Devil Sword technique and bring it out. As for the other inherited treasures, they are yours if you get them, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master's meaning was obvious. The Heavenly Sword Prefecture only wanted the Sky Devil Sword technique, and nothing else. This was also a reward for Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded heavily. Well, go back and rest. We will go to the ruins tomorrow, the Heavenly Sword Prefecture Master said. In the territory of the Demon Cloud State, the 8 prefectures were nervously screening the martial artists to enter the ruins. Since the Heaven Dipper tier martial artists couldn't enter, the half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists were the strongest. They were trying to find half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists. The Demon Cloud clan was the least anxious. They were the overlord force of the Demon Cloud State and controlled the entire Demon Cloud State. Countless geniuses had joined the Devil Cloud family. There were many half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists in the Demon Cloud clan. In the capital of the Demon Cloud State, inside the Demon Cloud clan. Patriarch, everything is ready. There are a total of 200 people entering the ruins, including 50 half-step Heaven Dipper tier martial artists, the Great Elder said in a low voice. Hearing this, the Demon Cloud clan master nodded with satisfaction. This was the foundation of the Demon Cloud clan. The other 8 prefectures couldn't compare at all. We must get the Sky Devil Sword technique that made the Sky Devil Sword Emperor famous, the Demon Cloud clan master said. I have already told them that the other 8 prefectures can't compete with our Demon Cloud clan at all, the Great Elder said. After speaking, the Great Elder suddenly thought of something and said, Patriarch, today Lien Heng came out of seclusion. He wants to enter the ancient ruins, the Demon Cloud clan master said. The Great Elder nodded and waited for the Demon Cloud clan master's reply. This time, our Demon Cloud clan's team is huge. It's good to let Lien Heng temper himself. Maybe he can break through to the Heaven Dipper tier, the Demon Cloud clan master said. Demon Cloud Lien Heng was the leader of the younger generation of the Demon Cloud clan's direct bloodline. Chapter 985. 3 days later, the Sky Sword Mansion Master personally led 400 martial artists to the Void Stone Gate. Not long after, the group arrived at the Void Stone Gate. Is that the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's place of seclusion? Looking from afar, they could still feel the shocking aura. There was a terrifying spatial turbulence at the Void Stone Gate. Many martial artists were talking about it. Beside Fang Chen stood Hu Ming. Hu Ming was also one of the martial artists who entered the relic. What a terrifying spatial turbulence! Hu Ming was shocked and muttered to himself. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert will be torn to shreds if he gets close to such spatial turbulence. Fang Chen nodded. Wait! The Sky Sword Mansion Master waved his hand and said loudly. 400 warriors stood quietly on the wasteland, waiting. Time trickled by, and the practitioners from the other 7 prefectures also arrived one after another. The last to arrive were the martial artists from the Demon Cloud family. As expected of the Demon Cloud family, there are already 50 half-Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists. Everyone discussed secretly. The faces of the 8 mansions mansion masters changed slightly, but they quickly regained their composure. Grand Elder. The 8 mansions mansion masters greeted the Grand Elder. After the martial artists from the Demon Cloud family arrived, the Grand Elder gathered the 8 mansions mansion masters to discuss opening the relic. Grand Elder, how can we open the relic? The Sky Sword Mansion Master asked. The upper echelons of the Demon Cloud family had been here before. They had carefully explored the ancient relic and should know that it was opened by Fang Chen. To open the ancient relic, we need a vast amount of spiritual qi. Let's try it together. The Grand Elder said. The 8 mansions mansion masters nodded and the 9 of them stood side by side. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 experts instantly released a powerful aura. Heaven and earth vital essence constantly surrounded them. Following the Grand Elder's shout, the 9 of them gathered their heaven and earth vital essence together and blasted it out. In the sky, the 9 terrifying vital essences quickly merged together and formed an even more terrifying vital essence ball. Under the control of the 9 people, this vital essence ball suddenly bombarded the void stone gate in the distance. Dong! A terrifying explosive force spread out from the center of the void stone gate, causing the entire ground to tremble. A terrifying vortex appeared in the spatial turbulence around the void stone gate. The appearance of this vortex caused the entire land to be filled with a terrifying aura. A strong suction force suddenly appeared and absorbed all of the terrifying explosive force at lightning speed. Voila! In front of everyone's eyes, the explosive force of the astral essence sphere didn't even cause a single spark. Instead, it was absorbed by the turbulent space flows. The faces of the 8 lords were filled with astonishment as they turned their heads toward the first elder. Great Elder, this spatial turbulence is too terrifying. Even with your method, it's impossible to open it, the Sky Sword Mansion Master said in a deep voice. If I want to open the void stone door, I have to deal with the spatial turbulence first. But with our strength, how are we supposed to resolve the spatial turbulence? For a time, everyone fell into a helpless state. The people waiting in the wasteland below were also shocked. 9 big Heavenly Dipper realm powerhouses joined forces, unable to blast the space turbulence. The spatial turbulence was too terrifying. It seems like it's a little difficult to enter the ancient ruin, Hu Ming muttered to himself. Fang Chen shook his head slightly as he looked at the void stone door and said slowly, I think the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan should have a way. As expected, just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the eyes of the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan flickered. Then, he said in a deep voice, I originally thought that the 9 of us would be able to open the ancient ruin. I underestimated the power of the spatial turbulence. After the first elder finished speaking, he looked around at the 8 lords and said in a deep voice, Everyone, the Demon Cloud clan has a way to blast the spatial turbulence, but I need the cooperation of the 8 of you. Please, first elder. The ancient ruin was right in front of them, but they couldn't open it. The 8 lords were very anxious. As he said those words, the first elder took out a black ball in his hand. This black ball was filled with a violent aura. This is the demon-killing pearl. The Sky Sword Mansion Master recognized the pearl and exclaimed in surprise. The other 7 patriarchs were dumbfounded too. They didn't expect the first elder of the Demon Cloud clan to even bring the demon-killing pearl with him. The demon-killing pearl was a divine item that contained a destructive aura. Once it was opened, any kind of energy could be dispelled. However, if the martial artist controlling the pearl wasn't strong enough, the demon-killing pearl wouldn't be able to be maintained for long. I'll open the demon-killing pearl and blast the spatial turbulence away. You guys will support the operation of the demon-killing pearl, the first elder said. All right. Everyone nodded. Then, without another word, the first elder activated the demon-killing pearl. Instantly, a terrifying black aura spread out. The demon-killing pearl flew out of his hand and shot into the spatial turbulence. Splash! The demon-killing pearl exuded a terrifying aura as it exploded in the spatial turbulence. Then, under everyone's gaze, the spatial turbulence actually started to spread. It's working! When the 8 prefecture lords saw this, they shouted out in unison. They then used all their strength to support the demon-killing pearls. In the blink of an eye, the demon-killing pearl completely dispersed the spatial turbulence. At this moment, the first elder shouted, Go in! Following the great elder's roar, the 200 people of the Demon Cloud family soared into the sky like a swarm of bees and entered the void stone gate. Splash! One by one, the martial artists all entered the spatial door. The lords of the 8 prefectures were full of smiles. 3 minutes later, the martial artists from the other 7 prefectures also entered the spatial door. However, just as the Sky Sword Mansion martial artists were about to enter, the demon-killing pearl suddenly shook. This slight movement caused the dispersing spatial turbulence to converge in an instant. Pitiful cries could be heard from the spatial turbulence. The Sky Sword Mansion Lord's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with rage. The demon-killing pearl shook a little, causing the spatial turbulence to gather again. Many of the Sky Sword Mansion martial artists who were entering the spatial door died. Boom! Seeing this, the 8 prefecture lords increased their strength. The demon-killing pearl gradually stabilized. Continue! The Sky Sword Mansion Lord shouted. Fang Chen and company took a deep breath and entered the spatial door. After everyone had entered, the demon-killing pearl shook even more violently. In the end, it directly shattered. The terrifying spatial turbulence once again enveloped the spatial door at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! The 9 Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists retracted their strength and heaved a sigh of relief. First Elder, are you sure they can come out after obtaining the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance? A prefecture lord asked. The First Elder nodded and said, the relic appeared to find a suitable successor. As long as they obtain the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance, they will definitely be able to come out. After the First Elder finished speaking, he turned and left. As for the 8 prefecture lords, they looked at each other. The Sky Sword Mansion Lord's face was extremely dark, and his heart was filled with rage. Sky Sword, your Sky Sword Mansion is really unlucky. One of the prefecture lords grinned. That's right. So many people died before even entering the relic. What a pity. The Sky Sword Mansion sent 400 people into the relic this time. Only 100 people died. It's not a big deal. Among the 7 prefecture lords, only a few who were on good terms with the Sky Sword Mansion Lord remained silent. The other prefecture lords immediately added insult to injury and mocked the Sky Sword Mansion Lord. Wait and see. The Sky Sword Mansion Lord snorted and glared at them. Then, he turned and left angrily. The appearance of the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's relic had alarmed the Demon Cloud continent. However, only the upper echelons of the Demon Cloud continent knew about it. Ordinary martial artists continued to live peacefully. The 8 prefecture lords were all looking forward to obtaining the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance. The Sky Devil Sword Sovereign was a peerless martial artist from 100,000 years ago. With a single Sky Devil Sword art, countless martial artists were terrified. 100,000 years had passed, but the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's name was still terrifying. No one knew what the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign had left behind. Perhaps there was a shocking secret. The Demon Cloud clan was very ambitious. They wanted to obtain all of the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign's inheritance. They even wanted the Sky Devil Sword that the Sky Devil Sword Sovereign had used in the past. Chapter 986. Inside the Relic. A strong wind blew on Fang Chen's face, causing him great pain. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a wasteland. Beside him were all Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists. Fang Chen, what should we do now? Asked Hu Ming. Before entering, the Sky Sword Mansion Master had said that Fang Chen was the overall commander, and that everyone had to listen to Fang Chen. That was why Hu Ming asked. Let's figure out the situation of the relic first before we act, said Fang Chen. Everyone nodded. Fang Chen led everyone towards the end of the wasteland while secretly sending Little Mouse to scout the situation inside the relic. Half a month later, Little Mouse returned. Little Mouse was sent to scout because Little Mouse was extremely fast. Normal dangers would not be able to do anything to Little Mouse. After the Little Mouse came back, it quietly went into the special spatial ring. Boss! Little Mouse communicated with Fang Chen mentally. How is it? Did you scout it out? Asked Fang Chen. Boss, the space inside the relic is not big. If I travel at full speed, I can go around it in about 10 days, said Little Mouse. Fang Chen nodded slowly. He had a preliminary understanding of the size of the relic. Little Mouse continued. Boss, there are a total of 5 special places in the relic. I think the inheritance of the Sky Demon Sword Emperor should be in these 5 places. 5 places. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face when he heard that. If he wanted to be one step ahead, he had to have enough information. Obviously, Little Mouse's information was enough to let Fong Chen and the others take the lead. After spending half a month, Fong Chen felt that it was worth it. Everyone discussed as they walked. At this moment, Fong Chen spoke. Southeast. Let's move forward, ordered Fong Chen. All of a sudden, the group of people headed towards the southeast. The special place that Little Mouse mentioned was about 5,000 miles away from Fong Chen and the others. The ruins were very quiet, and they didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Fong Chen and the others easily arrived at this special place. This is the place. Fong Chen asked Little Mouse. Boss, there's a terrifying sword formation in this canyon, the Little Mouse said. Fong Chen nodded and led the group into the canyon. Sure enough, he saw the terrifying sword formation that Little Mouse had mentioned. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge sword array. Within the array, there was a terrifying sword chi. What a powerful sword chi! Fong Chen could not help but sigh. Even a Heaven Dipper realm powerhouse could not arrange such a formation. Could it be that the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor personally arranged this? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, Hu Ming said, Fong Chen, there seems to be a huge sword in the array. Fong Chen was stunned and immediately looked over. He saw that there were 9 huge swords in the terrifying sword array. These huge swords were suspended in the sword array in the form of a ladder. The huge sword at the top was surrounded by black sword chi. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Just as everyone was exclaiming, a stone tablet broke out of the ground outside the sword array. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. There were some small words on the stone tablet. This sword array was created by me. It's specially used to select sword geniuses. Whoever can step on the 9th huge sword will receive a token. After reading the words on the stone tablet, everyone was overjoyed. The Celestial Devil Sword Emperor personally arranged this sword array to select sword geniuses. Ha ha ha, the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's test. Everyone in the crowd laughed. However, just as everyone was ecstatic, a group of people suddenly walked into the canyon. They're from the Raven Wind Mansion, said Hu Ming. Hei Kong was the leader of the Raven Wind Mansion. Isn't this the Heavenly Sword Mansion? Hei Kong sneered as he led them into the canyon. He looked at Fong Chen's group and sneered. The Raven Wind Mansion's people had discovered the stone tablet. Then their eyes began to burn. Hei Kong's eyes kept changing. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Fong Chen. You're the leader of the Heavenly Sword Mansion? Asked Hei Kong. That's right, said Fong Chen. I'll give you 1 minute. Take your people and scram out of the canyon, said Hei Kong coldly. Starting in a few days, this canyon will be my Raven Wind Mansion's territory. Hei Kong's words were filled with threat. He didn't give the Heavenly Sword Mansion any face. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples were all infuriated and wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by Fong Chen. The Raven Wind Mansion's people are so overbearing, said Fong Chen calmly. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise you'll die, said Hei Kong coldly. Hei Kong's expression was incomparably gloomy. His aura revolved around him as he prepared to attack. However, when he saw the 8 scarlet maple leaves in Fong Chen's hand, his voice came to a sudden stop. Why aren't you saying anything? Asked Fong Chen. You! 8 scarlet maple leaves. With Hei Kong's strength, how could he possibly possess them? Fong Chen's scarlet maple leaves had successfully intimidated Hei Kong and the others. After a long time, Hei Kong licked his dry lips and withdrew his killing intent. He revealed a trace of a smile and said, Brother, the things within the ruins don't belong to anyone. Since we've both arrived here, it can be considered as fate. Why don't we explore together? Hearing this, Fong Chen put away the scarlet maple leaf, turned his head, and stopped talking. As for expelling the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples, Fong Chen hadn't even thought about it. That was because the Heavenly Sword Mansion's overall strength was inferior to the Raven Wind Mansion's. Once an all-out battle broke out, the Heavenly Sword Mansion would definitely lose. "Let's go in and try," said Hu Ming. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples all entered the sword formation. However, when they stepped onto the first sword, they were instantly sent flying. Their bodies were covered in blood as they let out miserable cries. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was puzzled. To the side, Heikong sneered. "They can't even get close to the first sword. Trash like them actually wants to get a share of the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance," said Heikong. This sudden change made the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples not dare to rashly try. At this time, the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples entered the sword formation and began their attempts. Bang! Bang! Just like the Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples, the Raven Wind Mansion's disciples were also sent flying. However, there was still a small portion of them that remained within the sword formation. The Raven Wind Mansion's disciples were delighted. Crash! The remaining dozen or so martial artists stepped onto the first giant sword. Immediately, a blinding light shot out from the first sword and enveloped them. Could it be that only geniuses of the sword Tao can step onto a sword? Fang Chen pondered to himself as he looked at them. Everyone else had been sent flying. Only these 10 or so disciples were standing on the first sword. And through Fang Chen's careful observation, they were all sword cultivators. "Cultivators of the way of the sword can try," Fang Chen ordered. Immediately, some of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators entered the sword formation and began attempting to climb the sword. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators stepped onto the fifth sword and then stopped. What a powerful pressure! The pressure was too great. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's sword cultivators were no longer able to advance. As for the Raven Wind Mansion's sword cultivators, they had also stepped onto the fifth sword. "The Heavenly Sword Mansion's disciples are only SOSO, sneered Heikong. At this time, a black-clothed Raven Wind Mansion's disciple stood out from the crowd and stepped onto the sixth sword. "Good job, Heikong." Heikong was very happy to see Heikong step onto the sixth sword. Heikong wanted to try climbing the sword as well, but he wasn't a sword cultivator. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on Heikong. Heikong was the strongest sword cultivator in the Raven Wind Mansion's ruins. His cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th-level Mystic King realm. Heikong was the sword cultivator with the highest chance of stepping onto the 9th sword. At this time, a fierce battle broke out on the 5th sword. "Scram, trash from the Sky Sword Mansion," the Raven Wind Mansion's disciple said disdainfully. "Raven Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Immediately, the martial artists of the two mansions began fighting on the 5th giant sword. Poochie! The Raven Wind Mansion had many disciples. After a fierce battle, they killed several Sky Sword Mansion's disciples. Retreat! The other Sky Sword Mansion's disciples fled in panic and retreated from the sword formation. "Raven Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to attack. Chapter 987. Heikong's face was full of mockery. "Black Wind Mansion, you've gone too far." Hu Ming roared angrily. Hearing this, Fang Chen turned to look at Heikong. That's right. In the sword formation, the strong are respected. After speaking, Fang Chen stepped into the sword formation. The hidden star sword in his hand shone brightly. Buzz! The golden heart was beating rapidly, and circles of ripples surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen himself was a genius in the sword Tao. All these years, the golden heart had been constantly changing Fang Chen's sword principle potential. Splash! The god-level sword body was activated, and a vast sword aura instantly spread out. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stepped onto the first giant sword easily. A test of sword principle potential. Fang Chen was slightly moved. Standing on the giant sword, he could feel the endless sword principle aura. Continue. Fang Chen's sword principal potential was unbelievably strong. He stepped onto the second giant sword. At this moment, the sword aura around him was extremely dense. The sword will of the 7th grade realm also spread out. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen stepped onto the 4th giant sword. At this moment, He Kong, who was outside the sword formation, looked solemn, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. When Fang Chen stood on the 5th giant sword, his killing intent was overwhelming. He turned to look at He Kong outside the sword formation, and then said calmly, "In the sword formation, the strong are respected." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a vast aura burst out from the hidden star sword. The power of a second-level divine weapon was undoubtedly exposed at this moment. The third revolution radiance sword technique combined with the second-level divine weapon, the hidden star sword, made it impossible for an early 9th-level profound king realm martial artist to resist. Pucci. Every time a sword light flashed, a Black Wind Mansion martial artist would be killed. After more than 10 sword lights flashed, all the Black Wind Mansion martial artists on the 5th giant sword died. Damn it! He Kong was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Black Sword, kill him for me, He Kong said coldly. At this moment, Black Sword had already stepped onto the 7th giant sword. Kid, I hope you can step onto the 7th giant sword, Black Sword said sinisterly. I will. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes, Fang Chen said calmly. After a short pause on the 5th giant sword, Fang Chen withdrew the sword chi around him and continued to step forward. With a crash, Fang Chen stepped onto the 6th giant sword. Arriving at the 6th giant sword, Fang Chen felt a bit of pressure. As expected, the closer I get to the end, the greater the pressure. However, a mere 6th greatsword is not enough to stop me, Fang Chen thought to himself. His current attainments in the sword principle were extremely high. The potential of Sword Dao was so strong that even some Heaven Dipper realm experts couldn't compare to it. Dong the Golden Heart was beating very fast, and ripples surrounded Fang Chen's body. Instantly, the pressure on him decreased. Under Black Sword's gaze, Fang Chen stepped onto the 7th greatsword. Brat, the 7th giant sword is where you will die. Black Sword grinned. A long sword appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed, and killing intent filled the air. You stole my lines. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he said. He stepped into the sword array himself. Aside from passing the test of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, he also wanted to kill the people of the Black Wind Mansion. Now, he could finally start a massacre. You're courting death. Black Sword roared furiously. Shortly after, the long sword in his hand changed constantly, and a tyrannical sword chi spread out. The sword intent of the 4th grade realm was integrated into the longsword. You dare to embarrass yourself with just a 4th grade true meaning? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. 7th grade sword true meaning engulfed the entire 7th giant sword. 7th grade. Seeing the sword intent around Fang Chen, Black Sword's heart was filled with shock. A Mystic King realm martial artist was actually able to cultivate the sword intent to the 7th grade realm. After a moment of shock, Black Sword regained his composure and sneered. So what if you're at the 7th grade realm? In the end, you'll still die. As soon as Black Sword finished speaking, he suddenly displayed an exquisite sword technique. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. Fang Chen displayed the Third Revolution Radiance Sword Technique, attacking with all his strength. Bang! 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 The Radiance Sword Chi was blocked by Black Sword's attack, and then scattered in the air. Insignificant skill. Black Sword laughed sinisterly, and his attacks became even fiercer. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen displayed the Void Meteor Annihilation. The surrounding space was instantly torn apart, and a tyrannical light shot out. Dong! The Void Meteor Annihilation caused quite a bit of trouble for Black Sword. Black Sword used all his strength, but in the end, he was still able to block the void meteor annihilation. What other skills do you have? Show them, Black Sword said. With a thought, Fang Chen's peak cyan rank soul instantly spread out, and he displayed the secret ice sword. Whoosh! The secret ice sword was a soul attack secret technique, specifically targeting a martial artist's soul. You're courting death. Seeing this, Black Sword roared, and placed his longsword in front of his chest to block the secret ice sword. However, what Black Sword did not expect was that the secret ice sword was too powerful, and its speed was too fast. He could not block it at all. When the secret ice sword entered his mind, Black Sword let out a miserable cry. His soul was severely injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen displayed the void meteor annihilation and heavily struck Black Sword's forehead. Crack! Black Sword's jaw shattered, and blood splattered all over the sky. His body softly fell onto the seventh giant sword. In the blink of an eye, it was corroded by the sword chi, and finally disappeared. Black Sword. Heikong's heart was filled with rage as he watched Black Sword get killed. Kid, I'm going to kill you! Black Sky roared in anger. Standing on the seventh giant sword, Fang Chun calmly looked at Black Sky and said, "The Great Black Wind Mansion doesn't even have the slightest bit of credibility." Hearing this, Black Sky became even more furious, because he was the one who said those words. And at this moment, Fang Chen was using his words to slaughter the geniuses of the Black Wind Mansion. "Kid, I'll definitely make you die without a burial ground." Black Sky did his best to suppress the rage in his heart as he coldly said. Fang Chen no longer paid attention to Black Sky and stepped onto the eighth giant sword. 1. Circulating his sword Dao aura, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged to comprehend the sword Dao. The pressure on the eighth giant sword was very great. Even Fang Chen was troubled for a long time. Outside the sword array, Hu Ming and the others were filled with excitement. Captain Fang is truly extraordinary. He actually stepped onto the eighth giant sword. He's only one step away from stepping onto the ninth giant sword. I wonder if Captain Fang will succeed. He'll definitely succeed. The Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists were all very excited. On the other hand, the Black Wind Mansion's martial artists were ashen-faced. All the sword cultivators had died within the sword array. "Damn it," Black Sky said. "Big Brother Black Sky, what should we do now?" Someone asked. "Big Brother Black Sky, should we start a war with the Sky Sword Mansion?" Black Sky frowned and shook his head. "We can't start a war with the Sky Sword Mansion for now. Once they started a war, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. And their Black Wind Mansion still hadn't obtained the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. At that time, the other 6 manners would covetously eye them and hit them when they were down." Then, before this person could speak, Black Sky waved his hand to stop him. "Perhaps this kid will be able to step onto the ninth giant sword and obtain the token." Black Sky sinisterly said, "When he comes out, we'll kill him and take the token." Big Brother Black Sky is wise. The Black Wind Mansion's people grinned. Within the sword array, after staying on the eighth giant sword for 6 hours, Fang Chun finally comprehended something. Boom! A deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, Fang Chun felt his sword heart suddenly crumble. Then, under his gaze, the crumbling sword heart actually fused into his comprehension of the sword Dao. This, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The problem that had troubled him for such a long time was actually solved here. The sword heart is everywhere. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Although the 9 giant swords were called a test, it was actually a form of tempering. It was a form of tempering one's sword Dao. Stepping onto the 8th giant sword, Fang Chen felt a lot of pressure. After comprehending for a while, he understood. The crumbling sword heart fused into his comprehension of the sword Dao. Buzz, the first step of the advanced sword Dao quintessence, the path of a sword hero, had been taken. The sword chi around Fang Chen's body gradually changed. In an instant, the sword chi was filled with a lofty aura. Chapter 988. Fang Chen stood up. Sword Hero's chi revolved around him. The sword Dao is truly wondrous, Fang Chen said softly before stepping onto the ninth sword. Boom! When Fang Chen stepped onto the ninth sword, the terrifying sword formation instantly dissipated. The 9 swords were directly exposed in front of everyone. Crash! When the sword formation dissipated, the other 8 swords gradually floated up and revolved around Fang Chen. Buzz! Sword chi swooped down from the sky and enveloped Fang Chen's body. At this time, Fang Chen's comprehension was incomparably wondrous. He was immersed in the joy of comprehending the sword Dao. In an instant, the 9 giant swords fused together to form a single giant sword. This huge sword contained an extremely majestic sword chi. In the end, it kept shrinking and entered Fang Chen's mind. Dong! Fang Chen's entire appearance seemed to change. He suddenly opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, the world changed color. The sword chi swooped down from the sky and condensed into a palm-sized token that fell into Fang Chen's hand. Is this the token that the celestial devil sword emperor spoke of? Fang Chen thought to himself. When Fang Chen held the token in his hand, he immediately understood the situation of the token. He also knew that this token was a part of the celestial devil sword emperor's inheritance. I've passed this trial. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He put away the token and walked over to the Heavenly Sword Mansion's people. Congratulations, Captain Fang. You've passed the trial. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's people all cupped their hands in congratulations. Fang Chen only smiled faintly. Just at this moment, the Black Wind Mansion's cultivators walked over in an aggressive manner. He Kong was dressed in black. His face was filled with a sinister aura. Brat, hand over the token and I can spare your life, said He Kong coldly. Seeing Fang Chen's token, He Kong's heart was incomparably tempted. No matter what, he had to obtain the token. Dream on. Captain Fang worked so hard to obtain this medallion. How could he possibly hand it over to someone else? Shouted the Heavenly Sword Mansion's martial artist. Fang Chen was communicating with Little Mouse. Boss, attack with all your might. With Scarlet Maple Leaf and me, we should be able to deal with this person, Little Mouse said after some calculations. After receiving the Little Mouse's reply, Fang Chen was no longer afraid. Looking at He Kong, Fang Chen coldly said, Are you sure you want to start a war with my Sky Sword Mansion? He Kong grinned when he heard that. There's no need to start a war. We're both leaders, so why don't we have a battle? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave. If I win, you'll give me the command medallion. How about it? All right, Fang Chen said. He Kong was a little surprised that Fang Chen agreed so easily. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you can come up with. He Kong sneered. Void Black Star Kick. He Kong took the lead and directly used his ultimate skill, Void Black Star Kick. Suddenly, an afterimage swept across the sky. Countless tyrannical leg shadows swooped down, trying to suppress Fang Chen. Void Meteorite Annihilation. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Void Meteorite Annihilation. Child's play. He Kong growled, and the sky full of leg shadows heavily bombarded the Void Meteorite Annihilation, instantly shattering Fang Chen's attack. Then, He Kong rushed towards Fang Chen with a powerful attack. Scarlet Maple Leaf. Fang Chen took out 3 scarlet maple leaves at once and threw them out. He Kong had long been on guard against Fang Chen's scarlet maple leaf. Sure enough, the latter's trump card was the scarlet maple leaf. You're courting death. He Kong growled, and the sky full of leg shadows swooped down, hitting the scarlet maple leaf. The vital essence within the maple leaf instantly erupted. The terrifying vital essence wreaked havoc on the earth. Many warriors in the canyon quickly retreated, afraid of being touched by the vital essence. Although He Kong used the Void Blackstar kick to trigger the vital essence within the Scarlet Maple Leaf to detonate, he was still affected by the terrifying vital essence. Bang! His body flew out in an instant, and with the help of the recoil, he used the Void Blackstar kick again. Boy, this time you're dead for sure, He Kong said coldly. However, it was at this moment. Little Mouse appeared beside Fong Qin. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded through the sky. The next moment, the wild purple halo turned into a shadow of a purple mouse that was dozens of feet tall. It was the innate ability of the godly mouse of heaven devouring. Crash! A terrifying attractive force shrouded He Kong. What's this? He Kong struggled and roared loudly. However, he couldn't break free. Everyone in the canyon was completely shocked. This terrifying attractive force made their hearts tremble, as if a Heaven Star Realm expert was attacking. His Little Mouse's innate super ability was getting stronger. With Fong Chen's cooperation, He Kong was swallowed by Little Mouse without any resistance. Crack! Even a half-step Heaven Star Realm expert was still bitten by Little Mouse. Little Mouse consumed a lot of energy to use its innate super ability this time, and its face was a little pale. However, after swallowing He Kong, its complexion eased a lot. Silence. In the canyon, there was a dead silence. The half-step Heaven Star Realm expert, He Kong, was dead in the blink of an eye, and not even his bones were left. All the warriors in the Black Wind Mansion looked at Fong Qin in fear. Demon, he's a demon. No one knew who shouted, but the numerous martial practitioners of the Black Wind Mansion all retreated and fled hastily. Fong Qin, do you want to chase? Hu Ming asked. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword and said slowly. Everyone in the Sky Sword Mansion was in awe of Fong Qin. The news of He Kong's death spread out in an instant. He Kong was the pillar of the Black Wind Mansion, and after his death, the Black Wind Mansion became a pile of loose sand. After the other 6 manners heard the news, they were all thinking about their own plans. Although Fong Qin had a mysterious token in his hand, his strength was very strong, and even the half-step Heaven Star Realm He Kong was not his opponent. If these people wanted to rob him, they had to weigh their own strength. On a mountain peak in the relic. This was one of the 5 special places that Little Mouse found. There were many warriors standing on the mountain peak. There was a sword formation on the mountain peak. Buzz. Inside the sword formation, there was a wild sword chi. After a long time, a figure walked out of the sword formation. Lien Heng, how was it? A half-step Heaven Star Realm expert asked. With a smile on his face, Mo Yun Lien Heng raised his hand. It was a token. Congratulations, young Master Lien Heng, for getting a token. The warriors of the Demon Cloud family congratulated him. Did anything happen in the relic recently? Mo Yun Lien Heng kept the token and asked. Young Master Lien Heng, something happened recently. One of the half-step Heaven Star Realm warriors said slowly. Black Wind Mansion and Sky Sword Mansion met, and He Kong wanted to fight for the Sky Sword Mansion's token, but he was killed by a warrior from the Sky Sword Mansion called Fong Qin. Yes, He Kong was killed. Mo Yun Lien Heng was a little surprised. Do you know Fong Chen's cultivation? Mo Yun Lien Heng continued to ask. It is said that Fong Chen is a 1 in a million sword genius. His cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Profound King realm, but he can fight against a 9th level Profound King. However, he is not the only one who killed the half-step Heaven Star Realm He Kong. According to the people of the Black Wind Mansion, Fong Chen has a spiritual pet, which is from the rat race. It has a very powerful innate ability, and it can swallow He Kong. 5th level Profound King realm, fighting against a 9th level Profound King, and he has such a powerful spiritual pet. Mo Yun Lien Heng's eyes flickered when he heard about Fong Chen. Young Master Lien Heng, although Fong Chen is powerful, he has no chance of winning against our Demon Cloud family. Do you want to get his token? Mo Yun Lien Heng shook his head and said, No need. Since he is a sword genius, he will definitely go to other places. I will make my move after he gets a few more tokens. Great, young Master Lian Heng is using Fang Chen to collect tokens for our Demon Cloud family. Mo Yun Lian Heng did not say anything else. However, his eyes were brimming with fighting spirit, and he was slightly interested in Fang Chen. I hope you can fight with me, Mo Yun Lian Heng thought in his heart. In the relic, the people of the 8 mansions and the Demon Cloud family were all looking for the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 989. Fang Chen, it's too obvious if we move together, Hu Ming suddenly said. Fang Chen turned to look at Hu Ming. The latter continued, you go and collect tokens. I'll lead the others to find other opportunities. This way we can attract the attention of the other mansions. Hearing this, Fang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, be careful, Fang Chen reminded them. Then, everyone separated. With the cultivation of the Sky Sword Mansion's people, unless they were fighting with other mansions, they were not afraid of anyone. As for Fang Chen, he took advantage of this opportunity to search for other tokens. Boss, the second closest special place is 3,000 miles away from us. Little Mouse jumped on Fang Chen's shoulder and said. Under the guidance of Little Mouse, Fang Chen moved forward quickly. It did not take long for Fang Chen to arrive. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, there was actually someone who had arrived before them. It's the Bloodmark Mansion, Fang Chen said. The Bloodmark Mansion's people were best at the blood escape technique. In terms of escaping, no one in the 8 mansions of the Demon Cloud State could compare to the Bloodmark Mansion. It was said that the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists all cultivated a very advanced blood escape technique. Therefore, in the ruins, the other mansions were not willing to fight the Bloodmark Mansion head-on. This was because once they used the blood escape technique, there was no way to stop them from escaping. Whoosh! Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Chen hid in the void and kept approaching the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists. Fang Chen did not act rashly. He had been waiting for an opportunity in the dark. This was a wasteland. In the middle of the wasteland there was a palace. Beside the palace, there was a stone tablet that broke out of the ground. The words on the stone tablet were exactly the same as what they had seen in the canyon. Pass the palace's test, and you will be able to obtain a token. I wonder what the palace's test is, Fang Chen said to himself. At this moment, the people of the Bloodmark Mansion had surrounded the palace in the wasteland. Open your eyes for me. Those who dare to approach the palace will be killed without mercy. A half-step Heaven Realm martial artist said coldly. The other warriors nodded in agreement. Then, they released their auras and surrounded the palace. Fang Chen had been secretly waiting for an opportunity. However, there were several half-step Heaven Realm martial artists in the Bloodmark Mansion. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could still handle it. However, with so many people, even if he and the little mouse worked together, there was nothing they could do. Bang! While Fang Chen was immersed in his thoughts, a figure suddenly dashed out from the palace. His face was pale and there was a trace of blood on his body. He was in a very sorry state. Shuelian, how is it? A half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artist, seeing Snow Lotus appear, hurriedly asked. The warrior called Shuelian was the only sword cultivator with heaven-defying potential who had entered the Bloodmark Mansion. Only sword cultivators could participate in the palace's test. Therefore, Shuelian was the hope of the Bloodmark Mansion. Hearing this, Shuelian shook his head slightly. His face was filled with pain. Seeing this, the other half-step Heaven Realm martial artists turned pale. What is in this palace that even Shuelian can't pass? What should we do now? If Shuelian can't pass, it's even more impossible for the rest of our Bloodmark Mansion. There's another way. Hearing this, everyone looked at the half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. This place was discovered by our Bloodmark Mansion. We can't give it to other manors. However, we can find some sword Dao geniuses from other manors to work for our Bloodmark Mansion. The man smiled sinisterly. You mean, hearing this, the others instantly understood. The man nodded and said, It's time for our Bloodmark Mansion's secret technique to be put to use. People from other manors might not have more potential than Shuelyan. Someone raised a question. The man chuckled and said, Recently, Fang Chun from the Sky Sword Mansion has been the talk of the town. It's said that his cultivation isn't high and he's the best target. Hearing the two words, Fang Chun, the other half-step Heaven Realm martial artists were moved. They had also heard of Fang Chun's deeds. With 3 scarlet maple leaves and his spirit pet, he killed Heikong, a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. Shuelyan will wait here. We half-step Heaven Realm martial artists will attack together. No matter how powerful that Fang Chun is, he won't be afraid. The man continued. After a while, everyone from the Bloodmark Mansion reached an agreement. Then, the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists left one after another. Fang Chun, who had been hiding in the dark, clearly heard the Bloodmark Mansion's plan. Looking at the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists leaving, Fang Chun snorted coldly. The people from the Bloodmark Mansion were too vicious. They actually tried to soul control him. Fortunately, he had the space-time true meaning and was hiding in the surroundings. He heard their conversation. Half-step Heaven Realm martial artists left. Here's my chance. Fang Chun was delighted and began to think of countermeasures. After a while, Fang Chun came up with a countermeasure. Immediately, Fang Chun used the space-time true meaning to distance himself from the Bloodmark Mansion. Then, his figure suddenly appeared, and the star-hidden sword was suddenly brandished. Suddenly, the radiant sword light shot out. Dong caught off guard, the radiant sword light instantly bombarded the Bloodmark Mansion's crowd. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack our Bloodmark Mansion? Shuelyan was the first to discover it and was furious. At this moment, Fang Chun's figure quickly retreated and pretended to escape. Kill him for me. Fang Chun's body was shrouded in sword hero chi. Shuelyan and the others did not see Fang Chun's face clearly. Seeing Fang Chun escape, they continued to pursue. Fang Chun pretended to escape. When he saw everyone chasing him, he used the space-time true meaning and instantly hid in the void. The Bloodmark Mansion's people were still chasing Fang Chun. Only a small number of cultivators were left behind to guard the palace. Fang Chun, who was hiding in the void, quickly returned and came to the front of the palace. Then, he entered the palace without anyone noticing. Without a half-step Heaven Realm cultivator guarding, these ordinary cultivators could not discover Fang Chun at all. While after entering the palace, Fang Chun found out the content of the test. Withstand the impact of a Heaven Realm sword chi to pass the test. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun could not help but be speechless. A Heaven Realm sword chi impact, no wonder Shuelyan was in a sorry state when he escaped. At this time, outside the palace, led by Shuelyan, many Bloodmark Mansion's cultivators hurried back. Is the palace okay? Shuelyan asked. They had chased for a long time and did not find any trace of the enemy. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong and hurried back. It's fine. Hearing this, Shuelyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was very surprised. Why did that cultivator escape after attacking? In the end, Shuelyan thought that the person must be afraid of the Bloodmark Mansion's people, so he escaped. Inside the palace, the test began. First, it was a first-level profound King Realm sword chi. Fang Chun stood in the middle of the palace and suddenly, a tyrannical sword chi emerged from the walls around him. Puchi, these sword chi contained majestic power and blasted towards Fang Chun from all directions. The god-level sword body was directly activated, and sword intent surrounded him. Bang bang bang, the first-level profound King Realm sword chi was easily blocked by Fang Chun. Next, the sword chi level increased. Second-level profound King Realm, third level, fourth level. Fang Chun could easily block the sword chi until it reached the ninth-level profound King Realm. Dong, there was a tremor in the palace. Immediately, the sword chi level increased to the half-step Heaven Realm. At this time, the sword qi was like a rainbow, and its momentum shook the sky. Fang Chen could feel the tyrannical pressure. Is this the half-step heaven realm sword qi? This sword qi completely overpowered his own sword qi. Bang! The tyrannical sword qi shot towards Fang Chen in an instant. The sword will of the 7th level collapsed after a slight resistance. The rest of the sword qi bombarded Fang Chen's body. Puchi Fang Chen's clothes were tattered, and his physical defense was completely activated. In the end, he still managed to block the sword qi. However, Fang Chen's body was a little battered. The half-step Heaven Realm sword qi is already so powerful. Won't the Heaven Realm sword qi be even stronger? Fang Chen was a little unconfident and thought to himself. In an instant, the sword qi level increased. The walls of the palace were visibly changing. On the walls, small holes appeared one after another. There were many small holes, and each hole was only the size of a thumb. Buzz. Chapter 990. The palace was filled with Sword Dao aura. Fang Chen's Sword Hero aura was activated and automatically surrounded his body to protect him. It was also at this time the Heavenly Dipper realm level sword qi shot out from many small holes. Swoosh! Every sword qi was extremely fierce and domineering. So strong. The first sword qi made Fang Chen feel a little helpless. Crack! When the Heaven Star Border realm sword qi hit Fang Chen's body, it instantly shattered his defense. The Sword Hero aura also decreased a lot. Bang! The sword qi shattered the defense of the sword body, and its power weakened a little. Finally, it hit him heavily. The sword qi left a bloody mark on his body. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. The Heaven Star Border realm sword qi was too powerful. Rumble! However, after the first sword qi dissipated, the following sword qi made Fang Chen's scalp tingle. Dense and terrifying sword qi shot out from the numerous small holes. Every sword qi carried a vast amount of power and rushed towards Fang Chen. Buzz! Fang Chen couldn't care less. He activated the Sword Hero aura to the extreme to protect his body. Dong! At this moment, the Golden Heart also had a slight change. In an instant, the dense sword qi stabbed towards Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen was ready to fight a bloody battle. However, when the sword qi rushed towards him, the Golden Heart had a strange change. Crash! Golden ripples appeared around the Golden Heart. These golden ripples quickly spread to Fang Chen's body and appeared on the surface of his skin. When the Heaven Star Border realm sword qi stabbed Fang Chen's skin, it was instantly wrapped by these golden ripples and then absorbed into the Golden Heart. Hiss! After the Golden Heart absorbed these sword qi, it became more active. At the same time, Fang Chen felt that the sword intent in his mind seemed to be strengthening. His understanding of the Sword Dao was also improving. The Golden Heart is transforming. The Golden Heart was slowly changing Fang Chen's body. Every metamorphosis would bring benefits to Fang Chen. And now, at such a critical moment, the Golden Heart was actually transforming. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately withdrew the Sword Hero's qi and took the initiative to welcome the Heavengang realm's sword qi that shot out from the numerous small holes. Bang bang bang! Tens of thousands of sword qi pierced towards Fang Chen before being absorbed by the Golden Heart. Time passed by slowly. After about an hour, the small holes in the walls of the palace finally closed. This also meant that Fang Chen had succeeded in his test. At this moment, the Golden Heart had absorbed enough sword qi and was constantly emitting a terrifying power. While above the palace, a streak of sword qi that looked like starlight condensed into a token and fell into Fang Chen's hand. The word 3 was written on the badge. It should be the third token, said Fang Chen. The token he obtained in the canyon was the 5th token. I didn't expect to get the token so easily. Fang Chen grinned. Putting away the token, Fang Chen prepared to leave. Outside the palace, Shuel Yen and the others had been guarding. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators of the Blood Mark Mansion had also returned. How was it? Asked Shuel Yen. We didn't find Fang Chen, but we did control a few good sword Dao geniuses. Hearing this, Shuelian looked over. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators brought back a total of 5 sword Dao geniuses. Let them try, Shuelian asked. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators nodded and then controlled the 5 sword Dao geniuses to enter the palace. However, just as the palace door opened, a stream of light suddenly shot out. Immediately afterward, the stream of light merged into the void. The others did not react, but the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators' faces changed drastically. Shuelian, did anyone come here while we were away? A cultivator attacked us and then escaped, Shuelian said. Damn it, he entered the palace. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were furious. Immediately, they joined forces and immediately forced Fang Chen to reveal his true body. It's you. Seeing Fang Chen, the Bloodmark Mansion cultivators were furious. Escape. Fang Chen's first reaction was to escape. The Bloodmark Mansion was very strong, and he could not fight against them alone. So he used the space-time true intent and quickly fled. Chase. The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators shouted. Several half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists chased after Fang Chen. The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators cultivated the blood escape technique, so they were very sensitive to space-type true intent. Although they could not determine Fang Chen's exact location, they could determine his approximate location. Bang! Several experts attacked the void from time to time, forcing Fang Chen to constantly change Fang Chen to prevent Fang Chen from escaping. As expected of the Bloodmark Mansion's experts, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Bloodmark Mansion's cultivators were really good at tracking. If they were cultivators from other mansions, they would have been shaken off by him. As time passed, the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators from the Bloodmark Mansion continued to chase after Fang Chen. Whoosh! Seeing that they were about to catch up, Fang Chen suddenly waved his hand, and a scarlet maple leaf shot out and exploded. Rumble! The scarlet maple leaf exploded, and the power was very strong. The Bloodmark Mansion cultivators also hurriedly dodged. Fang Chen, you can't escape! Someone shouted. They dodged in time, and the scarlet maple leaf did not affect them too much. They continued to chase. Boss, let me do it! When Fang Chen used the second scarlet maple leaf, they hurriedly dodged. The little mouse instantly appeared and used its innate ability. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded through the sky. Those who were hurriedly dodging the scarlet maple leaf suddenly felt a terrifying suction force. Spread out! The 5 of them were experienced and instantly spread out. However, a certain half-step Heaven Realm cultivator dodged a little too late. First, he was hit by the scarlet maple leaf's terrifying vital essence, and then he was enveloped by the suction force. Crash! The little mouse's innate ability was too heaven-defying. This person was injured and could not resist at all. No! With a miserable scream, he was instantly sucked into the little mouse's mouth and died. Run! After doing all this, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and shouted. Fang Chen did not care too much. He pushed the space-time true intent to the extreme, and his figure instantly disappeared. The explosive force of the scarlet maple leaf dissipated, and their faces turned pale as they looked in the direction Fang Chen escaped. Old 5 is dead. Avenge Old 5 at all costs. The other half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were completely in a state of madness. They did not even hesitate to use the blood escape technique to chase after Fang Chen. The blood escape technique of the Bloodmark Mansion was heaven-defying. In a short while, they caught up with Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I will let you die without a burial place. One of them roared. The others instantly blocked Fang Chen's path. Fang Chen's face was solemn. He did not have any confidence to escape being blocked by half-step Heaven Realm cultivators. Kill. The few cultivators did not give Fang Chen any chance and directly launched their fiercest attack. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art, Void Meteorite Annihilation, Ice Secret Sword. Fang Chen consecutively used 3 unique skills. The rank 2 divine weapon, Hidden Star Sword, was activated to the extreme. Bang! Bang! The attacks of the few cultivators were too powerful and instantly shattered Fang Chen's attack. Dong! The earth was trembling and the air was in disorder. Fang Chen's body flew out directly, spitting blood and looking pale. Fang Chen was no match for the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators when they joined forces. I can't fight them head-on. Fang Chen quickly thought of a way to escape. Kill. The half-step Heaven Realm cultivators' eyes were scarlet and full of killing intent. They once again launched a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. Die. The attacks of the few cultivators were rapidly approaching Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was feeling helpless, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a beast roar resounded through the sky. Then, a terrifying aura instantly swept across the earth. What's going on? The attacks of the half-step Heaven Realm cultivators were directly blocked by this terrifying aura and then collapsed. Chapter 991. A horrifying aura instantly filled the air. The few half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists of the Bloodmark Mansion were shaken to the core. Their bodies were trembling and their hearts were palpitating. They stopped walking towards Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with fear as they turned their heads to look. Behind them there was a huge monster. Roar! A horrifying roar of a beast was heard again. Fang Chen's heart shuddered when he saw the enormous creature. Little Mouse, the aura around the little mouse made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. What kind of power is this? Just as Fang Chen was screaming, the huge purple rat shadow behind the little mouse opened its bloody mouth. This time, the little mouse did not use its innate ability. Instead, it used another method. Whoosh! The purple rat shadow's bloody mouth suddenly shot out a few rays of horrifying purple light. After this ray of light shot out, it directly blasted several half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Poochie! No matter how hard the Bloodmark Mansion's martial artists tried to resist, it was useless. This horrifying purple light was too horrifying. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist would not be able to resist its penetrating power. The purple light penetrated the first half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist's body. The latter fell to the ground unwillingly and his soul dissipated. From this point, it was enough to see how powerful this horrifying purple light was. Run! I don't know who screamed, and the other half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists scattered and fled. However, this horrifying purple light directly locked onto them. Whoosh! The purple light was extremely fast. Even Fang Chen, who was far away, could feel his heart palpitating from the power contained within it. Poochie! The purple light penetrated another martial artist's body. Without any hesitation, the latter's soul dissipated. Next, there was no suspense. The purple light kept reaping the lives of the half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists. Finally, after penetrating the last half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist's body, the purple light exploded and instantly destroyed the martial artist's body. Then, the purple light dissipated into the void. The sudden change caused Fang Chen's heart to tremble. Fang Chen had always thought that the little mouse's innate ability was its strongest attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's understanding was completely overturned. Little Mouse's means could actually easily kill a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist. It was too terrifying. Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse with a burning gaze. However, at this moment, the purple rat shadow behind the little mouse suddenly shattered. The majestic purple halo completely merged into the little mouse's body. The latter's aura immediately weakened and his face turned pale. Little Mouse, Fang Chen hurried to the little mouse's side and found that the latter was on the verge of death. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Little Mouse's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Boss, it's good that you're fine. You used a forbidden technique?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Little Mouse shook his head and then lay on the ground with difficulty. He said slowly, "Boss, do you know what my innate ability is? Isn't it just devouring?" Fang Chen asked. "Devouring is just one of my innate abilities," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Could it be that Little Mouse had two innate abilities? Fang Chen knew that Little Mouse often used this innate ability called devouring. This innate ability, when cultivated to the extreme, could devour all things. Now, Little Mouse actually said that devouring was just one of its innate abilities. "What you just used was also your innate ability?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded. "That's right. I have two innate abilities. The first is devouring, and the second is the one I just used. It's called extreme piercing." Fang Chen was filled with shock. Extreme piercing? No wonder that terrifying purple light was able to ignore the defenses of a half-step heaven realm martial artist and directly penetrate his body. My innate ability ignores all defenses. It can penetrate a martial artist's body and shatter their soul. "But," Little Mouse said. "But what?" Fang Chen asked. "But with my current strength, I can't use extreme piercing. When I saw that boss was in danger, I used it in a moment of desperation." At this point, Little Mouse's aura became even weaker. It was in danger of dying at any moment. Fang Chen hugged Little Mouse's body. He was incomparably anxious. In order to save him, Little Mouse had fallen into such a situation. No matter what, he had to save Little Mouse. "I will definitely save you," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He was very anxious. Little Mouse's eyes were rolling around as if it was about to close. "Boss, I'm too injured. I'm going to fall into a deep sleep. The 9 turns life and death grass, this kind of spiritual herb can save me." After the little rat finished his last sentence, he directly fell into a coma. Fang Chen checked Little Mouse's injuries and found that it was only in a deep sleep. It wasn't dead. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He then muttered the 9 turns life and death grass in his heart. "No matter what, I have to get the 9 turns life and death grass." However, Fang Chen didn't know where the 9 turns life and death grass was. "I have to leave the ruins as soon as possible and think of a way," Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering the matter for a moment, Shun cleaned up the battlefield and took away the spatial rings of the other cultivators. After checking their interspatial rings, Fang Chen found that except for the purple crystal stones, the other things in their interspatial rings were not suitable for him. They are really poor. Half-step heaven realm martial artists only have so many purple crystal stones. Fang Chen looked at the 5 million purple crystal stones in the interspatial rings and curled his lip. Then, he put the purple crystal stones into his bag and continued to move forward. Before Little Mouse fell asleep, it had already transmitted the addresses of 5 special places into his mind. Now, he had only obtained 2 tokens. After Fang Chen confirmed his target, he rushed toward the 3rd special place. In front of the Wasteland Palace, everyone in the Blood Mark Mansion was waiting for the return of the half-step Heaven Realm martial artist who was chasing Fang Chen. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of him. This made everyone in the Blood Mark Mansion very anxious. "What's going on? Why isn't he back yet?" someone asked. "Why don't we go look for him?" Shuelyan said. Then, Shuelyan sent a martial artist to look for him. After a while, the martial artist returned and brought back a piece of news that shocked the Bloodmark Mansion. "What did you say? They are all dead?" Shuelyan cried out. The martial artist nodded heavily and said carefully with a solemn face, "Senior brother Shuelyan, they are all dead. Today was a very angry day for the Bloodmark Mansion. All the half-step Heaven Realm martial artists who entered the ruins were all dead. They were filled with hatred in their hearts. In the end, they vented all their anger on Fang Chen. Search with all your strength. As long as there are clues about Fang Chen, report back immediately." Shuelyan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he ordered coldly. Yes. Everyone in the Blood Mark Mansion had even forgotten the purpose of this trip and began to search for Fang Chen with all their strength. In their hearts, the only goal was revenge. The ancient ruins of the Demon Sword Emperor was not big. After such a long struggle, Mo Yun Lianheng finally obtained 3 tokens. At this time, everyone in the Mo Yun family gathered in a mountain range. The depths of the mountain range were filled with majestic sword qi. If one looked carefully, they would find that the sword qi contained traces of demonic qi. This was the unique sword qi of the Demon Sword Emperor. The inheritance of the Demon Sword Emperor must be here. But to open it, we must gather all 5 tokens. Mo Yun Lianheng stood in the mountain range and said faintly, "Young Master Lianheng, it is said that Fang Chen of the Sky Sword Mansion obtained 2 tokens and asked me to snatch them back." A half-step Heaven Realm martial artist said. Mo Yun Lianheng nodded and said, "Come back quickly after snatching the tokens. Young Master Lianheng, don't worry. The inheritance of the Demon Sword Emperor will definitely belong to our Mo Yun family. The 8 mansions will not be able to compete with us." After saying that, the martial artist's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. However, after a while, a martial artist reported back. Chapter 992. A few days later, Fang Chen came to the 3rd strange place. However, it was empty here, and the stone tablet on the ground was still there. However, the token was no longer there. Someone took it away. Fang Chen looked ahead, puzzled. After a careful inspection and confirming that the token was taken away, Fang Chen did not stay any longer and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a roar sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Half-step to Heaven's Star Border Realm. Fang Chen instantly discovered this person's cultivation. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura. He was dressed in black, and there was a white cloud on his collar. Someone from the Mo Yun family. Only someone from the Mo Yun family would have such a beautiful appearance. Boy, you have good taste, but I am from the Mo Yun family. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the token. Mo Yunfu sneered. Mo Yunfu was a genius martial artist recruited from the outside by the Mo Yun family and was given the surname Mo Yun. After a series of inquiries, he finally confirmed Fang Chen's whereabouts and directly chased after him. "Token," Fang Chen said calmly. "Boy, our young master Lian Heng found the place of inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor and needs 5 tokens to open it. So, take out the 2 tokens on you." Mo Yunfu sneered. In his opinion, Fang Chen was very weak. "My brother risked his life to protect the token for me. You think you can take it away just because you want it?" Fang Chen's eyes were cold, and spiritual energy surged around his body. "So, you want the token, but not your life?" Mo Yunfu asked. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly took the initiative to attack. Although Fang Chen was no match for a half-step to Heaven's Star Border Realm martial artist, he was not afraid. 3 Revolutions Radiance sword technique was displayed immediately. The majestic Radiance sword light was suspended in the sky, and then under Fang Chen's control, it pierced towards Mo Yunfu. Insignificant skill. Mo Yunfu waved his hand, and countless large handprints appeared in the sky, and then these handprints directly wrapped around the Radiance sword light. Crack 2 of the Great Palm imprints were shattered, while the Holy Sword Radiance was directly shattered by the remaining Great Palm imprints. After shattering the Radiant sword light, these giant handprints continued to charge towards Fang Chen. Puchi, the power of the level 2 divine weapon, the Hidden Star Sword, completely erupted. Bang bang bang, the Hidden Star Sword chopped down on the Great Palm print and instantly shattered it. Seeing this scene, Mo Yunfu was also a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand. A level 2 divine weapon, how interesting. Mo Yunfu's eyes shone with greed. A rank 2 divine weapon was nothing to the Devil Cloud clan. However, martial artists like him, who had been bestowed with the surname, did not have the opportunity to obtain a level 2 divine weapon. And this was an opportunity. A level 2 divine weapon, I like it. After saying that, Mo Yunfu waved his palm again. The aura around him was raised to the extreme as he suddenly launched his strongest attack. In the sky, giant handprints circled around continuously. Every single handprint contained a tremendous amount of power. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen displayed the Void Meteor Annihilation, bombarding the giant handprints that filled the sky. Crack! The void was torn apart and instantly swallowed many of the giant handprints. However, the remaining giant handprints avoided the Void Meteor Annihilation and directly charged towards Fang Chen. Kid, your attack is ineffective against me. Mo Yunfu laughed sinisterly. Rumble! The giant handprints swooped down with a powerful force. Fang Chen's divine sword body was activated to the extreme, and the true meaning of space and time was displayed. Crash! His body disappeared in an instant, cleverly avoiding the attack of the giant handprint. True meaning of space. Seeing that Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of space, the killing intent in Mo Yunfu's eyes intensified. Great Void Handprint. Mo Yunfu's killing intent surged as he roared loudly. The Great Void Handprint was his unique skill. His wrist shook and the aura around him revolved. The giant handprints that filled the sky revolved around him and finally merged into his palm. Go to hell! Mo Yunfu growled and stretched out his hand. A majestic force emerged and directly suppressed him. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a lot of pressure. True meaning of space and time. Fang Chen gave up attacking and dodged with all his might. The true meaning of space and time was displayed, and his body constantly shuttled through the void. However, no matter how he shuttled, he could not escape from Mo Yunfu's giant handprint. Suppress. Mo Yunfu's face was full of smiles. After killing Fang Chen, the second stage divine weapon would be his. Crash. The giant handprint swooped over Fang Chen's head and directly locked onto Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen could not care so much. He exerted all his strength to resist desperately. The aura of a sword hero instantly spread out. 7th grade sword intent surrounded him, and the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was activated to the extreme. Crack! It was useless. Mo Yunfu's great void handprint was too strong, and Fang Chen could not resist at all. Seeing that the giant handprint was about to suppress Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. Buzz! His mind was filled with the aura of a sword hero. Sword hero, a hero of the sword. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was empty, and he truly understood the so-called sword hero. So, this is the real sword hero. Fang Chen was ecstatic. At the critical moment, he had an epiphany and understood the real sword hero. It was also at this time that Fang Chen underwent a transformation. The aura of Sword Dao surrounded his body, his energy sea rolled, and his cultivation suddenly rose. 6th level Mystic King Realm. After cultivating for so long, he still could not break through. However, the sudden epiphany allowed his cultivation to easily rise to the 6th level of the Mystic King Realm. So what if you break through? Mo Yunfu, who was suppressed by the giant handprint, sneered and looked at Fang Chen with disdain. After breaking through to the 6th level of the Mystic King Realm, Fang Chen's strength improved by leaps and bounds. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the void. Die! When the void meteorite strike was performed, the void was immediately torn apart, and the giant handprint that was suppressing him shattered instantly. Crash! Mo Yunfu's body was hit by the void meteorite strike and instantly flew out. Mo Yunfu, who fell to the ground, was shocked. How can he be so strong? At this time, Mo Yunfu was somewhat regretful. If he had known this, he would have killed this person before. The epiphany and breakthrough in the battle allowed Fang Chen to turn the tables and directly suppress Mo Yunfu. The current Fang Chen's combat strength had completely surpassed a half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. In a one-on-one fight, he could completely destroy Mo Yunfu. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. He walked towards Mo Yunfu step by step. Boy, I am from the Mo Yun family. Let me go, and this matter will end here. How about it? Mo Yunfu said in a deep voice. He wanted to use the Mo Yun family to intimidate Fang Chen. Unfortunately, when he was in the ancient Sword Continent, Fang Chen had killed the younger generation of the Mo Yun family. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, my Mo Yun family is the overlord of the Mo Yun state. As a member of the Sky Sword Mansion, you should know that if you anger my Mo Yun family, even the Sky Sword Mansion can't protect you. Mo Yunfu said. If it was an ordinary person, they might really be frightened. However, he was facing Fang Chen. Your Mo Yun family has found the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor? Fang Chen suddenly asked. With your strength, you want to get the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor? Mo Yunfu said disdainfully. Pucci. The hidden star sword streaked across the void and cut off one of Mo Yunfu's arms. The latter screamed miserably. Where is the inheritance? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Mo Yunfu's heart palpitated, and he hurriedly said, It is in a mountain range in the center of the ruins. Mo Yunfu looked at Fang Chen bitterly. This person didn't even fear the Mo Yun family. If he really angered him, he definitely wouldn't have a good end. Fang Chen, I'll tell you everything. I only ask that you let me live. At this time, Mo Yunfu also softened and no longer used the Mo Yun family to threaten Fang Chen. Mo Yunfu told Fang Chen about the main members of the Mo Yun family who had entered the ruins, as well as the information about Mo Yun Lian Heng to Fang Chen. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Even if you don't tell me, I will know, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, do you really want to become enemies with the Mo Yun family? Mo Yunfu's face was gloomy. I'm afraid you still don't know one thing, Fang Chen said. What is it? Mo Yunfu asked. The Mo Yun Lian Zhou was also killed by me. Therefore, I have long been enemies with your Mo Yun family. Fang Chen stared at Mo Yunfu. You! Chapter 993. The Inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor? As a sword cultivator, Fang Chen was also very interested in the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. If he could obtain the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, he might be able to use it to reach a higher level in Sword Dao. After knowing the location of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen rushed there at full speed. Sky Devil Mountain Range. The reason why it was called Sky Devil Mountain Range. First, it was because this was the location of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance. Second, it was because there was a very magical beast in the Sky Devil Mountain Range. This kind of beast was rare in the universe. They were called Sky Devils by the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. This kind of beast called Sky Devil was very powerful. Their bodies were small, but they were extremely powerful. Moreover, when fighting, their bodies would emit a black aura. This aura could cause warriors to hallucinate for a short time. In short, these Sky Devil beasts were very cunning. At this time, the Sky Devil Mountain Range was crowded with people. After hearing the news, the people of the 8 prefectures all came to the Sky Devil Mountain Range. Although the people of the 8 prefectures did not dare to compete with the Demon Cloud family, they also wanted to take the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins. After all, the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was very tempting. In the depths of the Sky Devil Mountain Range, the people of the Demon Cloud family, led by Demon Cloud Lianheng, stood quietly. From time to time, they would attack and kill the Sky Devil beasts that attacked them. Not far away, the people of the 8 prefectures gathered together. They waited quietly, but did not dare to approach the Demon Cloud family. Whoosh! At a certain moment, The appearance of a sky devil beast instantly caused the people of the 8 prefectures to become restless. Kill! No one knew who shouted, but the people of the 8 prefectures immediately attacked. The overall strength of the people of the 8 prefectures was not as good as the demon cloud family, but they had more people. When everyone attacked together, the sky devil beast did not even have a chance to resist and was killed directly. However, when the sky devil beast died, it howled to the sky. Not good, a large number of sky devil beasts are approaching. Suddenly, the leader of one of the prefectures shouted with a serious face. Immediately, the warriors of the other prefectures also noticed the large number of sky devil beasts rushing over from the distance. Kill! The people of the 8 prefectures fought side by side, and instantly fought with the large number of sky devil beasts. Pucci the heavenly devil demonic beast's strength was abnormally tyrannical. However, there were still many warriors who died. Every time a heavenly demonic beast died, 2 or 3 martial artists would be killed. In the blink of an eye, there were casualties everywhere. The 8 prefectures had suffered heavy losses, and the number of heavenly demonic beasts was constantly decreasing. In the depths of the mountain range, the demon cloud family had been watching from the sidelines. After fighting fiercely for 15 minutes, the people from the 8 prefectures were finally unable to withstand the attacks of the heavenly devil demonic beasts and retreated one after another. And the direction they were retreating in was the direction of the devil cloud family. Damn it! Mo Yun Lianheng secretly cursed. Immediately, the people of the demon cloud family raised their vigilance and prepared for battle. All of you, leave quickly! A half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist of the demon cloud family shouted. His words were filled with rage. Those damned martial artists from the 8 prefectures had actually lured the heavenly devil demonic beasts to their demon cloud family's territory. Normally, the people of the 8 prefectures would not dare to offend the demon cloud family. But now, he was about to die, so why did he think so much? Under the frantic escape of the people of the 8 prefectures, they finally retreated to the demon cloud family's territory. The demon cloud family was forced to participate in the battle. Suddenly, the battle escalated once again. With the participation of the demon cloud family, the battle was gradually under the control of the human martial artists. Although the heavenly devil demonic beasts were tyrannical, their numbers were limited. After fighting fiercely for 2 hours, the heavenly devil demonic beasts suffered heavy casualties and the remaining ones hurriedly fled. After the battle, the entire mountain range was in a mess. The demon cloud family had also lost many people. Mo Yun Lianheng was in a mess and his face was extremely gloomy. Damn it! Mo Yun Lianheng was furious. When Fang Chen came to the entrance of the heavenly devil mountain range, he heard the sounds of battle. Someone is fighting, Fang Chen said faintly. Immediately, he went into the heavenly devil mountain range. Along the way, Fang Chen found many corpses of human martial artists and heavenly devil demonic beasts. When he came to the depths of the heavenly devil mountain range, he found that the demon cloud family and the martial artists from the 8 prefectures were in a mess. They are fighting the heavenly devil demonic beasts. Fang Chen instantly understood and then looked at the Sky Sword Mansion's area. When the Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists entered the remnant, 100 of them had died and only 300 remained. And now, after this great battle, there were actually less than 100 people left. War is the cruelest. Fang Chen. In the Sky Sword Mansion's area, Hu Ming saw Fang Chen and hurriedly shouted. Fang Chen nodded and came to Hu Ming's side. Fang Chen, are you all right? Hu Ming asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. The other 7 prefectures also noticed Fang Chen. Only the demon cloud family's people had killing intent in their eyes when they saw Fang Chen. Mo Yun Lianheng waved his hand, stopping the demon cloud family's people from acting rashly. Then, he walked step by step towards Fang Chen. You're the Sky Sword Mansion's Fang Chen? Mo Yun Lianheng asked. Fang Chen, he's the Demon Cloud family's Mo Yunlianheng, Hu Ming introduced. Fang Chen carefully sized up Mo Yunlianheng, not saying anything. Fang Chen was a bit worried that the mark on his body would be discovered by Mo Yunlianheng. But he was worrying too much. Apart from the Demon Cloud family's patriarch, no one else could discover this mark. If my guess is correct, you've obtained 2 tokens, Mo Yunlianheng suddenly said. So what? Fang Chen asked back. Staring at Fang Chen, Mo Yunlianheng said, Mo Yunfu really is a piece of trash. Mo Yunlianheng thought that the Mo Yunfu he sent out hadn't found Fang Chen. But he didn't know that Mo Yunfu had already been killed by Fang Chen. The reason he dared to come here was because he didn't fear him. Hand over your 2 tokens, Mo Yunlianheng said forcefully. In his view, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance belonged to his Demon Cloud family, and the other 8 families didn't have the qualifications to touch it. Hearing this, the people of the 8 families looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Opening the inheritance required 5 tokens, and they didn't expect that Fang Chen would obtain 2 tokens. Everyone was worried that Fang Chen would hand over the tokens. Once Mo Yunlianheng obtained 5 tokens, then the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor would really have nothing to do with them. Fang Chen, Hu Ming called out in a low voice. The Demon Cloud family's appetite is really big. They actually want to monopolize the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Fang Chen said, Do you think the people of the 8 families are vegetarians? Fang Chen's words aroused a strong reaction from the people of the 8 families. The reason they didn't dare to compete with the Demon Cloud family was because they didn't have a leader. Now that Fang Chen was leading, they had nothing to fear. You're courting death. Seeing the resistance of the people of the 8 families, Mo Yunlianheng's face changed and he said coldly. He knew that he couldn't let Fang Chen continue. He had to make an example out of him. After I kill you, the tokens will still belong to me, Mo Yunlianheng. Mo Yunlianheng bellowed as a black longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed out with the sword. It was an ordinary slash, but it made Fang Chen feel great danger. Crash! Fang Chen easily dodged Mo Yunlianheng's attack with the space-time true intent. Child's play. Mo Yunlianheng was much stronger than Mo Yunfu. When he saw Fang Chen's space-type true intent, he was disdainful. Then, the black longsword in Mo Yunlianheng's hand kept changing, and a majestic sword aura instantly spread out. Whoosh! The powerful sword light shot towards Fang Chen. Buzz! The aura of a 6th profound king instantly exploded. Then, Fang Chen used the void meteor annihilation. Bang! When the two collided, there was a deafening sound and sparks flew everywhere. In the end, Mo Yunlianheng's attack was shattered by Fang Chen's void meteor annihilation. Mo Yunlianheng looked at Fang Chen in surprise. I didn't expect a 6th profound king to have such combat strength. I have underestimated you. Mo Yunlianheng smiled eerily. You've disappointed me, Fang Chen said with a smile. After this short exchange, he knew that Mo Yunlianheng was only SOSO. Is that so? Next, I will make you despair. Mo Yunlianheng sneered. At the same time, his aura rose to the peak. Chapter 994. Vital Essence. Vital essence emerged from Mo Yunlianheng's body. The crowd from the 8 prefectures was shocked. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, only Heaven Realm martial artists could absorb the vital spirit between heaven and earth. But Mo Yunlianheng, a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist, had vital essence. It was too terrifying. No wonder Mo Yunlianheng was not afraid of anyone. It turned out that he was the undisputed strongest martial artist in the relic. At this time, everyone from the Sky Sword Mansion looked at Fang Chen worriedly. Vital essence was extremely powerful. An ordinary Mystic King Realm martial artist could not resist it. Even an ordinary half-step Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to fight it head-on. When Mo Yunlien Heng exuded the power of vital essence, he was already in an invincible state. Crash! A weak vital essence circled around the pitch-black longsword. Mo Yunlianheng held the longsword in his hand and looked at Fang Chen. He sneered, "Fang Chen, what do you have to fight me?" Indeed, vital essence had appeared. What could Fang Chen use to fight him? Even Fang Chen did not expect Mo Yunlianheng to have vital essence. In the entire demon cloud state, there were almost no martial artists in the half-step heaven realm who could absorb vital essence. Vital essence, huh? Fang Chen's eyes were burning. He stared at the vital essence and was full of fighting spirit. "I want to see how strong your vital essence is," Fang Chen shouted. At the same time, he used the true meaning of space and time and the void meteor annihilation. Crash! The void was torn apart. A thick ray of light hit Mo Yunlianheng's vital essence. Crack! The terror of vital essence was exposed. The ray of light that hit Mo Yunlianheng was instantly shattered. Seeing this, Fang Chen threw out the rest of the scarlet maple leaves and detonated them. Boom! The vital essence in the scarlet maple leaves was instantly detonated. The wild explosion resounded through the sky. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated for fear of being affected by the explosion. Scarlet maple leaves! Everyone cried out in shock. The explosive power of the scarlet maple leaf instantly covered demonic Cloud Lianheng's vital spirit and drowned it. Dong, the earth trembled as the terrifying explosive force exhausted the vital spirit of demonic Cloud Lianheng, and it gradually dissipated. The gray aura quickly dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Missouri Yunlian stood there in a sorry state. His face was filled with rage. Damn it! Mo Yunlianheng clenched his fists and wished he could kill Fang Chen with a single punch. However, reason told him not to be impulsive. The aftermath of the explosion of the scarlet maple leaf had completely dissipated. At this time, the embarrassed Mo Yunlianheng stared at Fang Chen. If it weren't for his vital essence, he would have died in the explosion. "Fang Chen, you surprised me," Mo Yunlianheng said coldly. Fang Chen stared at Mo Yun and asked, "Do you still want to continue fighting?" Mo Yun shook his head and said, "There's no point in continuing the battle. How about we each take a step back?" Mo Yunlianheng was afraid of Fang Chen's scarlet maple leaf, and Fang Chen was also a little afraid of Mo Yunlianheng's strength. "How?" Fang Chen asked. "Let's open the Sky Devil Sword Emperor's inheritance together and then enter together." Mo Yunlianheng put away his long sword. When Fang Chen heard this, he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This was the only win-win solution for now. When the 5 title plates are gathered together, you will be able to open the inheritance. Take out your title plate. As Mo Yunlianheng spoke, he took out the 3 title plates that he had obtained. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out 2 badges. Suddenly, the 5 tokens floated in the air and burst out with a scorching light. The people of the 8 prefectures did not expect the situation to change like this. However, the retreat of the Demon Cloud family gave the people of the 8 prefectures a last glimmer of hope. The people of the Demon Cloud family were the most furious. They secretly communicated with Mo Yunlianheng and wanted to kill Fang Chen by force. However, they were stopped by Mo Yunlianheng. Firstly, they were not sure if Fang Chen still had a large number of scarlet maple leaves. Since he could casually throw out scarlet maple leaves, he must have more on him. They could not take the risk. Secondly, Fang Chen's attitude was so tough. Once he was defeated, he would definitely destroy the tokens. This was what Mo Yunlianheng was most worried about. After entering the inheritance, he would kill Fang Chen. This was what Mo Yunlianheng thought. At that time, Fang Chen would definitely die. Buzz! In the air, the 5 tokens gradually merged together and emitted a dazzling light. Finally, they turned into a token and let out a deafening sound. It disappeared into the void in front of them. In the next moment, the people saw an illusory spirit boundary appear. Let's go! Mo Yunlian Heng shouted, and the people of the Demon Cloud family entered the spirit boundary. Seeing this, the people of the other 8 prefectures also swarmed into the spirit boundary. Sky Demon Sword Chi. The moment Fang Chen entered the spirit boundary, he felt the vast Sky Demon Sword Chi permeating the void. This spirit boundary was extremely huge. As expected of the Sky Demon Sword Emperor, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. This spirit boundary could only be set up by an elite like the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Previously, Fang Chen was still guessing what level the Sky Demon Sword Emperor was at. After entering the spirit boundary, he was finally sure. The Sky Demon Sword Emperor was at least at the heavenly body tier, or even stronger. The inside of the spirit boundary was extremely spacious. Just as the cultivators were looking left and right for the Sky Demon Sword Emperor's inheritance, all of a sudden, a furious roar was heard. On the plains in the distance, dust flew and black figures appeared one after another. Their appearance directly caused the Sky Demon Sword Chi in the spirit boundary to change continuously. "Those are sword puppets!" an expert of the Demon Cloud family yelled. Suddenly, the people of the 8 prefectures were extremely nervous. So many sword puppets! Everyone was shocked. A sword puppet was a puppet refined by a sword principle expert using his sword principle cultivation. Their characteristics were much stronger than ordinary puppets. Looking at the sword puppets rushing from the distance, everyone's scalp went numb. "Go!" It was not known who shouted, but everyone immediately fled one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh! The only weakness of the sword puppets was their speed. Everyone fled while the swarm of sword puppets chased after them. After a while, someone found a mountain in front of them. "Occupy the high ground!" As soon as the voice fell, the cultivators rushed up the mountain like a tide. Then, Demon Cloud Lianheng said in a deep voice, "Half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists, stand at the front and block the sword puppets." At this time, everyone had no choice but to work together. Although Demon Cloud Lianheng wanted to kill Fang Chen, now was not the time. The people of the 8 prefectures quickly reached a consensus. Then, the half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists stood at the front, the 9th-level Mystic King Realm martial artists stood at the back, and the weaker martial artists hid at the top of the mountain. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard, and the swarm of sword puppets rushed to the bottom of the mountain in a short while. Since the mountain was not big, the number of sword puppets was limited. The first batch of sword puppets was about 100. Attack! Seeing the sword puppets getting closer and closer to the crowd, Demon Cloud Lianheng shouted. Suddenly, many half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists activated their strongest attack. Crack! The sword puppets at the front were hit by the powerful attacks and instantly shattered. Behind them, countless sword puppets continued to attack. Fang Chen was also in the first row. He used the Void Meteorite Strike to kill the sword puppet. Bang! Bang! Under everyone's joint efforts, the first wave of sword puppets failed. More than 100 sword puppets were shattered and scattered on the mountainside. Before everyone could recover from the shock, the second wave of sword puppets had arrived. Kill! All the martial artists tried their best to kill the sword puppets. Under the intense attacks, the sword puppets were constantly being killed. However, as time went by, more and more sword puppets reached the mountainside. Finally, the crowd realized that something was wrong. "We can't just sit here and wait for death. There are more and more sword puppets. We will definitely die when all of them reach the mountainside." Someone shouted. "Then what should we do?" Chapter 995. Hearing someone say this, everyone's heart shook. Indeed, this boundary was the inheritance ground of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. It was impossible for sword puppets to appear for no reason. It was also impossible for so many sword puppets to attack everyone at the same time. The only explanation was that these sword puppets were designed by the Sky Devil Sword Emperor as a test for everyone. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. There are too many sword puppets. The speed at which we kill them can't keep up with the speed at which they rush over, Mo Yunlian said. The others racked their brains as they killed the sword puppet. On the other side, Fang Chen performed the void meteorite strike and killed a large number of sword puppets in an instant. Then, he performed the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. Crack! The performance of the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique shocked Fang Chen. A large number of sword puppets died under the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. How is this possible? The 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was obviously not as powerful as the void meteorite strike. How could its lethality exceed the latter? Could it be? Some ideas appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, he continued to perform the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. He suddenly realized that when the light sword light pierced the sword puppets, it would split into countless small sword lights and penetrate into every part of the sword puppets' bodies. Eventually, it would destroy the sword puppets from the inside. Thus, the lethality of the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique became extremely powerful. Sword cultivators are the most effective against sword puppets, Fang Chen said to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen roared. I got it. Sword cultivators can only unleash their greatest destructive power against sword puppet. Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone was a little confused. However, he was only able to display a powerful swordsmanship. There were many sword cultivators among the people present. Among them, Fang Chen and Mo Yunlian Heng were the strongest. Mo Yunlian Heng slashed out with his black sword. Immediately, a large number of sword puppets were shattered. Seeing this, Mo Yunlian Heng was overjoyed. All sword cultivators attacked together. Mo Yunlian Heng was sure that Fang Chen was telling the truth. In an instant, all the sword cultivators present stood in the first row and began a new round of attacks. Rumble as expected, after the first row was swapped with sword cultivators, everyone's lethality was raised to the highest level. Crack! After blocking several waves of attacks in succession, everyone discovered that the sword puppet's attack speed had become a little slow. Continue attacking. The sword puppet can't hold on any longer. Mo Yunlian Heng roared. Rumble-deafening noises reverberated through the sky as countless martialists started to kill the sword puppets. After persisting for close to 6 hours, the sword puppets were finally exterminated by the human martial artists. The remaining sword puppets all retreated. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the mountain peak heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there are many sword cultivators here. Otherwise, these sword puppets would be too difficult to kill, someone said. Mo Yun cast a sideways glance at Fang Chen, then led the crowd down the mountain. It was extremely dangerous inside the barrier. The people of the Demon Cloud family didn't move alone either. Instead, they moved with the people of the 8 prefectures. Mo Yunlianheng was very clear in his heart. He would temporarily use the people of the 8 prefectures and kill them after he achieved his goal. The sword puppets have retreated. Let's go, Mo Yunlianheng said. The group of people shuttled through the plains in a grandiose manner, advancing rapidly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the barrier. There was a huge array here. This array was faintly discernible. Illusory array. Only Fang Chen could tell that this was a powerful illusory array. The inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor is in this array. Mo Yunlianheng was very excited. He took a step forward and prepared to enter the array. However, right at this moment, a resplendent sword light flashed on a bluestone in front of the formation. This scene attracted Mo Yunlianheng's attention. What's that? Everyone looked at the mark on the green stone with burning eyes as they discussed. Mo Yunlianheng's body stopped in front of the green stone. At this moment, a mark appeared on the green stone. This mark was in the shape of a sword. It contained a huge sword Dao aura. The inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. Mo Yunlianheng was overjoyed as he walked towards the green stone. Stop him! Someone in the crowd yelled. Immediately, the cultivators of the 8 prefectures rushed towards the green stone. You're courting death. The Demon Cloud family launched a counterattack and blocked the cultivators of the 8 prefectures for Mo Yunlien. A chaotic battle broke out and miserable screams could be heard. Although the Demon Cloud family's overall strength was strong, they still suffered heavy casualties under the joint attack of the 8 prefectures. Join forces to stop the Demon Cloud family. Shuel Yen of the Blood Mark Mansion shouted. At this moment, the 8 prefectures abandoned their previous grudges and joined forces to besiege the Demon Cloud family. Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space to arrive in front of the green stone. Get lost! Seeing that Fang Chen wanted to touch the sword mark, Mo Yunlien Heng suddenly punched out. Bang! The 2 fists collided and both of them were pushed back. After stabilizing himself, Mo Yunlien took a step forward and directly jumped onto the bluestone. His big hand reached out and grabbed the sword-shaped imprint. Void Meteorite Strike. At the critical moment, Fang Chen used Void Meteor Annihilation. With a bang, he blocked Mo Yunlienheng's giant hand. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you! Mo Yunlienheng roared in anger. He held the pitch-black longsword in his hand and slashed out streaks of terrifying sword light toward Fang Chen. The latter used the true meaning of time and space to dodge. Taking advantage of this time, Mo Yunlienheng's hand grabbed the sword mark. In an instant, the green stone was shattered into pieces. Then, the sword mark drilled into Mo Yunlienheng's hand. It went through Mo Yunlienheng's meridians and entered his head. Crash! On Mo Yunlienheng's forehead, the sword mark flashed and burst out with a bright light. Mo Yunlienheng let out a miserable scream. He held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. A strange aura was emitted from his body. This sudden turn of events caused everyone who was in the midst of an intense battle to stop. Young Master Lianheng. The people of the Demon Cloud family came to Mo Yunlienheng's side and called out worriedly. At this moment, Mo Yunlienheng was like a crazy demon. He held his head with both hands and screamed miserably. Complex veins flowed around his body, faintly discernible. Fang Chen felt extreme danger. Retreat! Fang Chen roared. Suddenly, the people of the 8 prefectures retreated quickly. All of you have to die. At this moment, demonic Cloud Lian Zhou suddenly stood up. His eyes shot out a substantial light. It was extremely frightening. Young Master Lianheng. Mo Yunlienheng's aura made the people of the Demon Cloud family tremble. Die! Mo Yunlienheng stretched out his finger. Suddenly, a terrifying finger light shot towards the people of the 8 prefectures. Pucci! Suddenly, a large number of martial artists turned into a blood mist. Mo Yunlienheng's strength was too tyrannical. It must be the sword mark. Fang Chen, who was running away, said secretly. Come back. After Mo Yunlienheng killed some of the people of the 8 prefectures, his eyes fell on Fang Chen. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Then, he pulled with force. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. Fang Chen's figure was forced to show up by Mo Yunlienheng. Bang! Suffering from the powerful impact, Fang Chen's body flew back and fell in front of the illusory array. Too strong. Fang Chen couldn't resist Mo Yunlienheng's power at all. Go to hell. Mo Yunlienheng launched a powerful attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt despair. However, he didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and entered the illusory array. Boom! Mo Yunlienheng's attack heavily bombarded the illusory array. The illusory array shook and finally stabilized. At this moment, the sword mark on Mo Yunlienheng's forehead emitted a trace of black aura. Then, Mo Yunlienheng's emotions gradually stabilized. After a while, Mo Yunlienheng was completely awake. Young Master Lianheng, are you alright? The people of the Demon Cloud family asked. Mo Yunlienheng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Sword Dao Curse Seal? Mo Yunlien Hung looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The sword mark was actually a type of sword Dao curse seal. After fusing with the sword Dao curse seal, one's sword Dao cultivation would skyrocket. At the same time, it would also become extremely manic. After fusing with the sword Dao curse seal, Mo Yunlien Hung obtained a lot of information. This included the Sky Demon Sword Art, the strongest inheritance of the Sky Demon Sword Emperor. Chapter 996. The Sword Wei Incantation was a very powerful medium. In the vast universe, some powerful swordsmen would put a part of their power into the Sword Wei Incantation and leave it for the Fated One. The Sword Wei Incantation that Mo Yunlien obtained came from the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. No one in the world knew that the Celestial Devil Sword Emperor practiced two extreme sword techniques. Other than the well-known Sky Devil Sword technique, there was another Dark Black Demon Sword technique. When this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, its power was almost the same as the Sky Devil Sword technique. However, those who chose the Sword Wei Incantation would not be able to obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique. The Sword Wei Incantation was one of the two great inheritances of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. After obtaining the Sword Wei Incantation, Mo Yunlien knew. Only by killing the cultivator of the Sky Devil Sword technique and absorbing his power could he cultivate the Black Demon Sword technique to the extreme. This was also the idea of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor when he left his inheritance. He wanted to choose one of the two great inheritors. This person would be his strongest inheritor. Although I am not fated to obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique, I will definitely kill the one who possesses it and become the strongest inheritor of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, Mo Yunlien said to himself. The Black Demon Sword technique was a dark extreme sword technique. Cultivating this sword technique could easily cause one to go berserk. If it was light, one would be severely injured. If it was heavy, one would die. Just now, Mo Yunlien merged with the Sword Wei Incantation and fell into a berserk state. But now, he had recovered. Looking at the illusory array, Mo Yunlien licked his dry lips and said, I hope you can obtain the Sky Devil Sword technique. The Sky Devil Sword technique and the Black Demon Sword technique were natural enemies. There could only be one in the world. Young Master Lianheng, what do we do now? Someone asked. Enter the illusory array and look for opportunities. I will wait here, Mo Yunlien said. All the members of the Mo Yun family entered the illusory array. Mo Yunlien sat cross-legged outside the illusory array and digested the power of the Sword Wei Incantation. At this moment, the members of the 8 prefectures who had escaped were all terrified and did not dare to enter the illusory array. Inside the illusory array, Fang Chun stood quietly as his surroundings constantly changed. What a powerful illusory array! Fang Chun thought to himself. This illusion array still contained the aura of the illusory sword Dao. Fang Chun released his illusory sword Dao aura and felt that he could barely see the situation within a 1-meter radius. Inside the illusory array was a vast expanse of whiteness. His intuition told him that the Heavenly Demon Sword technique was inside the illusion array. Where? Fang Chun was looking for the center of the illusion array. The people of the Demon Cloud family were also searching. Once they entered the illusion array, no one would be able to discover each other. At a certain moment, Fang Chun met the people of the Demon Cloud family. Swoosh before the people of the Devil Cloud family could make a move, Fang Chun killed them with a clean slash of his sword. After that, Fang Chun continued forward. Finally, after advancing for 2 hours, Fang Chun discovered that the fog here was too dense. His illusory sword path aura could no longer be maintained. The visibility was less than 1 meter. Fang Chun couldn't move an inch. Knock knock knock. Just as Fang Chun was at his wit's end, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. Seeing this, Fang Chun's face was overjoyed. Buzz! The golden heart released a golden luster that enveloped Fang Chun's body. In an instant, the white fog near Fong Chen retreated. The white fog seemed to be very afraid of the golden luster on Fong Chen's body. Under the guidance of the golden heart, after about an hour, Fong Chen arrived at the center of the illusion array. In the center of the illusion array there was a stone platform. On the stone platform there was a book. There was a very strong seal around this book. This is, Fong Chen saw the words on the book. The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. He was extremely excited. Crash! The void was chaotic, and an illusory figure appeared. Congratulations on coming here. The illusory figure grinned. Fong Chen was shocked. Could this illusory figure be the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor? That's right. I am the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor. Back then, I left behind an illusory figure to wait for the fated one to come. The illusory figure continued. You passed all the tests and came here. This means that you are fated with me. You can obtain the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. But the illusory figure's face was extremely solemn. Once you choose to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique will be your lifelong enemy until you kill him. The illusory figure said. Fong Chen was a little confused. He didn't know what the Black Demon Sword Technique was. He also didn't know who the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique was. Crash! The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique floated into Fong Chen's hands. Then, the illusory figure said, The Heavenly Demon Sword Technique is my lifelong secret. Only Heaven Star Border Realm elites can cultivate it. Remember, be careful of the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique. With that, the illusory figure disappeared. Fong Chen was shocked. Although he was confused, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. He flipped open the book and saw the exquisite chants of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. It took him 15 minutes to finish reading the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Fong Chen felt that the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique was very difficult to understand. It's too profound. Fong Chen couldn't help but say. The Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor's achievements in the Sword Tao must be very high. Even with Fong Chen's heaven-defying potential in the Sword Tao, he still couldn't understand the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique. Fong Chen put away the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique and prepared to leave. Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique and the Black Demon Sword Technique have both found their owners. I really want to know which one of them is stronger. A voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from the void. Fong Chen could tell that it was the voice of the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor. From what the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor said, it seems like he specially set up these two inheritances and made them compete with each other. Fong Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fong Chen's mind as he recalled the demonic cloud chain outside the illusion array. Could it be that Mo Yunlianheng is the cultivator of the Black Demon Sword Technique? Mo Yunlianheng just got the imprint and immediately went into a frenzy. Fong Chen thought of what the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor said. The inheritor of the Black Demon Sword Technique and the inheritor of the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique would be mortal enemies. While Fong Chen was thinking, the ground suddenly trembled. The illusory formation shattered, and the people of the Mo Yun family appeared in front of him. However, before they could say anything, the void was torn apart. Everyone felt a flash of white light, and then they disappeared from the ruins. Fong Chen felt as if he had entered a spatial turbulence, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. It was very oppressive. This feeling lasted for about 15 minutes before it finally disappeared. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen felt a dazzling light. Then, he looked up and found that he had actually left the ancient ruins of the Heavenly Demon Sword Emperor. I'm out, Fong Chen muttered to himself. After a long time, Fong Chen confirmed that he should be out. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen quickly left this place. Soon, the people of the 8 prefectures appeared here. The people of the Mo Yun family also appeared here. Mo Yunlianheng looked around and didn't find any trace of Fang Chen. Could it be that he didn't receive the inheritance? Mo Yunlianheng thought to himself. Then, Mo Yunlianheng led the people of the Mo Yun family and left this place. The people of the 8 prefectures also bid farewell to each other. The heavenly demon sword emperor's ancient ruins came to an end. No one knew who had obtained the heavenly demon sword technique. They also didn't know that the heavenly demon sword emperor had actually set up 2 inheritances. Fang Chen purposely wasted some time on the way back. He waited for the Sky Sword Prefecture's martial artists to return before he went back unhurriedly. Fang Chen, why did you come back so late? Hu Ming and the others had already been back for 2 days. During this time, the Sky Sword Prefecture's master asked about the situation in the ancient ruins, but they didn't get any information. After the Sky Sword Prefecture's master learned about Mo Yunlianheng's situation, he concluded that the heavenly demon sword emperor's inheritance should have been obtained by Mo Yunlianheng. Regarding this, he felt a little helpless. When I came out, you were already gone. Fang Chen said simply. It's good that you're back. After the trip to the ancient ruins, everyone was even more convinced of Fang Chen's abilities. In fact, Hu Ming even gave up the position of third guard captain to Fang Chen. When the Sky Sword Prefecture's master learned that Fang Chen had returned, he personally summoned Fang Chen. His cultivation has increased. The Sky Sword Prefecture's master looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Prefecture Master, Mo Yunlianheng obtained a mysterious imprint and his strength increased dramatically. We were no match for him. We couldn't enter the final illusion array, so, Fang Chen said slowly with an apologetic expression. Chapter 997. It was a pity that the Sky Sword Mansion did not get the inheritance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. However, the Sky Sword Mansion master knew that the martial artists sent by the Demon Cloud family were definitely stronger than the other 8 mansions. Therefore, he could not blame Fang Chen. Furthermore, the Heavenly Sword Mansion's master had learned from others that Fang Chen's performance in the Remnant was extremely outstanding. The Sky Sword Mansion took the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Fang Chen's talent in sword principle was getting more and more unbelievable. The Sky Sword Mansion master even fantasized about whether Fang Chen could become someone like the Sky Devil Sword Emperor in the future. 100,000 years ago, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor appeared and shocked the entire Scar Island. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor came from the Sky Sword Mansion. At that time, the Sky Devil Sword Emperor was extremely glorious. Because of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, the Sky Sword Mansion was extremely prosperous. The prosperity lasted for a long time. However, since the mysterious disappearance of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor, the Sky Sword Mansion gradually declined. Until now, the Sky Sword Mansion had few talents. It was at the bottom of the 8 mansions in the Demon Cloud state. As the Sky Sword Mansion master, he naturally wanted to change the current environment of the Sky Sword Mansion. He wanted to lead the Sky Sword Mansion to rise again. The appearance of Fang Chen gave the Sky Sword Mansion master hope. The first time he paid attention to Fang Chen was because of the test of the First Army's 3rd Guardian team. At that time, he personally set up the 9 layers seal. Moreover, he even said that no one under the Heaven Star realm could climb the 9th mountain. However, the result surprised him. Fang Chen used his absolute strength to break through the 9 layers of seals and ascend the 9th mountain. He left all the cultivators in the same batch far behind him. At that time, the Sky Sword Mansion master personally announced that Fang Chen was first in the overall assessment. After that, the Sky Sword Mansion master continued to pay attention to Fang Chen. This trip to the relic made the Sky Sword Mansion master make a decision. The Sky Sword Mansion wanted to cultivate Fang Chen and provide him with all kinds of resources. Fang Chen, are you willing to be my disciple? The Sky Sword Mansion master asked. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately looked up at the Sky Sword Mansion master. Upon seeing Fong Chen's silence, the Sky Sword Mansion Master continued, "You can think about this matter carefully. Once you become my disciple, you must absolutely obey my orders." After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen asked, "Manor Head, may I ask if my freedom will be restricted if I become your disciple? I am the Mansion Master of the Sky Sword Mansion. My disciple will naturally have to stay in the Sky Sword Mansion," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said. Hearing this, Fong Chen immediately gave up on this plan. Then, he tactfully said, "Lord Mansion Master, I don't have any plans in this regard for the time being. If I do, I will consider Lord Mansion Master immediately." When the Sky Sword Mansion Master heard this, he did not say much. He nodded and said, "All right, you can go back first. If you have thought it through, come and look for me." "Thank you, Lord Prefect." Fong Chen cupped his hands and turned to leave. However, just as Fong Chen walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something. Then, he turned around and looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master. He asked, "Lord Mansion Master, I have a request." "Speak," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said calmly. "I would like to know where I can find the 9 turns life and death herb," Fong Chen asked. When the Sky Sword Mansion Master heard this, he was a little surprised. "Why do you want the 9 turns life and death herb?" The Sky Sword Mansion Master said slowly, "The 9 turns life and death herb is not considered precious. However, it is very rare to see it in the Sky Sword Mansion." Fong Chen looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master anxiously. The latter pondered for a moment and said, "However, I know a place that should have this spiritual herb." "Where?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. "The Divine Medicine Pavilion," the Sky Sword Mansion Master said. When Fong Chen heard this, he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and thanked the Sky Sword Mansion Master. He knew about the Divine Medicine Pavilion. It was in the Sky Sword Mansion and was considered the largest elixir production force in the Sky Sword Mansion. The Divine Medicine Pavilion did not interfere in the Sky Sword Mansion's affairs. They only focused on developing elixir production. After returning to the third Guardian group, Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. He was ready to set off to the Divine Medicine Pavilion. The Divine Medicine Pavilion was located at the border of the Sky Sword Mansion. It was close to the Sky Thunder State. "I hope I can get the 9 turns life and death herb." Fong Chen packed up and set off to the Divine Medicine Pavilion. After a few days, Fong Chen arrived at the city where the Divine Medicine Pavilion was located. Although the city was remote, it was unusually prosperous. It was all because of the Divine Medicine Pavilion's existence. No wonder it's the largest elixir production force in the Sky Sword Mansion. Fong Chen sighed as he looked at the tall buildings in the city that reached into the clouds. The streets were filled with people. There were martial artists everywhere. After passing through a few streets, Fong Chen arrived at the Divine Medicine Pavilion. When the staff saw Fong Chen coming in, he hurried over and asked, "Mister, is there anything I can help you with?" "I want to buy the 9 turns life and death herb," Fong Chen said. When the staff heard this, he was a little surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "The 9 turns life and death herb is 10 million purple crystals per stalk." 10 million! Fong Chen was shocked. A stalk of 9 turns life and death herb actually cost 10 million purple crystals. This was comparable to the entire net worth of a martial artist who just entered the Heaven Star Border realm. In the ruins, Fong Chen obtained the interspatial rings of a few half-step Heaven Star Border realm martial artists from the Blood Scar Mansion. There were only 5 million purple crystals in total. In addition to the 1 million purple crystals that he originally had, he only had 6 million purple crystals in total. "I'm still short of 4 million purple crystals." Fong Chen was a little helpless. The 9 turns life and death herb was right in front of him, but he couldn't buy it. "Mister, do you need it?" When the staff saw Fong Chen hesitating, he asked. Fong Chen forced a smile and said, "I didn't bring enough purple crystals." Wait for me to go back and get them. After leaving the Divine Medicine Pavilion, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. At this moment, a stooped old man smiled and walked to Fang Chen's side. Little brat, are you unable to buy the elixirs you need because you don't have enough purple crystals? When Fang Chen heard this, he turned his head and saw that the stooped old man's clothes were in tatters. He had a sneaky smile on his face. How do you know? Fang Chen asked in return. I've been here for many years and have seen many martial artists like you. The stooped old man smiled. Fang Chen didn't say anything and prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by the stooped old man. Little brat, I have a way to earn purple crystals quickly. Do you want to know? Fang Chen, who had already walked out, suddenly stopped and asked, What method? The stooped old man chuckled and said, Help me hunt demonic beasts, and I'll pay you purple crystals. What demonic beast? How much is it? Fang Chen asked. Now that he urgently needed the 9 turns life and death herb, he couldn't care less. Cool breeze deer, 100,000 purple crystals each. The stooped old man smiled. Are you serious? Fang Chen asked. The stooped old man nodded heavily and said, This old man's reputation is not bad. Just as the stooped old man finished speaking, a middle-aged martial artist suddenly walked over and handed the stooped old man a spatial ring. He said, 5 cool breeze deer, 500,000 purple crystals. The stooped old man inspected it and then handed 500,000 purple crystals to the middle-aged martial artist. The middle-aged martial artist didn't say anything and turned to enter the Divine Medicine Pavilion. Look, this person is also helping me hunt the cool breeze deer. The stooped old man grinned. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, I can help you hunt the cool breeze deer, but how do I contact you when the time comes? It's at the entrance of the Divine Medicine Pavilion. Where else can I get a large spatial ring? Fang Chen asked. A large spatial ring? The stooped old man was a bit surprised. Fang Chen was a bit embarrassed. His spatial ring was considered large in the ancient Sword Continent, but in the outer realm, this spatial ring was completely useless. This spatial ring is for you. 100,000 purple crystals. You just need to kill one more cool breeze deer. The stooped old man took out a spatial ring. Fang Chen received the spatial ring and was instantly shocked. This spatial ring seemed to have a space of its own. It was countless times larger than the spatial ring he used before. Thanks. Fang Chen urgently needed purple crystals, so he didn't have time to chat with the stooped old man. The stooped old man had already told Fang Chen where the cool breeze deer would appear. Soon, Fang Chen left the city and arrived at a mountain range. I wonder how strong this cool breeze deer is. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of a demonic beast like the cool breeze deer, so he didn't understand the situation. After entering the mountain range, Fang Chen carefully searched. At a certain moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that above his head, a majestic energy was diving down. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Immediately, he executed the space-time true intent and disappeared. At the same time, Fang Chen executed the space-time meteorite annihilation. Bang! With a loud bang, the void was torn apart and the black shadow was sent flying. Fang Chen stabilized himself and looked over. He discovered that the demonic beast had a long neck and was very tall. It was the cool breeze deer that the stooped old man wanted him to kill. Half-step Heaven Star Border Realm. Fang Chen grinned. If it was only a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm, he wouldn't be afraid. Rumble. He fully activated the power of a 6th-level Profound King. After a while, Fang Chen killed the cool breeze deer and stored it in his spatial ring. Next, he searched for the second cool breeze deer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Fang Chen hunted 30 cool breeze deer. According to the price of 100,000 purple crystals per deer, it was only 3 million purple crystals. 1,000,000 purple crystals. I'm still missing 11. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, what Fang Chen didn't know was that while he was hunting the cool breeze deer, a cool breeze deer emitting a terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the mountain range. If the stooped old man was here, he would definitely be shocked. This demonic beast was the king of the cool breeze deer. Its strength was comparable to an early-stage Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist. Fang Chen didn't know that danger was approaching and continued to search for the cool breeze deer. Poochie! He pierced the cool breeze deer's head with his sword and stored it in his spatial ring. 10 left. As he got closer to completing the mission, Fang Chen felt carefree. He hummed a tune as he searched for the cool breeze deer. In a secluded place, 2 half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists were whispering. Boss, this kid has several cool breeze deer. Should we kill him? Chapter 998. In the blink of an eye, the 2 half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists finished their discussion and prepared to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was searching for the cool breeze deer, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression was solemn as his golden heart beat rapidly. Such an oppressive aura. Fang Chen felt that the surrounding air was too oppressive. It even gave him an impulse to approach danger. His golden heart was beating abnormally, which made Fang Chen extremely vigilant. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. However, just as Fang Chen was pondering, the 2 half-step Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists appeared. Brat, you're really unlucky to have met us brothers. Before Fang Chen could react, the 2 brothers launched a fierce and domineering attack on Fang Chen. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes emitted a cold light as he held the hidden star sword and executed the 3 Revolution Radiance sword art. Bang bang bang. When the Radiance sword light came into contact with the 2 brothers, it instantly exploded. Boss, he's a tough one. The second brother shouted. Kill him with all your might. The boss roared. Immediately, the 2 brothers used all their strength to attack Fang Chen. Gradually, Fang Chen gained the upper hand. Using the space-time true intent, Fang Chen could easily dodge the 2 brothers' attack. It seemed like the 2 brothers were attacking Fang Chen, but in reality, Fang Chen was only receiving 1 attack each time. Space-type true intent. Seeing this, the 2 brothers were furious. Then, the boss took out a scarlet maple leaf. Go to hell. The boss threw out the scarlet maple leaf, and it instantly exploded. However, just as Fang Chen was about to escape, a furious beast roar suddenly sounded. Then, a huge cool breeze deer king rushed into the center of the explosion. The cool breeze deer king's body emitted a bright green light, forcibly blocking the explosive power of the scarlet maple leaf. It's the cool breeze deer king. Seeing the deer king appear, the 2 brothers were extremely excited. They immediately gave up on attacking Fang Chen. The 2 brothers had waited in the mountain range for so long just to kill the deer king of cool breeze. Haha, we've struck it rich. Second bro laughed loudly. At the same time, the 2 brothers unleashed their respective trump cards one after another. Boss threw out 3 scarlet maple leaves at once, and all of them exploded. The power of the explosion made Fang Chen, who was far away, feel a great pressure. Cool breeze deer king. To be honest, Fang Chen was also very interested in the breeze deer king. However, the deer king of breeze had reached the Heaven Star Border Realm. He had no chance of winning. Let them fight for a while. Fang Chen hid in the void, watching the 2 brothers fight Deer King Cool Breeze. On the ground, the Deer King of Cool Breeze's attack power was tyrannical and destructive. However, the 2 brothers did not prepare their trump card for nothing. After the 3 scarlet maple leaves exploded, the surface of the Deer King's body was wounded. Roar! The Deer King of Cool Breeze was enraged. He opened his mouth and stretched out his head, wanting to bite the 2 brothers. Right at this moment, a black light appeared around the 2 brothers. What kind of attack is this? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. If the 2 brothers had used this trump card at the beginning, he would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, the Deer King of Cool Breeze appeared. Bang! Bang! The Deer King of Cool Breeze's attack was very sharp, but it was covered by the black light at this moment. Boss, kill him! At the same time, the two brothers rushed towards the Deer King of Cool Breeze. Although they did not know what the black net was, it was enough to trap the Deer King of Cool Breeze, a Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator. Poochie, the divine weapons of the two brothers pierced into the body of the Deer King of Breeze. Fresh blood flowed out continuously, and the Deer King of Cool Breeze roared into the sky. However, the Deer King of Cool Breeze couldn't break free from the black net. Crack! At a certain moment, the divine weapons of the two brothers finally injured the Deer King's vitals, causing the latter to cry out in pain. At this moment, the Deer King of Cool Breeze underwent a huge change. It entered a berserk state. Roar! The Deer King of Cool Breeze let out a long roar and entered a berserk state. Crack! The black net-like aura was instantly shattered. Then, the Deer King of Cool Breeze bit off the second brother's head. Seeing this, the boss's heart was filled with fear. He panicked and tried to escape. Crack! The Deer King of Cool Breeze stuck its head out and bit down. The boss quickly dodged, but his arm was still bitten off by the Deer King of Cool Breeze. How can this be? The boss was disheartened and terrified. He didn't understand why the trump card that he had painstakingly prepared couldn't do anything to the Deer King of Cool Breeze. I can't accept this. The boss roared in anger. At the same time, he took out 2 scarlet maple leaves and threw them at the Deer King of Cool Breeze. Rumble! The scarlet maple leaves exploded, and a powerful force engulfed the Deer King of Cool Breeze. The Deer King of Cool Breeze, who had entered a berserk state, was heavily injured. After being engulfed by the explosion of the scarlet maple leaves, its injuries became even more serious. Bang! When the Deer King of Cool Breeze approached the boss, its body suddenly fell to the ground. The boss, who was already in despair, was suddenly overjoyed when he saw this scene. The Deer King of Cool Breeze was dead. Ha ha ha, I finally got it. The boss laughed heartily. Poochie! However, right at the moment when the boss was laughing wildly, a Poochie sound was heard. An ice-cold sword ruthlessly pierced through his back and into his chest. Crash! Blood flowed out from the boss's mouth. The boss turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see who it was. However, a face that he didn't expect appeared. It's you! The boss endured the pain all over his body and said with difficulty, I can't accept this. The boss was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have directly killed this kid. Hateful! Fang Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and the boss's body softly fell to the ground. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Fang Chun was that oriole. When the Deer King of Cool Breeze was fighting with the two brothers, he appeared and reaped the benefits. That black net-like aura was really powerful. Fortunately, it was like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Deer King of Cool Breeze. Fang Chun put away the corpse of the Deer King of Cool Breeze and couldn't help sighing. At this moment, Fang Chun finally understood. There were countless geniuses in the vast universe. One couldn't underestimate any martial artist. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to die in peace. He picked up the interspatial rings of the two brothers, but found that they were empty. It seems like they used up all their belongings to kill the Deer King of Cool Breeze. After that, Fang Chun quietly left the mountain range. Demon Cloud State Capital, Demon Cloud Family Headquarters. What, Patriarch? You're going to personally kill the culprit? An elder asked in surprise. Letting the culprit escape again and again is the shame of our family. The Patriarch said coldly. In order to take revenge for the Demon Cloud State, he didn't hesitate to go personally. Patriarch, can't you just send a Heaven Star Border Realm expert? The elder continued. The Patriarch shook his head and said, Only I can sense the mark. The Patriarch's eyes flashed with killing intent. The people that the Demon Cloud family wanted to kill had never been able to survive. After returning to the city, He went to the Divine Medicine Pavilion and immediately saw the hunchbacked old man. "You're back so soon." The hunchbacked old man smiled when he saw Fong Chen. "Old man, what's the price of the deer king of Cool Breeze?" Fong Chen asked. "What deer king of Cool Breeze? You killed the deer king of Cool Breeze?" The hunchbacked old man was astonished. He didn't believe it at all. The deer king of Cool Breeze was so powerful that a profound king couldn't kill it. "What's the price?" Fong Chen was too lazy to explain. "The price of the deer king of Cool Breeze is very high. It's always been priceless on the market." The hunchbacked old man said, "If you really have the deer king of Cool Breeze, I can charge you more than the market price. 10 million. Fong Chen was stunned when he heard this. A half-step Heaven Star Border Realm deer king of Cool Breeze was only worth 100,000 purple crystals. A Heaven Star Border Realm deer king of Cool Breeze was actually worth 10 million purple crystals. The market price is 8 million. I'll give you 10 million. That's high enough, said the hunchbacked old man. Fong Chen thought for a moment and felt that the deer king of Cool Breeze was useless to him, so he nodded. There are 31 Cool Breeze deer and 1 deer king. Check it, said Fong Chen. The hunchbacked old man received the spatial ring and began to inspect it. When he found the deer king's corpse, he was wild with joy. It was simply unbelievable that a mystic king realm martial artist had actually killed a clear-wind deer king. "Brat, did you kill this deer king?" asked the hunchbacked old man with a burning gaze. Fong Chen shook his head. "I don't seem to have to answer this kind of question." The old man tactfully didn't ask any more questions. After the inspection, he returned the spatial ring to Fong Chen. Then he handed over 13,100,000 purple crystals to Fong Chen. "Brat, if you have any good things next time, come find me." The hunchbacked old man grinned. Fong Chen nodded and then entered the Divine Medicine Pavilion. After paying 10 million purple crystals, he obtained the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass. "Young master, this is your 9 Revolution Life Death Grass." When Fong Chen held the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass in his hand, he was incomparably excited. The 9 Revolution Life Death Grass's main body was only as thick as a thumb. There were 9 flowers growing on the main body, representing the 9 revolutions. It faintly emitted the aura of life and death. "So this is the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass," Fong Chen muttered to himself. This 9 Revolution Life Death Grass was truly miraculous. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel 2 completely opposite auras entering his palm. After observing it for a moment, Fong Chen put the 9 Revolution Life Death Grass into his spatial ring and then left the Divine Medicine Pavilion. "Brat, what kind of spirit pill did you buy?" The hunchbacked old man was still at the entrance of the Divine Medicine Pavilion. When he saw Fong Chen come out, he asked. 9 Revolution Life Death Grass, said Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a shocking aura swept over. Then Fong Chen felt his heart palpitating. The mark on his forehead was flickering. Chapter 999. The mark on his forehead flickered, and a trace of a strange aura spread out. Thinking of this vast aura coming from the distance, Fong Chen's expression changed. Someone from the Devil Cloud family. Fong Chen's expression was extremely grave. The old man saw Fong Chen's strange expression and asked, "Kid, what's wrong?" "Nothing." As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he bade farewell to the hunchbacked old man. After which, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! Not long after Fong Chen left, a powerful aura surrounded the place. A figure appeared in the sky above the Godly Herb Pavilion, staring down at the ground. The old man recognized this person. He was surrounded by terrifying astral yuan. He was the patriarch of the Devil Cloud family, as well as the master of the entire Devil Cloud prefecture. Just what did that kid do to offend the Devil Cloud family? The old man was a bit surprised. The Devil Cloud family's patriarch was so powerful that countless people looked up to him. His soul spread out and instantly surrounded the divine medicine pavilion. In the blink of an eye, he found that Fong Chen was no longer there. At the same time, he sensed the mark rapidly moving. How dare you try to escape from under this old man's nose? The Devil Cloud family's patriarch snorted and chased after him. Although only a short time had passed, Fong Chen had already escaped from the city and rushed into the distance. Because of his spacetime true intent, Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast within the profound king realm. However, the faster he fled, the more he could sense that the terrifying aura behind him was getting closer and closer. I definitely can't let him catch up, Fong Chen thought to himself. If the little mouse hadn't been asleep, perhaps it would have been able to help him. Right now, he could only rely on himself. Kid, you can't escape. The Devil Cloud family's patriarch quickly chased after him. Although they were separated by 50 miles, the Devil Cloud family's patriarch was very confident that he could catch up. Too strong. Could it be that he's the patriarch of the Devil Cloud family? Fong Chen wondered. The terrifying aura in the air made Fong Chen feel suffocated. Even the Sky Sword Mansion Master's aura was not so strong. The strength of this aura reminded Fong Chen of Thunder Freer. Before Thunder Freer made the breakthrough, his chi was at the same level as this man. But after he made the breakthrough, his chi was a lot stronger than this man. From this point, one could make the connection. This person's cultivation base must have reached the peak of Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9. In the entire Demon Cloud family, apart from the Patriarch, there was no one else who had such strength. To think that the Patriarch would personally come to kill me. Fong Chen thought to himself as he fled. It seemed that the status of the Demon Cloud Lien province in the Demon Cloud family was not low. Whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen pushed the true meaning of space and time to the extreme, directly changing direction and rushing out of the Demon Cloud state. His destination was the Sky Thunder Continent. As long as he could enter the Heavenly Thunder Continent, he would not be afraid of the Demon Cloud Patriarch. Die, brat! The Demon Cloud Patriarch's speed became faster and faster. In the end, he was only one step away from Fong Chen. At this time, the Demon Cloud Patriarch suddenly punched out. Crack! The speed of this punch was so fast that Fong Chen could not dodge it. Fong Chen was hit by this punch and his body flew out directly. However, thanks to the insane defense of the God-level sword body, he was able to successfully block the punch of the Demon Cloud Patriarch. However, because of this, Fong Chen's speed slowed down. The Demon Cloud Patriarch chased after him. Die! The Demon Cloud Patriarch did not give Fong Chen any chance to speak and punched out again. This punch was so powerful that even a Heaven Dipper Realm expert would not be able to block it. Once hit by this punch, Fong Chen would definitely die. No! Fong Chen roared and desperately fled. Seeing that the Demon Cloud Patriarch's punch was about to hit Fong Chen. Suddenly, in front of Fong Chen, a crack appeared in the void, and then a terrifying aura spread out, instantly swallowing the Demon Cloud Patriarch's terrifying fist light. Brat, run! A voice entered Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately used all his strength to display the true meaning of time and space, and rushed towards the Sky Thunder Continent. After Fong Chen left, the crack in the void closed, and the hunchbacked old man's figure slowly appeared. The dignified Demon Cloud Patriarch actually personally chased after a mysterious king realm brat. The hunchbacked old man was not afraid at all when he saw the Demon Cloud Patriarch, and he grinned. Humph, you, the dignified medicine saint, disguised as a hunchbacked old man and deceived those little guys in front of the divine medicine pavilion. Why can't I chase after a mysterious king realm martial artist? The Demon Cloud Patriarch snorted and said coldly. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The name of the medicine saint was quite famous in the Demon Cloud continent. If there was anyone in the Demon Cloud continent who was as famous as the Prefecture Lord, it would be the medicine saint. It was said that the medicine saint's achievements in alchemy were beyond the reach of the prefecture lord. And the medicine saint did not care about worldly power at all. He often appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and no one had ever seen the real medicine saint. However, the medicine saint had appeared here. "I say, old man Demon Cloud, that brat has some fate with me. Why don't you give me some face and let him go?" The medicine saint grinned. "Medicine saint, it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. That brat killed my clan's Demon Cloud continent. He will definitely die," said the Demon Cloud Patriarch. The Demon Cloud Patriarch's attitude was very clear. He had to kill Fong Chen no matter what. If the medicine saint tried to stop him, he would do his best to fight the medicine saint. Hearing this, the medicine saint's expression changed. He also hadn't expected that brat to have killed the Demon Cloud family's Demon Cloud continent. No wonder the Demon Cloud Patriarch was so furious that he personally attacked. The medicine saint shook his head and thought to himself, "It seems you're determined to kill that brat," said the medicine saint. The Demon Cloud Patriarch nodded and no longer said anything. He took a step and directly passed by the medicine saint, disappearing from his line of sight. The medicine saint looked at the departing figure of the Demon Cloud Patriarch and sighed. Then he said softly, "Brat, I can only help you up to here." The world didn't know that the medicine saint often appeared in every corner of the Demon Cloud continent, disguised as all kinds of cultivators. In the few days that Fong Chen had been at the Divine Medicine Pavilion, the medicine saint had been at the entrance of the Divine Medicine Pavilion for almost a month. The reason he pretended to be a stooped old man was to test the younger generation of cultivators. He wanted to see if anyone could inherit his mantle. Fong Chen's performance made the stooped old man's eyes light up. However, he wasn't good at alchemy. The reason he came out to stop the Demon Cloud Patriarch was to buy time for Fong Chen. It was because he had a good impression of this brat. It was that simple. As for the Demon Cloud Patriarch being angry, that was impossible. What kind of person was the Demon Cloud Patriarch? How could he blame the medicine saint for a profound king realm cultivator? After all, the medicine saint's strength was similar to the Demon Cloud Patriarch's. If he was forced into a corner, the medicine saint could wave the flag and shout, and who knew how many hidden powerhouses would come to help. Fong Chen, who was fleeing in a hurry, was very puzzled. Who had just saved him? "Except for Thunder Freer, I don't seem to know any other powerhouses," Fong Chen said secretly. "The person who dared to stop the Demon Cloud Patriarch just now must be at the peak of the Heavenly Dipper realm." Fong Chen really couldn't figure out who it was. At this time, Fong Chen was surrounded by bloodline aura. He had already activated the power of his bloodline. Fong Chen's bloodline was a special bloodline, which was inherited from his mother. The power of his bloodline was very tyrannical. High-intensity activation of the power of his bloodline would result in a backlash. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. The power of his bloodline surrounded his body, and the true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme. Fong Chen's speed skyrocketed. As he got closer and closer to the Sky Thunder continent, Fong Chen's heart became more and more nervous. After about another 3 minutes, Fong Chen could already see the edge of the Sky Thunder continent. The Sky Thunder continent is about to arrive. Fong Chen's face was overjoyed, and then he sped up. However, at this time, a thunderbolt sounded out of the blue. Boy, die! The speed of a Heavenly Dipper realm powerhouse was unimaginably fast. With a loud shout, a thick thunderbolt instantly fell from the sky and heavily bombarded Fong Chen's body. Crack! Fong Chen's defense was instantly shattered, and his body was directly blasted into the ground. Run! Fong Chen's consciousness was about to blur. The power of the thunderbolt just now was too terrifying. Fong Chen, who was smashed into the ground, subconsciously told himself that he couldn't stop, and could only escape forward. Under the ground, Fang Chen used the star-hidden sword to quickly dig the soil and move forward. Above the ground, the demon cloud patriarch sneered and punched out with both fists. Dong! The ground was trembling. Even through the thick layer of soil, Fang Chen almost fainted from the tremors. I can't die. Fang Chen was hanging on to his last breath, and he struggled to move forward. Crash! Finally, with Fang Chen's efforts, he crossed the border and came to the Sky Thunder continent. Not dead yet. Sensing Fang Chen's aura, the demon cloud patriarch was a little surprised. This boy's tenacity was beyond his expectation. However, he would definitely die soon. Buzz. The vital spirit around the clan leader of the demon cloud clan emerged and gathered on his fist. Then, he punched the ground where Fang Chen was. At this time, the Lord of the Sky Thunder continent was in a city not far from Fang Chen. Lord, how do you have time to come here? Opposite the prefecture lord sat an old man with a full beard. Uncle Fu, I came to find you because of the super soldier. The Lord of the Sky Thunder continent grinned. Oh Lord, what's your plan? The old man called Uncle Fu asked. When the Lord of the Sky Thunder continent was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a vast aura. There are Heavenly Dipper realm powerhouses fighting at the border of the Sky Thunder continent. As soon as the Lord of the Sky Thunder continent finished his words, he waved his hand and tore the space apart. His figure instantly disappeared. Uncle Fu was also stunned, but he quickly followed behind. At the border of the Sky Thunder continent, under the ground, Fang Chen was dying and was about to fall into a coma. Chapter 1000. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan punched down. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The fist radiance contained an extremely majestic power as it swooped down. As long as this fist hit Fang Chen, the latter would definitely die. Even if he was underground, he would not be able to avoid the power of this fist. Dong! Dong! Fang Chen, who was lying underground, was in a daze. He shook his head hard, trying to wake himself up, but he could not do it. At this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly, and a trace of clear flow drilled into his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen's mind regained consciousness. Immediately, he felt a palpitating power approaching rapidly. Run! Fang Chen's eyes were full of determination as he said in a low voice. Fang Chen tried his best to stand up and flew upwards with great difficulty. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was about to reach the surface. It was also at this moment that the terrifying fist light was about to strike the ground. Die! The patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan stood in the sky with a sinister look on his face as he said coldly. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan was furious. Even if Fang Chen died 100 times, it would not be enough to appease the patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan. He thought that everything would be over. However, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Thunder continent. The moment the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder continent appeared, he waved his hand and a stream of spiritual chi shot out rapidly. In an instant, it appeared in front of the terrifying fist radiance. Before the terrifying fist radiance hit the ground, it hit the terrifying fist radiance. Dong! A deafening sound erupted in an instant. The terrifying fist radiance was blocked and exploded directly, and the tyrannical energy dissipated. At this moment, Fang Chen had just appeared on the surface, and his body was directly blown away by the dissipating energy. He thought that his fist was enough to kill Fang Chen. However, such an accident happened. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan was furious and turned his head to look into the distance. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the patriarch of the Demon Cloud Clan. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder continent withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Behind the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region, Uncle Fu also stood quietly. Tianlei, why are you stopping me? Asked the Demon Cloud Clan's leader coldly. Patriarch Mo Yun, this is the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Prefecture. If you let that punch hit the ground, it will definitely cause great damage to the Heavenly Thunder Prefecture, said the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Prefecture. Are you kidding me? The full blow of a Heaven Dipper Realm Peak powerhouse was enough to destroy everything within a few miles. Moreover, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State did not understand why the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud tribe would attack. After being stopped by the Heavenly Thunder State's Lord, the Demon Cloud Patriarch's face was extremely gloomy. I came here only to kill him, the Demon Cloud Clan's clan chief said coldly. The Grand Devil Cloud Prefecture's prefecture master chased you all the way here just to kill a profound king. Clearly, the Heavenly Thunder Prefecture's master didn't believe it. However, what the Demon Cloud Patriarch said next made the Lord of the Sky Thunder region fall silent. Tianlei, this person killed the young generation of the Demon Cloud family, Demon Cloud Lianzhou. He will definitely die. No one can stop me, the Demon Cloud family leader said in a deep voice. What? Hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was a little surprised. Then, he stared at Fang Chen and observed him carefully. This person was really audacious. He even dared to kill a member of the Demon Cloud family. Moreover, the person he killed was not someone else, but the Demon Cloud Lianzhou, who was heavily cultivated by the Demon Cloud family. Tianlei, although this person escaped to your Heavenly Thunder State, if you insist on stopping me, then I will represent the Demon Cloud Prefecture and declare war on your Heavenly Thunder State. The Demon Cloud Patriarch said coldly. The meaning of his words was obvious. He had to kill Fang Chen. If the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State stopped him, it would lead to a war between the two states. For a profound king, he would not hesitate to start a war between the two states. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State also felt that the Demon Cloud Patriarch had fallen into a state of madness. After thinking for a long time, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State shook his head and said, Demon Cloud, I will not stop you, but you have to leave my Heavenly Thunder State as soon as possible. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State would not start a war with the Demon Cloud Prefecture for a profound king realm martial artist that he did not know. Uncle Fu, who was behind him, also nodded slightly. Fang Chen, who was standing below, had been paying attention to the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. After hearing the words of the Demon Cloud Patriarch, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Damn the Demon Cloud family! In order to kill him, they would not hesitate to start a war between the two states. The Demon Cloud family hated him to the core. Facing the tough attitude of the Demon Cloud family, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State did not stop this matter. Fang Chen was in danger again. Hearing this, the Demon Cloud Patriarch nodded and took a step forward, rushing toward Fang Chen. Boy, you will die without a doubt. No one can save you, the Demon Cloud Patriarch said coldly. At this time, Fang Chen did not care so much. With a shake of his wrist, a token appeared in an instant. Then, he picked up the token and shouted at the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State in the sky. Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State, please save my life. Hearing Fang Chen's shout, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State looked at Fang Chen. State Lord. Uncle Fu reminded the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State, not wanting the latter to help. However, when the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State looked at the token in Fang Chen's hand, his eyes were burning. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with passion. Then, in a flash, he appeared before Fang Chen. Where did this token come from? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State asked hurriedly. My elder brother gave it to me, Fang Chen said. Your elder brother? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was surprised and continued to ask. Fang Chen nodded and said, He said that he used to be the State Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State and gave me this token. He asked me to come to the Heavenly Thunder State to find you if I was in danger. Heavenly Thunder, get out of the way! Seeing this, the Demon Cloud Patriarch roared loudly. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State ignored the Demon Cloud Patriarch's roar and stared at the token in Fang Chen's hand. Heavenly Thunder, do you want the two states to go to war? the demon Cloud Patriarch said angrily. He did not believe that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State would go to war with the demon Cloud State for a guy in the mysterious king realm. However, things went beyond the demon Cloud Patriarch's expectations. Hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State turned around and looked at the demon Cloud Patriarch. Demon Cloud, this boy is destined to be with me. For my sake, let him go. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State said. Impossible. The demon Cloud Patriarch shook his head and said coldly, either the two states go to war or you get out of the way. The demon Cloud Patriarch's attitude was very tough. He had to kill Fong Chen and no one could stop him. Uncle Fu hurried to the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State and dissuaded him. State Lord, you can't. He did not understand why the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was so determined to help this boy. Hearing the demon Cloud Patriarch's words, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State fell into silence and seemed to be thinking. At this moment, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State recalled what Thunder Freer had said to him before he left. If one day someone comes to the Heavenly Thunder State with my token, help him at all costs. This sentence lingered in the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State's ears. After carefully recalling Thunder Freer's words, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was even more determined. He suddenly raised his head and a majestic aura emerged in an instant. Let's go to war. These three words represented the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State's determination. Heavenly Thunder, are you crazy? The demon Cloud Patriarch did not expect that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State would go to war with the demon Cloud State for Fong Chen. With me here, you can't touch him. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State said in a deep voice. At the same time, with a thought-rich aura wrapped Fong Chen. Seeing this, the demon Cloud Patriarch was furious. Good, very good, Heavenly Thunder, I will remember you. One day you will regret your decision. The demon Cloud Patriarch roared angrily. In the end, the demon Cloud Patriarch left. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State protected Fong Chen. Uncle Fu looked puzzled, but the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State did not explain anything to him. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State came to Fong Chen's side, asked about the latter's injuries, and then took Fong Chen back to the state city of the Heavenly Thunder State. The next day, a shocking news spread wildly in the 24 states of Remnant Island. The news came from the Demon Cloud State. The Demon Cloud State and the Heavenly Thunder State officially went to war. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State personally issued this order. The people of the Demon Cloud State were also gathering forces to attack the Heavenly Thunder State. In the history of Remnant Island, such things have happened before, but that was a long time ago. It was so long ago that people have long forgotten. Now, the Demon Cloud State was going to war with the Heavenly Thunder State. The other states adjacent to the two major states were shocked. There were a total of 24 states on Remnant Island, and they had always restrained each other. Now, the Demon Cloud State took the lead to break the deadlock and challenged the Heavenly Thunder State. Everyone was confused, only the Demon Cloud State and the Heavenly Thunder State knew. When the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State heard the news, he immediately replied that the Heavenly Thunder State was not afraid of the Demon Cloud State. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. This news became more and more intense. All the martial artists were crazily spreading this news. But they didn't know that the war between the two states was only caused by a mysterious king realm martial artist. At this time, Fong Chen was cultivating in the state city of the Heavenly Thunder State. Heavenly Thunder State, State City, inside a heavily guarded mansion. Many Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists were sitting on armchairs, and there was a throne at the top. Everyone was talking about the war between the two states. Why does the Demon Cloud State want to go to war with our Heavenly Thunder State? It is said that it is caused by a mysterious king realm martial artist. The State Lord is too reckless. The war between the two states will cause great suffering. Many martial artists were not in favor of the war between the two states. Just as everyone was talking, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State appeared. State Lord. Everyone got up and cupped their hands to the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. I know your confusion. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State went straight to the point. The fact is, as you guessed. The war between the two states is because I saved a person who the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State must kill. What? Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. However, when the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State explained the identity of this person, everyone fell into silence. Chapter 1001. What sworn brother of Thunder Freer? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Then, they looked at the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. They didn't want the Heavenly Thunder State to go to war with the Demon Cloud State before. But now, they agreed with the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. Although Thunder Freer had disappeared for 10,000 years, he had always been the totem of the Heavenly Thunder State. A long time ago, the Heavenly Thunder State fell into a dangerous situation. It was Thunder Freer who turned the whole situation around by himself and helped the Heavenly Thunder State survive the crisis. Since then, Thunder Freer had become the totem of the Heavenly Thunder State, a great hero in everyone's heart. 10,000 years ago, Thunder Freer disappeared for no reason. All the martial artists in the Heavenly Thunder State were spontaneously looking for Thunder Freer. However, after so many years of searching, there was no news at all. Recently, Thunder Freer returned, and the whole Heavenly Thunder State was extremely excited. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State even directly gave up the position of the State Lord and let Thunder Freer continue to be the State Lord. However, he was rejected by Thunder Freer. He had already stepped into the Heavenly Body tier, and the small Heavenly Thunder State was destined to not be his stage. He left the Heavenly Thunder State. However, this couldn't stop the martial artists of the Heavenly Thunder State from worshipping him. The person the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State wanted to kill was actually Thunder Freer's brother. When the higher-ups of the Heavenly Thunder State heard this news, they couldn't sit still. Even if we die, we can't let Thunder Freer's brother be killed. Yes, if you want to stand, then let's fight. Our Heavenly Thunder State is not afraid of the Demon Cloud State. State Lord, we support your decision. Everyone expressed their opinions. Seeing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State grinned. The Heavenly Thunder State and the Demon Cloud State were at war, and both sides had sent out their armies. The final battlefield was at the junction of the Heavenly Thunder State and the Demon Cloud State, which was the wasteland outside the city where the Divine Medicine Pavilion was located. This wasteland was originally nameless, but now it had a new name, the Death Plain. Because the war happened here. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen's injuries had healed. When he heard the news that the Heavenly Thunder State and the Demon Cloud State were at war because of him, he felt very guilty. At the same time, he was even more grateful to his big brother, Thunder Freer. If it weren't for Thunder Freer, the Heavenly Thunder State Lord wouldn't have helped at all, let alone start a war with the Demon Cloud State. The war that had lasted for a month had caused the Death Plains to be shrouded in a dense death aura. The plains were littered with corpses. Of course, the two prefectures had a tacit understanding that the Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists would not participate in the battle. The martial practitioners sent by both sides of the war were basically all Profound King Realm martial practitioners. Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists' destructive power was too strong. Once they participated in the battle, it was bound to be a disaster. This was also something that the two prefectures did not want to see. Actually, the reason why they started a war with the Heavenly Thunder Continent was because of the Heavenly Thunder Continent. The first reason was because Fang Chun killed Demon Cloud Lianzhou, and the Demon Cloud clan leader wanted to kill him. The second reason was that the Demon Cloud Patriarch was pressuring the Heavenly Thunder Continent. A battle between Mystic Kings was nothing in the eyes of the two prefecture lords. As long as it is not a Heaven Dipper Realm level war, it is impossible to hurt the foundation of the two states. One day, Fang Chun found the Heavenly Thunder State's lord. Your injuries have healed. The heavenly Thunder State's Lord smiled when he saw Fong Chen. State Lord, thank you for taking care of me these days. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. The heavenly Thunder State's Lord waved his hand and said, It's my duty. State Lord, you didn't hesitate to start a war with the Demon Cloud State for me. I feel uneasy. Fong Chen said in a low voice, Why don't you let me participate in the war? Fong Chen also heard that both sides of the war had sent profound King Realm martial artists. As long as it was not a Heaven Dipper Realm martial artist, Fong Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. They want to kill you. If you appear on the battlefield, you will definitely be targeted by the other party. It's very dangerous, the Heavenly Thunder State's Lord said. Moreover, you don't have to feel guilty. The Demon Cloud State and my Heavenly Thunder State are not fighting for you. Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little surprised. He wanted to ask, but he didn't speak. Since the Heavenly Thunder State's Lord didn't say, then he must have his reasons. State Lord, there are only profound King Realm martial artists on the battlefield. There are no Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists. With my strength, even if I encounter danger, I can escape unscathed. Fong Chen said. The Heavenly Thunder State's Lord thought for a moment, and then agreed to Fong Chen's request. After Fong Chen left, the Heavenly Thunder State's Lord looked through the void, looked at the sky, and murmured, Demon Cloud, are you still thinking about that thing? Fong Chen followed the large team and came to the tent in front of the death plane. Fong Chen, this is the large team of our Heavenly Thunder State. This is the Chief Commander. The martial artist who sent Fong Chen introduced. Fong Chen, I know you. The Chief Commander looked at Fong Chen and said, Chief Commander. Fong Chen greeted. You rest first, I will arrange for you to join the battlefield later. The Chief Commander said. On the same day, Fong Chen was arranged in a tent. The next day, he joined the battlefield. After entering the death plane, Fong Chen saw piles of corpses, and the surroundings were shrouded in the aura of death. Kill! The sound of killing shook the sky, and all the martial artists were killing in a frenzy. As soon as Fong Chen entered, he was attacked. Die! A 7th-level profound King Realm martial artist rushed towards Fong Chen and launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face showed a trace of disdain. He did not even take out the hidden star sword. Instead, he activated his god-grade sword body and punched towards the martial artist. Bang! The 7th-level profound King Realm martial artist's head was directly smashed, and he died instantly. In the following time, Fong Chen kept fighting. 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Art, Void Meteorite Annihilation, and Spacetime True Intent were used continuously. With Fong Chen's strength, as long as he did not encounter a Heaven Dipper Realm martial artist, a profound King Realm martial artist was basically no threat to him. On the first day of joining the battlefield, Fong Chen killed hundreds of profound King Realm martial artists. The lowest was a 5th-level martial artist, and there were even 9th-level martial artists. In half a month, the number of martial artists Fong Chen killed had already reached 1,000. His hands were stained with blood. Finally, after half a month, Fong Chen's identity was discovered. What? Fong Chen joined the battlefield? When the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud Patriarch heard the news, the first thing he did was to gather the half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists and give them a death order. Kill Fong Chen. I can fulfill any condition. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud Patriarch's promise made many half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists excited. From this day on, all the half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists of the Demon Cloud continent on the battlefield were looking for Fong Chen. Fong Chen, go to hell. In a certain area, Fong Chen had just killed a 9th-level profound King Realm martial artist when he heard an angry roar. Immediately after, a powerful attack surged out. Void Meteorite Annihilation. Fong Chen shouted in a low voice and directly displayed the Void Meteorite Annihilation. With the true meaning of time and space, he resisted this person's attack. Seeing this, the half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist was a little surprised. However, next, this half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist launched an all-out attack. Bang bang bang. Fang Chun constantly used the true meaning of time and space and the void meteorite annihilation to resist this martial artist's attack. Pucci, after more than 30 moves, Fang Chun found an opportunity to stab with his sword and immediately pierced this person's arm. With a miserable scream, Fang Chun struck while the iron was hot and cut off this person's head. After killing this half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist, Fang Chun continued to kill the enemy. It was very quiet at night. In the barracks, all the martial artists had fallen asleep. The two sides had a tacit understanding. They entered the death plane to fight during the day and stopped fighting at night. After all, even a profound King realm martial artist would be tired after continuous fighting. Fang Chun sat cross-legged alone in the tent, surrounded by rich spirit qi. During this time, he had been comprehending the star sky technique all the time. After the fruitless cultivation last time, Fang Chun also summed up a lot of experience. After coming to the death plane, he comprehended in the killing every day. Finally, Fang Chun was able to touch the threshold. Buzz! Suddenly, spots of brilliance appeared around Fang Chun's body. Then, Fang Chun found that the silver-gray aura in the air, which was invisible to the naked eye, was actually absorbed by his body. This discovery made Fang Chun very excited. He naturally knew what the silver-gray aura was. That was the supreme power of the stars. Ordinary profound King realm martial artists could not even absorb the power of vital spirit, let alone the power of stars. But he actually absorbed a little. Although it was only a little, it was also a huge improvement. The star sky technique is really mysterious. Fang Chun's eyes were burning, and his face was full of excitement. His body could absorb the power of stars, which meant that he had already mastered the chant of the star sky technique. The following cultivation was much easier. Fang Chun spent the whole night comprehending the star sky technique. The next day, Fang Chun followed other martial artists and entered the death plane again. Day after day, the war continued. Both states seemed to be under control. The war did not affect much, and only profound King realm martial artists participated. The other prefectures were all watching. As for Scar Island, they had not responded to this matter. No one knew what their attitude was. Since learning of Fang Chun's identity, the half-step Heaven realm martial artists of the Demon Cloud State were crazily attacking Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun could not only easily get rid of the pursuit, but also kill them. After a few days, the Demon Cloud State finally made a big move. They believed that as long as they killed Fang Chun, this victory would be over. On this day, on the death plane, 15 half-step Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists scattered in all directions, pretending to attack while quietly surrounding Fang Chun. Fang Chun, who was killing the enemy, did not notice it at all. Pucci, after killing a profound King realm martial artist, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late at this moment. 15 half-step Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists already surrounded Fang Chun in the middle. Fang Chun, this war started because of you, and it will end because of you. To be able to make two states fight for you, you should be proud even if you die. Chapter 1002. I believe that the readers who have been following me since the beginning of the book also know that although the updates of this book are not little, the timing is too messy and too unstable. To be honest, the total number of words updated every month is not little. However, sometimes it is 1 update, sometimes it is 5 updates. This creates an illusion that the updates are not effective. Actually, I am also very dissatisfied with this. It is painful to wait for more readers every day, but I am even more miserable. As an office worker, I only have time to write after work every day. Under normal circumstances, I can basically write every day. However, everyone should know that there are too many things that affect the updates. Sometimes, when colleagues and friends go out for a meal, I have to go. However, once I go, I will not be able to update. All this time, I have been unable to update steadily. I feel very guilty to the readers who have been following me all this time. Therefore, after thinking about it, I have decided to save a few chapters and update them every day. This way, everyone will not have to wait. There are 2 reasons for opening this single chapter. First, today is Thursday. Until Sunday, there will be 2 updates every day because I want to save the rest of the manuscript. Second, starting from next Monday, there will be 5 updates every day. The initial time should be 7 o'clock in the morning every day, with all 5 updates. In order to not be impatient because of waiting for the updates, and to not be painful because of the update errors, I have opened a single chapter. Please look forward to the performance next Monday. Chapter 1003. 15 Half-Step Heaven Realm Martial Artists gathered together just to kill Fang Chen. The Demon Cloud family's hatred for Fang Chen had reached the point where even the heavens could not tolerate it. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud family even issued a death order to kill Fang Chen. On the death plane, the war was still going on. Some were happy, some were sad. At a glance, there were piles of corpses. The war had been going on for so long, and mysterious King Realm martial artists had been dying. Fortunately, there were so many mysterious King Realm martial artists in the extraterritorial area. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. The losses of the 2 states were basically the same. When Fang Chen was besieged, the people of the Sky Thunder State had already noticed that something was wrong. They wanted to help, but they were stopped by the other mysterious King Realm martial artists of the Demon Cloud State. "Boy, the war will be over if we kill you," a half-step Heaven Realm martial artist said coldly. "If you want to stand, then let's fight." Fang Chen looked around and said coldly. The hidden star sword in his hand burst out a bright light, and his aura rose to the strongest. "Let's attack together." These half-step Heaven Realm martial artists knew how powerful Fang Chen was, so they did not dare to underestimate Fang Chen. So, the 15 of them attacked together. Rumble! The tyrannical aura broke through the sky. The sky was filled with attacks as they rapidly struck Fang Chen's body. Void Meteorite Strike. Fang Chen roared out as he executed the Void Meteor Annihilation. Above his head, the void tore apart as a series of boundless auras spread out instantly. Then, the majestic void force turned into a void spear, and then stabbed the attacks of the crowd fiercely. Crack! 15 half-step Heaven Realm martial artists besieged Fang Chen, and he could not resist at all with his own strength. The void spear was instantly shattered. These tyrannical attacks were 1 step closer to Fang Chen. The powerful aura shocked everyone on the battlefield. True meaning of time and space. At the critical moment, Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space. Crash! His figure gradually disappeared into the void, and then he shuttled through the void, trying to escape. However, the attack of 15 half-step Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists was too tyrannical. Even if they hid in the void, it was useless. Rumble! Everyone's attacks exploded in the sky, causing cracks to appear in the void. Fang Chen, who had been hiding in the void, staggered out. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Still not dead. When the crowd saw this, they were also a little surprised. 15 half-step Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists besieged. A full blow, this child actually did not die. Continue. The 15 people launched another attack, encircling and suppressing Fang Chen. In the face of everyone's thunderous attacks, Fang Chen's aura continued to surge. His mind was filled with the chants of the Void Meteor Strike. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice, once again displaying the Void Meteor Annihilation. Knock knock knock. At the same time, the golden heart beat rapidly. Traces of clear air flowed out from the heart, and then drilled into the Void Meteor Annihilation. Suddenly, there was a slight change in the Void Meteor Annihilation. The power of the void in the sky condensed into a void spear, which contained bits of star power. Fang Chen looked at this scene in shock. In an instant, his mind recalled his experience of practicing the void meteor annihilation. Crash! Fang Chen was in a state of epiphany. In the blink of an eye, the power of the void spear was exerted to the extreme. I see. Fang Chen laughed, his face full of smiles. All this time, Fang Chen thought that he had practiced the void meteor annihilation to the strongest state. However, this was not the case. If he had not been forced into a dead end today, he would not have discovered it. The void meteor annihilation had not been cultivated to the peak. The real void meteor annihilation can annihilate the void with one blow. Of course, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to achieve this. Although it was only a very short moment of epiphany, it was of great help to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, the void spear in the sky suddenly tore through the void and fiercely collided with the attacks of the 15 people. Crack! This time, the power of the void spear actually resisted the attacks of the 15 people. Of course, it only took 3 seconds for the void spear to shatter. 3 seconds was too short for other people. But for Fang Chen, it was enough. Because he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to perform the star heavenly skill. After thoroughly comprehending the void meteor annihilation, Fang Chen found that he had been taking a detour while practicing the star heavenly skill. Let's give it a try. At this point, he could only give it a try. Buzz. In Fang Chen's mind, the chance of the star heavenly skill revolved. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body bloomed with bright light. In the air, traces of star power quietly drilled into Fang Chen's body. The star heavenly skill was a very powerful secret skill. It used the star power to form an attack. Hiss! Fang Chen raised both his hands and a long sword that looked like it had been infused with gold appeared in his hands. The star power in his body quickly drilled into the golden longsword. Buzz! The star heavenly skill was performed. Boom! When the star heavenly skill was performed, the star power in the surrounding air crazily surged. Fang Chen held the golden longsword in his hand and fiercely collided with the attacks of the 15 people. Die! The 15 people were very confident in their attack. This kind of tyrannical attack was enough to kill Fang Chen. However, when the golden longsword collided with them, the power of the stars instantly shattered the attacks of the 15 people with an unstoppable force. How is this possible? The faces of the 15 people were full of shock. How can his attack be so strong? Fang Chen was like a different person now. The golden longsword was too strange. It was like a demon sword that could kill gods and demons. Crash! Wherever the golden longsword passed, the space directly tore and even showed signs of collapse. Too strong. Everyone felt the aura of the golden longsword and their hearts palpitated. Poochie! In a split second, the golden longsword directly pierced a half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. This person did not have any power to resist. His body was instantly corroded by the star power and his soul was shattered. He died. What kind of attack is this? Everyone had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a tyrannical attack. Run! Suddenly, someone had the idea of running away and shouted loudly. Fang Chen was like a god of war, holding the golden longsword in his hand and chasing after them. Poochie! Every time the golden longsword was swung, someone was bound to be killed. The war on the death plane came to an abrupt end. All the martial artists stopped fighting and looked at this scene dumbfoundedly. A Mystery King realm martial artist killed a half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist and forced him to flee. Especially the many martial artists of the Demon Cloud state who participated in the war, their hearts were full of shock. They knew that 15 half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artists were besieging Fang Chen. However, the result was beyond their expectations. In the blink of an eye, 5 half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artists died under Fang Chen's golden longsword. The power of the star-sky technique was too strong. Is this the star-sky technique? Fang Chen said to himself while killing the enemy. At this time, Fang Chen was also extremely shocked. Although the void meteorite strike was tyrannical, it was also within the scope of his cognition. As for the heavenly star art, it was simply too ridiculously powerful. It's worthy of being the famous consummate skill of the Lord of Tongtian Island. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Pucci. With a slash of the sword, another half-step Heaven Dipper realm martial artist died. At this time, many martial artists of the Heavenly Thunder State were shouting Fang Chen's name, almost crazily. Fang Chen, Fang Chen, Fang Chen. The martial artists of the Demon Cloud State who participated in the war fled frantically. On the death plane, an interesting scene appeared. Fang Chen alone, holding a golden longsword, chased after the people of the Demon Cloud State and killed them. When this news reached the ears of the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State, he was immediately overjoyed. Thunder Freer's brother is really extraordinary. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State grinned. Originally, he was a little worried. This war was also a great disaster for the Heavenly Thunder State. However, this problem was now perfectly solved. Fang Chen's killing directly led to the end of the war. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State hurried to the death plane. When he arrived at the death plane, Fang Chen was still using the star-sky technique to kill the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State. At this time, the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State also came. What secret method is this? It's so overbearing. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State stared at Fang Chen on the battlefield and said coldly. He was very angry in his heart. Because of Fang Chen, the Demon Cloud State and the Heavenly Thunder State started a war. Now, because of Fang Chen, he had to end the war in advance. The two camps had a prior agreement that the Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists could not participate in the war, and now Fang Chen was already invincible under the Heavenly Dipper realm. Die! The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State suddenly attacked very quickly, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. However, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State had already expected this and calmly dealt with it. Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State, do you want to violate the agreement? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State said coldly. Heavenly Thunder, this matter is not over. After that, the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State turned and left in a flash. At the same time, everyone on the death plane was also fleeing. Pucci after Fang Chen killed a half-step Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist. He was stopped by the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. Fang Chen, come back. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State shouted. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped attacking. With a thought, the golden long sword in his hand disappeared in an instant. Then, he stepped out, left the death plane, and returned to the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State. Good job! The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State patted Fang Chen on the shoulder and grinned. Lord, this is what I should do, Fang Chen said. On the verge of life and death, he made a breakthrough in the face of danger. The Heavenly Stars technique made the martial artists under the Heavenly Dipper realm in the Demon Cloud State extremely desperate. Through this war, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the two states. He was worthy of being the #1 martial artist under the Heavenly Dipper realm. Some martial artists who had just entered the Heavenly Dipper realm did not dare to say anything about his combat strength. Hearing this, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State nodded. Then, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State waved his hand and said, "The war is over." Chapter 1004. The war started because of Fang Chen and ended because of Fang Chen. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region did not expect that Fang Chen would play such a crucial role in the war. After the war ended, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region briefly arranged the aftermath, and then hurriedly took Fang Chen back to the region city. As for the Demon Cloud family, they were incomparably furious. In the Demon Cloud family mansion, the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud family was very calm, without a trace of anger. The several elders beside him felt a little strange. Patriarch, we lost this war. Before the elder finished speaking, the patriarch of the demon cloud family waved his hand to stop him. I wanted to use this war to kill Fong Chen and force the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region to hand over that thing, but I failed. The patriarch of the demon cloud family said. In the eyes of the patriarch of the demon cloud family, a small Fong Chen was not worthy of him starting a war with the Heavenly Thunder region. Originally, he did not have any plan, he just wanted to kill Fong Chen. However, when Fong Chen fled to the Heavenly Thunder region and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder region took action, he had a comprehensive plan in his heart. Everything in the war was under his control. Only Fong Chen's sudden appearance was something he did not expect. A Heaven Star Border Realm expert could not intervene in a profound King Realm battle. The secret technique that Fong Chen used was too tyrannical, and it made the patriarch of the demon cloud family a little curious. He was invincible under the Heaven Star Border Realm. No matter how many half-step Heaven Star Border Realm experts there were, it was useless. Therefore, after seeing Fong Chen's strength, the patriarch of the demon cloud family decisively stopped the war. After this war, the demon cloud family will definitely be laughed at by other provinces. The elder said in a deep voice. So what if it's a joke? Compared with that thing, it's nothing. The patriarch of the demon cloud family said. Patriarch, what is it? The elder asked. The patriarch of the demon cloud family shook his head, and did not say anything more. Half a month after the war ended, Thunder Freer came back in a hurry, and his face was not looking good. Big Brother Thunder, why are you back? After seeing Thunder Freer, Fong Chen asked in confusion. I already know about the war between the Heavenly Thunder State and the Demon Cloud State. You should leave this place quickly, Thunder Freer said. Why? Fong Chen asked. The powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State have already returned from Trace Island. Once they all return, the Heavenly Thunder State will not be able to fight against the Demon Cloud State. At that time, you will definitely die, Thunder Freer said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. The powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State returned from Mark Island. An elite that could cause even Heavenly Thunder Freer to feel apprehensive was at least an elite of the Heavenly Body tier, right? As he spoke, the Lord of Heavenly Thunder State appeared. Old Prefecture Lord. The Heavenly Thunder Prefecture Lord cupped his hands and greeted. You were right to protect Fong Chen this time. However, right now our Heavenly Thunder State is in great danger, Thunder Freer said. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Continent was confused. He was about to ask when he sensed a terrifying aura approaching the place. The next moment, Thunder Freer and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State jumped into the sky. 3 figures were rapidly flying over from the horizon. Terrifying auras were emitted from their bodies, which swept across the entire city. They're here. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was shocked. He did not expect the powerhouses of the Demon Cloud State to come so quickly. Thunder Freer, you should already know why we're here, one of the powerhouses said coldly. His words made the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State beside him palpitate. 3 powerhouses of the Heavenly Body tier? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder State was a little confused. Normally, he could not even see one powerhouse of the Heavenly Body tier, but now 3 had appeared. Moreover, all 3 of them were from the Demon Cloud State. There were many powerhouses from the Demon Cloud State, and many of them had stepped into the Heavenly Body tier. They had always lived in the center of Trace Island, and did not care about the Demon Cloud State at all. However, this time, they actually returned to the Demon Cloud State together. Hand over that thing, another person said coldly. In their eyes, Fong Chen was not worth mentioning. They did not even want to kill him. They were only slightly interested in that thing. Impossible. Thunder Freer refused directly. That thing was useless to powerhouses of the Heavenly Body tier, but it was very useful to cultivators of the Heaven Dipper tier. Moreover, with that thing, it could at least guarantee that the Heavenly Thunder State could continue to exist and not be destroyed. You dare to refuse the will of the Grand Ancestor? The last powerhouse of the heavenly body tier said coldly. Grand Ancestor? Hearing the two words Grand Ancestor, Thunder Freer's face finally darkened. He knew very well what the two words Grand Ancestor meant. The Grand Ancestor of the Demon Cloud State lived in seclusion on Trace Island all year round and rarely showed himself. However, every powerhouse of the heavenly body tier knew how powerful this person was. Grand Ancestor has also returned? Thunder Freer asked with a wry smile. Yes, Grand Ancestor has returned, and specially asked the three of us to come here. It was not easy for you to cultivate to the heavenly body tier, so you must not destroy your future, the first person said. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can give you the thing, but the Demon Cloud State is not allowed to invade the Heavenly Thunder State from now on. Thunder Freer's face was full of helplessness. Although he was also a powerhouse of the heavenly body tier, in front of the Grand Ancestor, he was not worth mentioning at all. This time, the Grand Ancestor of the Demon Cloud State had returned, so there was nothing he could do. Old Governor, the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State called out loudly. Thunder Freer shook his head slightly, and then said, Hand it over. In the end, the three powerhouses of the heavenly body tier obtained the item. However, before they left, one of them waved his hand, and the vast power of stars instantly turned into a terrifying arm that swooped down. At this moment, Fong Chen, who was in the city, suddenly felt his body being restrained, and a terrifying power attacked him. Oh no! Fong Chen shouted in his mind, and struggled with all his might. However, he could not break free. Boom! The explosive power directly enveloped Fong Chen, and the whole city shook. You! Thunder Freer was furious, and he glared at the three powerhouses of the heavenly body tier. You killed a member of the Demon Cloud State, and heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Then, the three of them turned and left. After the aftershock of the explosion disappeared, Fong Chen's body was already a bloody mess. Fong Chen. Thunder Freer came to Fong Chen, and the powerful power of stars poured into his body, trying to save Fong Chen. However, the injury was too serious, and there was no way to save him. Is there no hope? The Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State asked. Thunder Freer shook his head, and his face was full of helplessness. No life aura could be sensed from Fong Chen's body. In the capital of the Demon Cloud State, in the mansion of the Demon Cloud State. Grand Ancestor, the item has been brought back. The three powerhouses of the heavenly body tier had already rushed back to the Demon Cloud State. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles nodded, and then said, The Demon Cloud State has declined too quickly, and the cultivators now are too weak. The Grand Ancestor had been living in seclusion on Scar Island for so many years, and he had never paid attention to the Demon Cloud State. However, when the Grand Ancestor heard about the war between the Demon Cloud State and the Heavenly Thunder State, he felt very helpless. Since he left, the overall strength of the Demon Cloud State had declined too quickly, and now they could not win the war with other states. The Grand Ancestor had a thought, and he immediately returned, preparing to personally guide the people of the Demon Cloud State. As for the item, the Grand Ancestor did not know at all. It was a strange piece of metal. More accurately, it was a prison. There was a space inside the iron plate, and the clansmen of the demon blood race were imprisoned. Under normal circumstances, this kind of treasure would be in the hands of the higher-ups of Scar Island. The Grand Ancestor returned and asked about the reason for the war. The Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State told the Grand Ancestor that he had traveled with the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State on a trip to the ruins, and found the strange iron plate, but it was snatched away by the Governor of the Heavenly Thunder State. All these years, he had been planning to take back the iron plate. Although he did not know what the iron plate was, his intuition told him that it was definitely a treasure. After listening to the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State's detailed introduction, the Grand Ancestor knew that the iron plate was a prison that imprisoned the demon blood race. This kind of prison could only be opened by high-level heavenly body tier elite. The Grand Ancestor was so interested in the prison because, in addition to the countless clansmen of the demon blood race, there was also a slaughter arena. The slaughter arena was a place that specialized in competition. Scar Island was often used to train the prodigies of the younger generation, and their opponents were prisoners of the demon blood race of all levels. And this time, the Grand Ancestor wanted to open the prison and let the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State enter the slaughter arena. Half a month later, the prison was opened and countless martial artists of the Demon Cloud State poured into the slaughter arena. After hearing this news, the Patriarch of the Demon Cloud State was very excited. With so many powerful sparring partners, the Demon Cloud State would soon rise again. After everything was settled, the Grand Ancestor left the Demon Cloud State with 3 Heavenly Body Tier elites and returned to Scar Island. In the Heavenly Thunder State, Thunder Freer also left. Before leaving, he held a grand funeral for Fong Chen. Near the capital of the Heavenly Thunder State, there was a cemetery that was said to be the highest standard in the Heavenly Thunder State. Countless elites of the Heavenly Thunder State were buried inside. Fong Chen was buried here. At the front of the cemetery, there was a tombstone with the words Fong Chen's Tomb written on it. The name of the person who signed the letter was Thunder Freer. Fong Chen, a genius martial artist who was invincible under the Heavenly Dipper tier, died just like that from a casual strike of a Heavenly Body tier elite. All the martial artists of the Heavenly Thunder State felt pity for Fong Chen. In the cemetery there was a special gravedigger. The gravedigger would sprinkle water on the soil above the grave every day to keep it moist. Today, the gravedigger sprinkled water according to the rules. Soon, he finished sprinkling water and left the cemetery. However, after he left, there was not a single drop of water on the soil below Fong Chen's tombstone. The soil was very dry, as if it had been exposed to the sun all year round. And in the soil, streaks of sword chi were faintly discernible. In the grave, Fong Chen's badly damaged body suddenly moved. It was the beating of a golden heart. 1. A fierce and domineering sword Dao aura spread out from the golden heart. That day, Fong Chen had suffered such a powerful blow, and his body was badly mutilated. However, his heart was intact and did not suffer any damage. Chapter 1005. As time passed, large amounts of sword chi gathered outside the tombstone. These sword chi came from the air. More and more sword chi appeared, and in the end, the sword chi engulfed the entire burial garden. 1. After about an hour, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body suddenly changed, and a strong suction force instantly spread out. Hiss, 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 the extremely dense sword chi above the burial garden all entered the tomb, and finally entered the golden heart. The golden heart absorbed the majestic sword chi, and became even more brilliant. Moreover, the golden heart was operating in an extreme way. Within the sword chi, there was an extremely majestic power, containing the aura of sword Dao. Dong. After the golden heart refined the majestic sword chi, it became even purer, and then spread out again, entering Fong Chen's limbs and bones. If there was someone here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Fong Chen, who no longer had any signs of life, was slowly recovering with his badly damaged body. The sword chi spread to every corner of his body, repairing his body. This process lasted for a whole month. After a month, Fong Chen's body was completely repaired. His body seemed to be condensed by sword chi and looked a little illusory. After the golden heart finished all this, it beat rapidly again, and wisps of aura entered his mind. 1. When that heavenly body tier elite attacked, the golden heart protected Fong Chen's soul. Although Fong Chen already had no vitality. However, no one knew that his soul was actually in a state of suspended animation. Protected by the golden heart, it was just in a deep sleep. The golden heart's methods were too powerful, and even heavenly body tier elites were deceived. And now, his body had been completely repaired by the golden heart, and at this time, his soul was also gradually awakening. That day, that heavenly body Tier Elite attacked, and the power was too strong. Although his soul was protected by the Golden Heart in time, it still suffered very serious injuries. Repairing the soul was more difficult. However, fortunately there was the Golden Heart. It took about 2 months to and fro, and Fang Chen's soul was finally repaired. One day, Fang Chen's finger suddenly moved. Immediately, the vicissitudes of Sword Dao aura instantly spread out around his body. Knock knock knock, since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. An incomplete message echoed in Fang Chen's mind. If one were to look closely, they would discover that this sentence actually came from the Golden Heart. When he said this, the Golden Heart was beating so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Those words were filled with a domineering aura. Even after such a long time, one could still vaguely sense just how powerful the person who said those words was. While after hearing that, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm not dead." The first thing he asked when he opened his eyes was whether he was dead or not. Immediately, Fang Chen sensed carefully and confirmed that he was not dead. His face was filled with an excited smile. "Is it because of the Golden Heart?" Fang Chen said excitedly. He pushed open the coffin with both hands and walked out. It was pitch black inside the tomb. Fang Chen stretched out his finger and a wisp of flame appeared, instantly illuminating the entire tomb. It could be seen that some of the ornaments in the tomb were very precious. Fang Chen was very touched. Big brother Tianlei must have done this for him. Back then, when the heavenly body Tier Elite attacked, even he himself thought that he would definitely die this time. He did not expect that he would actually survive. Since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. However, at this moment, this vast and majestic sentence appeared in Fang Chen's mind again. Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled, and then his face was filled with shock. What does this mean? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Since time immemorial, the gods have fallen. I wish to suppress everything. Could it be that the owner of the golden sword said it? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more convinced that he came back from the dead completely because of the Golden Heart. However, he could not understand what this sentence meant. After thinking for a while, he could not figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. And my body, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. How did his body become like this? At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his body seemed to be completely condensed by the sword qi. A light flashed in his mind, and then his eyes lit up. My understanding of the sword Dao has also become deeper. Fang Chen was very excited. Could this be the so-called good fortune after surviving a great disaster? After carefully studying for a while, Fang Chen finally understood why his body had such a situation. Because when Fang Chen's soul was probing the Golden Heart, a message quietly appeared in his mind. Perfect sword body. His body was a special physique, the sword body. However, in the vast universe, there were countless special physiques, and the sword body was just one of them. For example, his disciple Tian Xian's sky desolate sword body was slightly stronger than his. However, this perfect sword body completely shocked Fang Chen. The information in his mind indicated that the so-called perfect sword body was not innate, but something that was made after birth. What did this mean? To have a perfect sword body, one must first have a sword body, and then have a golden heart. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. After death, the body can be reconstructed to become a perfect sword body. It was easy to say but very difficult to do. In this message, the expert's tone was very domineering. In the whole universe, the perfect sword body is the strongest physique. When he saw this sentence, Fang Chen was full of doubts. Who was this expert? Why was he so arrogant? The perfect sword body was the strongest physique in the whole universe. What about other physiques? Moreover, the message mentioned that other than himself, Fang Chun was the second person to have a perfect sword body. A warrior with a perfect sword body would not encounter any obstacles in the cultivation of the sword Tao, and could cultivate unimpeded. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Fang Chun. Was there really such a heaven-defying physique in the world? Thinking of this, Fang Chun activated the perfect sword body. In an instant, a vast sword qi was emitted from his body, and then Fang Chun began to comprehend the sword Tao. Buzz. Fang Chun felt that his understanding of the sword Tao had increased by at least 100 times. What did this mean? If he cultivated alone, it would take at least a few years to reach this level. However, he achieved the perfect sword body so quickly. What an abnormal perfect sword body! Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. Then, Fang Chun performed the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. After performing the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique, Fang Chun was even more stunned. The perfect sword body could actually increase the power of the sword technique. The 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was a 9th grade technique. After performing it with the perfect sword body, its power reached the level of a divine level technique. Abnormal. At this moment, other than this word, no other words could describe the shock in Fang Chun's heart. This nirvana rebirth had given Fang Chun a lot of benefit. Now, he could be considered to have been reborn. Since I'm not dead, let's start our revenge now. Fang Chun exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly. Fang Chun wanted to know who this golden heart was. Who was the master of this golden heart? However, he knew that with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to know these things. One day, when my cultivation reaches the peak, everything will be clear, Fang Chun said to himself. After saying that, Fang Chun broke open the tomb with his bare hands and walked out. Standing in the cemetery and looking at the words on the tombstone, Fang Chun bowed 3 times to the tombstone. From now on, there will be no Fang Chun in the world unless I take revenge. Fang Chun's heart was filled with anger. This grudge must be avenged. Moreover, if he did not take revenge, his real name would not be restored. Fang Chun left the cemetery. He changed his appearance and even restrained his aura. Under the name of Sanguinati, he began to take revenge. Many years later, the name of Sanguinati still spread on Scar Island. Sanguinati suppressed Scar Island with a blood sword. Of course, this was a story for later. Before leaving the cemetery, Fang Chun restored the tomb. He did not want outsiders to know that he was still alive. Fang Chun came to the capital of the Sky Thunder State and found an intelligence agency. He used purple crystals to buy some information. Information about the Demon Cloud State. Fang Chun paid enough purple crystals and said slowly. After a while, Fang Chun received a small booklet. It was full of information about the Demon Cloud State. After reading carefully for a while, Fang Chun found that after his death, the Demon Cloud State began to gather mysterious King Realm martial artists on a large scale. It was said that an ancient relic was discovered and all the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State were invited to participate. During this period, a large number of martial artists went to the ancient relic. Ancient relic. Fang Chun's heart moved slightly. With the temperament of the Demon Cloud family, they would definitely monopolize the ancient relic. Why would they announce it to the world? There must be an inside story. He continued to read. The content of the information was basically the development of the Demon Cloud State after the ancestor of the Demon Cloud family left. After reading, Fang Chun's face showed a sinister smile. His strength was not enough to fight against the Demon Cloud family. However, he could hide in the dark and slaughter the geniuses of the Demon Cloud family. Ancient relic, all the martial artists of the Demon Cloud State are invited to participate. Then the younger generation of the Demon Cloud family will definitely participate. Fang Chun thought to himself. Now, Fang Chun had a preliminary step. Revenge began with this ancient relic. Chapter 1006. A few days later, Fang Chun arrived at the demon cloud state. After returning to the demon cloud state, Fang Chen's mentality had undergone a great change. Last time, he was forced to escape from the demon cloud state. Now, he came here for revenge with resentment in his heart. The demon cloud family would definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, Fang Chen also knew his current strength. Therefore, his plan was to secretly kill the younger generation of the demon cloud family while improving his cultivation. In the vast universe, the strong were respected. The one who could help him was ultimately himself. If Fang Chen's cultivation reached the heavenly body tier, or even surpassed the ancestor of the demon cloud family, even if that heavenly body tier elite was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack Fang Chen. In the end, it was still because he was too weak. Fang Chen was very familiar with the demon cloud state. This time, he returned to the demon cloud state and appeared in the heavenly sword mansion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Fang Chen was walking alone, a voice suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. "Brother, you must also be heading to the state capital, right?" Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look. A young cultivator, wearing green clothes and holding a folding fan, walked over with a smile. Fang Chen didn't say anything and stared at the green-robed man. The green-robed man walked in front of Fang Chen and waved the folding fan in his hand. Then, he said, "Brother, I'm also a cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. I've been living in seclusion with my master. This time I came out for that ancient ruin." Fang Chen nodded heavily. The green-robed man looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Fang Chen was clearly very young, but his face was full of vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced the baptism of time. There must be a story behind this person. The green-robed man thought for a moment and then said, "Brother, I haven't asked for your name." "A name is just a code name," Fang Chen said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, the man in green smiled and said, "You don't mind traveling together, right?" Fang Chen did not object, nor did he answer. He turned around and left. Seeing this, the green-robed man followed closely behind. Along the way, the green-robed man kept trying to find out about Fang Chen's identity. However, Fang Chen didn't say a word, leaving him speechless. The two of them found a city with a teleportation array and teleported to the Black Wind Mansion's prefecture city. There were transmission arrays between the 8 prefectures of the Demon Cloud State. However, there was no teleportation formation that led directly to the capital. Therefore, if one wanted to use the teleportation formation, they would have to teleport from prefecture to prefecture. When they were teleporting to the Black Wind Mansion, something happened that delayed the teleportation. In front of the transmission array of the Black Wind Mansion, there were some cultivators looking at Fang Chen and the green-clothed man with anger. From the records of the teleportation array, it could be seen that the two of them were teleported from the Sky Sword Mansion. "Trash from the Heavenly Sword Mansion, scram back to where you came from. The Black Wind Mansion does not welcome you," said the leader coldly. "We took the teleportation array and passed by here," the green-clothed man reasoned with them. "Last time in the ancient ruins, He Jian and He Kong of the Black Wind Mansion died at the hands of Fang Chen of the Sky Sword Mansion. From then on, the Black Wind Mansion and the Sky Sword Mansion are irreconcilable," continued the leader. Hearing this, the green-clothed man's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, Fang Chen took a step forward. He stared at the leader and asked, "Then, what do you want? Kid, you're courting death." The leader didn't expect this person to be so rude in the Black Wind Mansion's territory. Immediately after, the spirit energy around him surged. He clenched his fist and punched towards Fang Chen. Crack! None of the surrounding cultivators saw it clearly. The leader was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. The green-clothed man's eyes also lit up. Fang Chen's attack was swift and fierce. Based on his many years of experience, this person was at least a 9th-level Mystic King realm martial artist. "Quickly call senior brother He," someone shouted. Hearing the name He, Fang Chen's expression was calm. He didn't move at all. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. The green-clothed man behind Fang Chen also looked at Fang Chen with interest. He was also very curious about who this person was. How dare he cause trouble in the Black Wind Mansion? Soon, He arrived. He Kong was originally one of the best of the younger generation in the Black Wind Mansion. However, He Kong was killed by Fang Chen in the ancient ruins of the Sky Devil Sword Emperor. He took the opportunity to rise. After obtaining a large amount of resources from the Black Wind Mansion, his cultivation had also successfully stepped into the half-step Heaven Star realm. Who dares to cause trouble here? He appeared. His face was filled with a cold aura as he stared at Fang Chen and the green-clothed man. Senior brother He, this person is from the Sky Sword Mansion and is causing trouble here, said the cultivator who was sent flying by Fang Chen. Someone from the Sky Sword Mansion dares to cause trouble in the Black Wind Mansion. You're courting death. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Terrifying spiritual energy surged out from his body. Then, he executed his strongest technique. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Bang! They originally thought that he would definitely be able to crush this person. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. He's outcome was exactly the same as the cultivator from before. He was also sent flying by a punch. Crack! He, who fell to the ground, had a shocked expression on his face. Who is this person? He's heart trembled as he pondered about Fang Chen's background. Who are you? He suppressed his anger and asked. Sanguinati. The moment Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the transportation formation. Teleport. Fang Chen scolded sternly. The cultivator in charge of the teleportation array was immediately intimidated by Fang Chen's strength. When he heard Fang Chen's words, he hurriedly opened the teleportation array. The green-clothed man glanced at He and entered the teleportation array. Crash! The teleportation array opened and Fang Chen and the green-clothed man disappeared. Senior brother He, are we just going to let them go? Asked a cultivator. Shut up. He's expression was displeased as he coldly said, Don't spread this news. After passing through several teleportation arrays, they were sent to the capital of the Demon Cloud State. Of course, when they passed by the Bloodmark Manor, they were also made difficult by the people of the Bloodmark Manor. This was because they had the tokens of the Sky Sword Manor on them, so it was easy for them to be detected. The green-clothed man didn't attack. As usual, Fang Chen attacked to intimidate everyone before calmly leaving. Crash! With a flash of white light, the green-clothed man and Fang Chen walked out of the teleportation array. Brother Shui, with your strength, you can't be a nobody. Why have I never heard of your name in the Sky Sword Manor? Asked the green-clothed man curiously. Fang Chen's expression was indifferent and he didn't answer. Soon, the two of them found the registration location. If you want to enter the ruins, come here to register, shouted a cultivator from the Demon Cloud family. There was a registration point set up in the capital. Fang Chen and the green-clothed man held the tokens of the Sky Sword Manor and quickly registered. After registering, they learned that if they wanted to enter the ruins, they had to go through a selection process. Only those who met the criteria could be selected. Fang Chen and the green-clothed man settled down and waited for the assessment. Each assessment would only open when the number of people registered reached 1,000. 3 days later, the assessment began. Only by passing the assessment will you be qualified to enter the ruins, said the person in charge loudly. Next, the person in charge explained the contents of the assessment. The assessment was very simple. The weakest person had to be a high-level profound king to pass. After about 2 hours, the assessment ended. Out of the 1,000 people, only 100 were eliminated. Most of the people who had the guts to come were high-level profound kings. The 900 of you have come here to take a martial oath. No matter what you see or hear, you must keep it a secret. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy, said the person in charge. Fang Chen felt very strange when he heard this. Why did they have to take a martial oath to not divulge anything? But after thinking about it for a moment, he stopped thinking about it. The 900 people discussed for a while before they all took a martial oath. Then they were brought to a very hidden place by a mysterious cultivator. This was the forbidden area of the Devil Cloud family. Aside from the patriarch's approval, no one else could enter. Enter one by one from here, said the mysterious cultivator. 900 warriors charged through the light door in a single file and entered it. When Fang Chen charged through the door of light, it was as if he had entered another independent world. Furthermore, as soon as he entered, he felt a biting cold fiendish blood aura. What a powerful fiendish blood aura! Where is this place? Asked a cultivator. Just as everyone was puzzled, an elder of the Devil Cloud family appeared. Everyone, welcome to the Devil Cloud family's prison. What Devil Cloud family's prison? Where is this place? How can it be a prison? Everyone was discussing, but the elder of the Devil Cloud family seemed to be used to it. He was responsible for the reception of this place. From the opening of the prison until now, hundreds of thousands of high-level mysterious King Realm cultivators had entered this place. Every batch of cultivators that entered would be shocked. The elder flicked his wrist, and some information appeared in everyone's mind. Devil Cloud family's prison, killing arena. When Fang Chen saw this information, he was shocked. At this time, Fang Chen suddenly understood. The so-called ancient ruins of the Devil Cloud family was actually a prison for the Devil Cloud family. The reason why it was opened to the outside world was to strengthen the overall strength of the Devil Cloud family. In other words, it was to cultivate more powerhouses. Since it's to cultivate young powerhouses, then the people of the Devil Cloud family are indispensable. Fang Chen thought to himself, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The azure-robed man looked at Fang Chen and asked, Brother Shui, what do you think of this prison? Fighting with Devil Cloud family prisoners and breaking through on the brink of life and death, this is a treasure land, said Fang Chen. No wonder the cultivators who entered this place had to make a martial oath not to spread it outside. A martial oath was very restrictive. Presumably, the cultivators who entered this place had all made a martial oath not to spread the news of this place.